Streams of icy, angry rain hit his face, lightning roared, the wind howled. Somewhere on the periphery of his consciousness, the nine-tailed beast growled furiously, frantically breaking free from the chakra chains that had bound him. Minato, the yellow lightning of Konoha, perhaps the fastest shinobi in the world, was not in time. Catastrophically. Fatally. By a split second. They wanted everything to be different. Minato was an excellent strategist, he had the best of the best to help him, dozens of contingency plans were made, but no one could have predicted this. A vanishing enemy with a Mangekyo Sharingan, a controlled fox sending a Bijurama into the center of the village, the desperate cries of dying shinobi. And a newborn child with a swirl of sealing seals on his stomach, slowly absorbing the strongest demon of modern times. The Hokage still got the masked bastard with a rasengan, but while he was dealing with him, he completely lost sight of his son and wife, lying unconscious next to him. They wanted everything to be different. Minato was not naive and understood perfectly well that they would try to attack them at the moment when Kushina would be most vulnerable. He even developed a plan in case the fox had to be sealed in his son. Namikaze had to protect the village, his wife and child at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. Such a small one would not be able to hold all the demonic chakra in himself, it was impossible, but if he divided it, if he called on the god of death and pulled at least half, turning his body into a dead vessel. Minato did not have time. And, unfortunately, it was not only he who understood this, but also the Nine Tails, who raised his claw to his not yet formed vessel. A split second, quickly, too quickly even to try to make it, and the baby's body covers the mother's body, at the last moment protecting her son from imminent death. Golden chains come straight from the heart, tying the raging demon to the posts, not allowing him to deliver the final blow. The chest of the red-haired woman is pierced through, and blood from her mouth falls on the body of the child while she speaks her last words to him. Minato does not hear them, the wind whistles in his ears, and his heart beats a dull alarm. Hime Uzumaki ran her trembling hand over her son's cheek for the last time, leaving a dirty red mark on it, and died, having fulfilled her duty to the end. Wife, mother, shinobi. The fox dissolved, completely sealed in the child. Minato walked stiffly to the place that had become his personal grave, sat silently next to his dead wife and carefully took the child out from under her, holding him tightly to himself. Time stood still, or was it just an illusion for a frozen heart and mind? The man did not know, continuing to rock the baby. Minato. A loud, inappropriately deafening cry. Minato, where is Lee? What happened to Kushina and the child? Wake up, for fuck's sake, you are the Hokage. Now is not the time to be hysterical. Namikaze looked up at the bent-over old woman Kaharu and swallowed hard. Kushina is dead. We sealed the fox in our son. Sealed? Completely? Yes. The elderly woman recoiled, looking with disgust at the bundle in the Hokage's hands. What have you done? What, Kami-sama, have you done? Minato. Naruto, the Hokage carefully straightened the dirty blanket the child was wrapped in. I'll name him Naruto. You must kill him, immediately. It is your duty. What? Minato jumped up. This is my son. This is not your son anymore. This is a monster. A Jinchuriki. My wife was a Jinchuriki. The blue eyes filled with pain and rage. Your wife. Calm down, Kaharu. And you too, Minato. The disputants did not hear Hiruzen Sarutobi and Homura Mitokado approaching. The elder is right. Minato flinched and looked at his teacher in horror. And you? Why? You knew about my plans and agreed with them. Hiruzen sat down next to the young man. I agreed with you, Minato, but none of our plans included the Nine Tails being completely sealed in one person. Listen, hear me out without interrupting. Minato, you know as well as I do that Biju are not sealed in newborns. Their chakra channels are too weak, they cannot hold such power, their brains begin to deteriorate and obey the will of demons. He is no longer your son. But in Suna. Yes, our sources reported that a year ago in Suna, the one tail was sealed in the Casecage's newborn son. But we also know that the child is growing up too fast, and his power is too aggressive. He has already killed 5 people, and he can't even walk properly yet. He has consciousness. Human or demonic consciousness? No one knows the answer to this question, not even the Casecage himself. This is my son. Minato stubbornly shook his head and looked into the child's blue eyes. Master, I feel like this is still my son, just believe me. I can prove it to you, I will raise him to be a worthy man, a strong shinobi, I can. Not you, Homura snapped. Sarutobi and Kaharu looked at the second elder in surprise. Even if we let this child live, you won't be the one raising him. Why the hell? Pull yourself together, Minato. You are the Hokage. When you took this position, you swore that you would protect the village until your last breath. You swore to protect every inhabitant, forgetting about your own interests. And now the time has come to fulfill your oath. My son. He will grow up in an orphanage. If he is a human, if there is at least something human left in him, he will cope. If not, you will fulfill your duty to the end. You are Hokage, Minato, and our village needs you. We let Hiruzen go from his post at one time, but he was old. You are young and strong, you are the strongest shinobi of our village, and you have no moral right to abandon us all now. I will believe you, Minato, I will believe that there is still a human mind in this child, and the demon has not absorbed him, but you both will have to justify this trust. Why an orphanage? The Hokage's voice sounded dull and resigned. Why can't I raise him myself? The fox is cunning, boy, and we all live in the center of the village. You shouldn't give him the opportunity to destroy Konoha with one blow. You shouldn't get attached to the child. Your hand must not tremble if a mistake has been made now. We will announce that your child has died, and the Jinchuriki has become an orphan from Uzushiogakure, Uzumaki Naruto. They will believe us. Orphans from the destroyed village are still appearing in all corners of the world, and Uzumaki are the best candidates for Jinchuriki, due to the peculiarities of their chakra. You will not be able to see him, communicate with him, visit him. No one must know the truth about tonight. No one must know that it was the village leadership that allowed today's nightmare to happen and deliberately allows it to be repeated. Konoha does not need turmoil. I'll keep an eye on him. Hiruzen's dry, old hand fell on his young father's shoulder. If you believe that he is still your son and not a monster, I will keep an eye on him, Minato. He won't be completely alone. I'll never. The Hokage swallowed and with force of will drove away the traitorous tears. I'll never be able to tell him the truth. I won't be able to tell him about myself, or about Kushina. About how we loved him, how we waited for him, how we dreamed of living together. I don't think such drastic measures are necessary. Kaharu sighed heavily and came closer. Say, a genin exam. If your son lives to that age and passes the genin exam without harming anyone during that time or breaking the seal, we can trust that the demon is safely locked inside him and the boy poses no threat. But not before. Do you agree, Minato? The man looked into the eyes of the people around him once more. Either shelter or death, he had no choice. He understood them, understood that he himself, as Hokage, should think in the same way, think about the good of the entire village, but, damn it, this was his son. Minato gently kissed the child on the forehead and handed him over to Hiruzen. He had a lot to do. Assess the scale of the destruction in the village, bury the fallen shinobi and wife, find words of comfort for relatives. A small black-haired boy sat on the tatami mat in his room and tried to come to terms with the idea that his little sister was blind and his parents were monsters. The thought seemed slippery, disgustingly viscous and sickeningly true. There would be no games and training together that he dreamed of so much. There would be no children's laughter and bright toys. He would never learn how to braid his sister's hair and never choose a festive kimono for her for Hanami. The Tsukubai quietly knocks in the garden, the wind drives autumn leaves across the deserted garden. They won't put a swing in it. There's no point. Itachi is too old for them, and Sasuke is leaving today. Forever. To an orphanage. Because, a blind child cannot be born in the main clan. We don't need this shame. Itachi swallows viscous saliva and looks at the photo where he holds a small bundle in his hands. The only thing he will have left of Sasuke. The boy heard his father's stern, uncompromising voice, his mother's quiet sob, not even trying to contradict him, as if it were real, and he could not believe that all this horror was happening in his family. When Itachi tried to contradict, he only received a sharp slap and a reprimand. Shinobi do not behave like that. Uchiha is a shinobi clan. They do not need a blind burden. Itachi is 6 years old, and he sees no way out except to grit his teeth and endure. Try to finish the academy as quickly as possible, start earning money, move out of his parents' house and take his sister with him. In the eyes created for murder, the first tomo begins its circle. Tsukubai is a Japanese bamboo fountain. Chapter 2. Sasuke hated the whole spectrum of pity, from pseudo-sympathetic pats on the head to contemptuous and disgusted looks, which she, although she did not see, still felt. She hated whispers behind her back and loud shouts, she hated jabs in the back and obstacles specially scattered along the way, she hated smooth walls and an old creaky bed. Sasuke hated the orphanage in all its manifestations, including the environment, teachers and pupils. Being born blind in a world where every other child dreams of becoming a shinobi is difficult. Being born blind and ending up in an orphanage, thrown away like an unwanted, broken toy is like a death sentence. But Sasuke learned to cope with her problems on her own. In the morning the girl woke up, made her bed by touch, got dressed, took 12 steps, turned right, moved her left hand slightly higher and to the side, brushed her teeth, combed her hair and went to breakfast. 52 steps, a flight of stairs, along the wall, without letting go of the landmark for a moment, step over the threshold and into the dining room. It is a little easier there. The teacher standing at the entrance will take you to the serving area, and then, with a tray, to the table. What is on the plates? By smell. Where to take the used dishes, the cooks shout. 150 steps, including the flight of stairs, straight, left, down and straight. The garden greets you with the smell of grass, the murmur of a spring stream and the warm sun. You can sit under a tree and take a rest. It was difficult to navigate without a guide, but Sasuke got used to it. In general, she got used to a lot in her short 6-year life: the absence of friends and acquaintances, the indifference of adults, the mockery of peers. Put a balloon with water in a blind girl's bed. Easy. Roll a burdock into her hair, and then watch with laughter as more and more hair gets tangled in the thorn. Yes, please. Give her a piece of coal instead of chalk. What could be funnier than watching a blind girl try to wash her hands and face, getting even dirtier in the process? Nasty laughter. Sasuke got used to it. Her face did not express emotions, she did not blush brightly at someone else's laughter, did not twitch in an attempt to get at her offenders. In the opinion of the orphanage, she behaved too arrogantly for a degenerate unworthy of life. She resigned herself, probably would have even despaired, if not for him. What, Tem, have you decided to feed the ants? Then you're not sitting close enough, move half a meter to the right. The girl gritted her teeth, but obediently moved away from the dangerous place. Go to hell, Dobi. H.N. Uzumaki Naruto. Loud, impudent, tactless, pugnacious, unbearable Uzumaki Naruto, who was disliked in the orphanage much more than Sasuke herself. If the girl was mostly subjected to harmless, albeit humiliating jokes, then the boy was openly bullied, beaten, deprived of food, his clothes were ruined. Moreover, not only children, but also adults did this, so that sometimes it seemed that if not for the intercession of the third Hokage, he would have been killed long ago. However, Uzumaki Naruto was neither a coward nor a weakling. He responded to his offenders 3 times as much and never gave up. And he was the one who never pitied her. He called her weakling 1,000 times, pulled her hair and skirt, tripped her and laughed offensively when she fell. His jokes were always especially painful and left bright purple bruises on her body, which Sasuke, although she did not see, clearly felt. It was he who cut her long hair when some idiot rolled burrs in it. The girl then cried for the first time, naturally, not in front of the offender, but running to the bathroom. Sasuke probably would have tried to kill him long ago if she hadn't realized that everything she knew about this world, she knew thanks to Naruto. The constant attacks of the aggressor sharpened all the girl's senses to the limit. Now she could move even around the crowded dining room without an escort, determining obstacles by the breath of air from her movements, the smell and the outgoing heat. After he cut her hair, she began to hear admiring sighs addressed to her more and more often. They say that her face became more open and less aggressive. Rather, even sweet and attractive. Both children and teachers began to offer her help much more often. He often read books out loud to her, from adventure novels to historical stories. Or rather, not exactly to her. Naruto would just collapse next to her wherever the girl was and start reciting a book he liked. It was infuriating to the point of shaking. The boy distracted her from her business, sometimes from very important ones, but it was the only way to hear these stories. Sasuke was not spoiled with reading books, and the teachers always found hundreds of excuses for his requests. There were no tablets for the blind in the orphanage at all. Naruto was a terrible reader, often distracted by the outside world, but the girl stubbornly pressed her lips and tried to sit closer unnoticed so that she could hear better. Uzumaki's voice painted an amazing world before her, one that even a blind person could see. Thanks to Naruto, Sasuke was introduced to colors for the first time, red and orange. She remembered that day as if it were yesterday. Here, Tem, is an orange. It's the most delicious fruit in the world. Something small and heavy flew at her face. Sasuke instinctively caught the object and began to turn it over in her hands. Rough, round, quite heavy. Of course, it wouldn't break her nose, but it would hurt for a long time. Moron. The girl tried to carefully bite off the gift, and her mouth immediately filled with bitterness. Sasuke's lips trembled with resentment. Naruto often offended her, but never joked like that. He didn't slip her salt water instead of sweet tea or moldy bread instead of a fresh loaf. Before the girl could express her indignation, the boy pulled the fruit out of her hands. Silly girl, who eats oranges like that? A strange rustling sound was heard. First you need to peel the orange, it's bitter, then divide it into segments and only then put it in your mouth. Here, take it. Another object was shoved into her hands, but this time it was small and soft. Sasuke put the slice into her mouth much more carefully and bit into it. Sweet. Her eyes widened in surprise. Perhaps even too sweet. Tasty, huh? Naruto happily chomped next to him. Oranges are orange, Sasuke. It's my favorite color. Look, it's just like my jacket, right? The girl sighed. Naruto had an amazing ability to not notice her blindness. Not to pretend, not to mock, but simply to forget about her affliction, creating the feeling that it was something unimportant, insignificant. Although who in their right mind would classify blindness as insignificant? Naruto, what color are the tomatoes? Red. Bright, bright red. The girl suddenly had a strong desire to wear a red dress. Sasuke shook her head, pushing away the memories. What did this idiot need today? She didn't hear the rustle of pages of another book. I'm leaving the orphanage tomorrow. The girl clearly imagined a boy lying on the grass, chewing a blade of grass. I'm going to enroll in the Shinobi Academy, Tem. And someday I'll become a first-class warrior, and then Hokage. You, Sasuke chuckled. You don't have enough brains, Dobi. The most you'll get is genin. But you'll fit right in with someone's harem. They say they like pretty girls there. You won't become the senior wife, of course, but... What? The girl jumped to her feet, turning her face towards her eternal rival. Repeat what you said. I said, Naruto rose to his feet as well. I said that you are weak, Sasuke, and defective. And fit only to be someone's doormat. Bastard. Sasuke rushed towards the offender, but he easily stepped aside, letting the blow pass by. The girl fell to her knees. You are pathetic, Sasuke. No one will take you as a wife or as a servant, who needs a blind servant who is unable to perform her duties. Or maybe you will become a beggar and ask for alms. The girl lunged again, but this time the boy did not retreat. On the contrary, he forcefully slammed his fist into her stomach, causing the brunette to fall to the ground again. Spectators from the orphanage children began to gather around. Are you saying that I'm wrong? That you expect something different from fate? Naruto's voice was angry, mocking. Sasuke fell to her knees and coughed. Her eyes stung with tears. Uzumaki had struck unexpectedly and struck where it hurt most. Perhaps, deep down, she considered him a friend, the only kindred spirit in this orphanage, and that made the attack seem even more vile and painful. He had now said out loud everything that Sasuke herself had been so afraid of, ever since she was 4 years old, when she had overheard her teachers discussing her future fate. What had made her howl into her pillow? What had haunted her worst nightmares? To become a nobody. To become worse than a nobody. To lose herself completely. Come on, go ahead and cry. The kick landed right in the side, causing the girl to end up on the ground once again. Prove that I'm right. You, Sasuke stood up, holding her bruised side. You're a demon. So what? You're a blind, worthless, useless girl. You are wrong. Yes. Then prove it to me. Naruto rushed forward and began to deal Sasuke a hail of blows, which the girl barely dodged. Come on, get me, parry at least one blow, and I will ask the Sandame for you. You know he treats me well and will not refuse. Come on, weakling, prove that you are not a nobody. That you are not a mistake of nature. Slam. His blow landed on her open palm, and time slowed. Her blind eyes flew open. You are a demon, Uzumaki, a mistake of nature. You will never become someone, just an empty space. You are wrong, and I will prove it to you. I will still become Hokage, and you will all bow when you hear the name Uzumaki Naruto. Listen, Tem, not only are you blind, but you're also deaf. What, Dobi? Okay, you didn't see the chair fall, but you couldn't have failed to hear it. Then why the hell were you sprawled out here in the passage? They say that everything has a smell, even rocks. Sensors can determine by smell where even a stationary object is. Or, on the contrary, one that moves very quickly. They probably have a sense of smell like a dog. Sasuke, did you know that your nose is similar to a dog's? Dobi. The skin of an orange is rough. The walls of the orphanage are smooth. Naruto's skin is soft. Sasuke had been blind since birth. She couldn't tell colors apart, had never seen trees or clouds, didn't know the difference between night and day, but now she could see. The world that Uzumaki Naruto showed her grew around her in smells, sounds, and tactile sensations. showed her every day. Trees grew around her, not just the ones she knew about, but the entire surrounding forest. The outlines of children surrounding the fighting ones emerged. The old orphanage building took shape, and something evil, primordial, given to every member of the Uchiha clan, even the blind ones, was being born in her chest. Her legs themselves stood in a fighting, never before seen defensive stance. Prove it to me. No, not protection. Attacks. Sasuke rushed forward, and time ran after her. Strike after strike, dodge, jump, put out a hand and block. Dodge again and attack again. The world was opening up to Sasuke for the first time so openly, so clearly, and it all swirled around Naruto. Animal grace, developed intuition, economical movements of someone who, according to the laws of nature, should have been born a fighter. Uchiha is not just a family name. Uchiha is not just blood flowing in veins. Uchiha is not just a Sharingan. Her clan had forgotten about it. Sasuke did not know at all, but Naruto. Did he know? Felt. The girl swirled in the Uzumaki whirlpool, no longer feeling fear. The head teacher rushed forward, wanting to disperse the offenders, but was suddenly stopped by the hand of the third Hokage, standing in the shadow of the house. So this is what you really are, Uzumaki Naruto. Well, Minato will not be disappointed, he believed in his son for good reason. Hiruzen turned and entered the doors of the orphanage, dragging the head teacher with him. The order needs to be rewritten. The day after tomorrow, 2 children will be admitted to the academy at once. At the moment when the last curlicue was written on the paper, Sasuke, with a sharp turn and a kick, sent Naruto on a date with a tree. The girl hissed quietly, pressing a cotton ball soaked in a healing solution to the wound on her lip. The trees rustled outside the window, the night softly enveloped the orphanage building. Tomorrow she would leave here for a new life. Some rustling and quiet boyish voices were heard behind the wall leading to the boy's bedroom. Or rather, they would have been quiet for anyone except Sasuke. The Sasuke who was born this afternoon. Listen, Uzumaki, are you sleeping? What do you want? Why the hell did you put on this show today? Okay, the third enrolled her in the academy, but you understand. What do I understand? You'll have to live with her in the same apartment, drag her around with you, help her with her studies. What's the point of taking on this burden? She'll never become a shinobi. Idiot, you will never become a shinobi, and Sasuke and I will still fight for the post of Hokage. She is blind. She is strong, much stronger than you all think. The girl smiled and lay down on the mattress, stopping listening to the whispers behind the wall. A new world awaited her tomorrow. Chapter 3. Konoha greeted the children with the neighing of horses, the creaking of wheels, the clanging of metal and a multitude of voices. Shinobi were jumping on the roofs, trying to fulfill the Hokage's orders as quickly as possible. Shopkeepers were praising the goods lying on the shelves, children with dirty faces and shining eyes were running along the streets. Childhood is a good time, when you have parents. There was an intoxicating smell of fresh pastries, freshly fried meat, the freshness of washed sheets. The hidden leaf lived its usual everyday life. Naruto walked through the village, carelessly throwing his hands behind his head and warily glancing at Sasuke. Was she offended or not? Girls are complicated, you can't understand them, but, Kami-sama, he would not have gotten through to Sasuke any other way. Withdrawn, having put herself in incomprehensible boundaries and at the same time too alive for the life that was prepared for her. Uzumaki also knew how to eavesdrop, and he heard much more than Sasuke. He had been in places where a blind person would never get to in his life. And what was Naruto supposed to do when he was told about enrollment and moving? Leave her alone in the orphanage. He was already 6 years old, he was a man, he could not abandon her there. He had to do it like this, rudely, of course, and not fair, but. In short, he will have to apologize. Later, when the moment is right. And the old man third was stubborn. Naruto, you understand that blind people very rarely become shinobi. Yes, there are censors among them, but not at such a young age. And Sasuke does not show any special abilities in sensorics. The boy chuckled. They understand a lot. Big deal, she's blind, but she moves great. Like a cat, she will definitely become a strong kunoichi. Her side still hurts from the blow, although everything on it heals like on a dog. The girl seemed to hear his thoughts and turned, instantly snatching a familiar aura from an unfamiliar crowd and simultaneously dodging a passing carriage. Naruto chuckled again. So much for sensorics. The dormitory where the children were to live was located on the outskirts of the village, 10 minutes walk from the academy, which was very convenient. Naruto was, to put it mildly, not well liked in Konoha. Demon. If only he knew what was so demonic about him. but even the third was silent. One room, one closet, two beds, barely squeezed into the small room. Entire mansions for those who had lived their entire lives in the shelter's shared dormitories, designed for at least 6 people. Naruto immediately rushed to examine the apartment, while Sasuke froze in the center of the room, trying to determine and remember what was where. Sasuke, come and see what a kitchen there is. Wow, there's even a stove. Can you cook? Here is money for accommodation and food, your documents and personal belongings. The senior teacher, who accompanied the children from the shelter, put a heavy bundle on one of the beds. Try to buy essentials first. Bed linen, dishes, clothes and food. Oh, I found a saucepan. And some stinky flour on the windowsill. Do we have to leave it? The teacher Winston was glad that he would no longer have anything to do with these children. You will be given weapons at the academy, there is no need to spend money on them. And in general, try to be economical with money, you are now supported by Konoha, there is no need to waste state funds. Enrollment will be tomorrow at 9 in the morning, so do not be late. You will find your way yourself, in the worst case, you have the whole day today to search. Sasuke, I found ramen. Custard. Oh yeah, here are some food coupons for the nearest snack bar. You'll get 3 coupons per person per week. I don't know why the village leadership spends so much on you. Sasuke. XO, Naruto, can you just shut up for a minute? The teacher's patience finally snapped. That's it, I've given you the basic instructions, you'll figure out the rest yourselves. The man swore irritably and left the apartment, slamming the door hard. Somewhere the neighbors began to grumble. What did I say? Naruto, who appeared in the doorway, looked around the room in bewilderment. Oh, things. We need to see what they put in for us. By the way, Sasuke, are we going to leave the flour? A weighty pot was immediately thrust into the girl's hands. The thin wings of her nose fluttered, inhaling the sharp, slightly sweet smell. It stinks so much it stings your eyes. It's a geranium, Naruto. They say it blooms very beautifully. Large, bright flowers. Sometimes it's even red-orange. The boy thoughtfully ruffled the hair on the back of his head and pulled the pot out of Sasuke's hands. Okay, screw it, we'll sort it out later. The flower landed on the windowsill of the only room. What do we have here? Pants, t-shirts, a dress. Sasuke, why do we need a dress? Ouch, it hurts. To hell with it, a dress is a dress, some panties. Stop fighting. These are my panties, mine, I was joking. Yours are in a separate package, I didn't look. It hurts. Okay, well, I get it. And what is clear to you, Dobby? The girl raised an eyebrow skeptically. It's clear that you're hungry and have nowhere to sleep. Let's go eat. I heard something said about coupons. Naruto, we need to save money. First we need to buy dishes and bed linen, food for the first time, find the academy, and only then have fun. Yes, I understand. Well, maybe just once. And then we'll go and buy some crap. Especially since I know the way to the academy. Where? The boy frowned and did not answer. He had been to the village often enough, but it had not received him very kindly. Who cared? He would show them all what Uzumaki Naruto was worth. Sasuke did not wait for an answer, but thanks to her heightened senses, she recognized that the atmosphere in the room had changed. The girl's cheek twitched slightly, but she considered it pointless to continue the argument. Okay, let's go find a snack bar. Ichiraku Ramen stood right next to the main road of Konoha, leading from the gate to the Hokage residence. Every day, dozens of shinobi passed through this small but very cozy establishment, leaving or just returning from a mission. The cook and owner of the establishment in one person turned out to be a good-natured middle-aged man with a quiet, pleasant voice. Oddly enough, Uzumaki was known here. Koso, Naruto, I haven't seen you here for a while. How are you? And who is your charming companion? Everything is fine, old man Tuki. I moved to the village today and tomorrow I start studying at the academy. You'll see, very soon I'll become a shinobi, and then Hokage. Sasuke was ready to swear that Naruto was literally bursting with pride at that moment. And this is Sasuke, she entered with me. Just Sasuke. And what's your last name, girl? You remind me of someone. Fuyu. The girl pursed her lips and hid her eyes behind her bangs. Naruto twitched his cheek. He knew, but he couldn't stand it. Well, Sasuke, I'm always glad to see Naruto's friends in my cafe. Tuki, smiling softly, put 2 portions of fragrant noodles in front of the children. He didn't show his attitude to the Sasuke surname, unlike Uzumaki, guessing the reasons for its origin. It's hard not to notice the Uchiha family traits and the girl's blindness. Enjoy your meal. Arigato. The children simultaneously broke their chopsticks and began to eat, and the cook went to serve the next customers. The man continued to secretly watch the future shinobi. They ate silently, carefully, which was not at all typical of Uzumaki, and absolutely in sync. Naruto often came to Ichiraku during his raids on the village, but Chuki had never seen such behavior. As if they had been measured with a ruler or a crooked mirror had been placed, they seemed different, like day and night, and at the same time like two halves of a whole. Strange. The children finished eating at the same time, put their chopsticks on the counter at the same time, and also simultaneously exclaimed, "Thanks for the food." Chuki said goodbye to the customers, cleared away the dishes and blinked in surprise. He had never seen anything like this. Very strange. The time remaining until the evening flew by quickly and crumpled. Naruto tried not to get into the center of the crowd, to make purchases in small darkened shops, where there was less chance of being recognized, to move through the courtyards and outskirts, to speak in a low voice. Sasuke only frowned in concentration, not understanding such strange behavior of her loud-voiced friend, but Uzumaki kept silent. He was afraid to spoil Sasuke's first impression of the village. He, the idiot, hangs around here every weekend, knows every dog, has long been accustomed to rudeness and boorishness, and slaps on the back of the head. Sasuke was in Konoha for the first time. She should not encounter the special attitude of the locals towards Uzumaki Naruto yet. Although she will still run into him, XO. And she will probably have a drink with him. Of course, she is friends with a demon, she even lives in the same apartment. And it doesn't matter that their friendship is very peculiar and she will have to live with him out of necessity. They will still shout at her back. The main thing is that they don't throw stones, otherwise Naruto may not keep the promise given to the third. The boys returned home tired and loaded with purchases. They quickly took a shower and went to bed, limiting themselves to the usual phrases. It wasn't that they didn't have the strength to chat, but the next day scared both of them. Sasuke was much more worried than Naruto. The boy had known all his life that he would enter the academy and become a shinobi. He collected lost kunai at the training grounds and trained in throwing, often spied on the training genin and chunin. For Sasuke, everything that happened was a complete surprise. The day before yesterday she was a useless blind orphan from an orphanage with no prospects for the future, and today she found herself on the threshold of a new, interesting life. Her internal sensors went slightly off kilter from the excitement, and she ran into some boy from the crowd of applicants, knocking him down. Sorry, watch where you're going. Are you blind or something? The boy, who grew up in a clan of hereditary shinobi, was not going to let an insult from some clanless judging by the lack of identifying stripes girl go. The fear returned instantly. The fairy tale was over, and now a new round of bullying would begin. Especially since there were no more teachers whose presence could somehow restrain the bullies. And she didn't know what to expect from these children. Are you an idiot or something? Naruto, who suddenly appeared right in front of Sasuke, instantly switched attention to himself. Of course she's blind. If she could see, she'd already be jumping on rooftops in a Junin vest. Make way for the future Hokage and his first assistant. Uzumaki. The fear was gone. She was still not alone in this world. We'll see which of us will become Hokage, Dobi. Covered up. Topic. Sasuke squared her shoulders proudly and followed Naruto into the academy, no longer paying attention to the disgruntled crowd behind her. Koso. Welcome back. Fuyu. Unnecessary, free interpretation of transcription. I will be glad if experts of the language correct. Chapter 4. Yumino Iruka thoughtfully examined the report card of the students about to enter their final year. At the top of the list was Fuyu Sasuke, and at the bottom was Uzumaki Naruto. It seemed like only yesterday these children had crossed the threshold of the academy for the first time. Hell no. Every year of Uzumaki Naruto's training should have been counted as 2 or even 3 years of service in the field. During Uzumaki's training, Iruka lost millions of nerve cells, ruined 3 Junin vests and broke 2 teeth, acquired gray hair and a persistent nervous tic. What didn't this boy do? He skipped classes, was rude to teachers, painted the Hokage's mountain faces, constantly bullied others, fought and turned classes into a farce. He behaved like a clown and led other children astray. And it would be fine if the guy was stupid, but no, Naruto knew the theory no worse than others, threw kunai perfectly and, in principle, coped well with techniques. True, for some reason not with all, some he simply refused to teach, some he did not even try to train, and some he reinterpreted in some completely unimaginable outrageous manner. He was still ashamed to remember his own reaction to his henge exam. He had to think of it. to create the image of a naked busty blonde. And this at 10 years old. Uruka rubbed his cheeks, reddened by one memory, and looked at the report cards again. Sasuke Fuyu. Sasuke Uchiha, if not for the lack of vision and the overly large ego of Mr. Fugaku. Even after the girl's first year at the academy, Uruka tried to talk to her father. The conversation turned out unpleasant, and Yumino could only reassure himself that at least he tried. Theory is 10 out of 10. Taijutsu, 10 out of 10. Genjutsu, 10 out of 10. Ninjutsu, probably a 9, solely due to the peculiarities of the organism. When the girl first appeared at the academy, none of the teachers expected anything from her. They considered it rather a whim of the third Hokage, a form of pity or some kind of advertising ploy. However, Sasuke managed to surprise everyone. The beautiful, stately girl attracted the attention of students, mostly boys, at first sight, but communicated only with her roommate. Of course, if constant fights, quarrels and disputes could be called communication. Naruto bullied Sasuke every day, attacked him secretly and openly, insulted, hid and damaged things, for which he was repeatedly beaten by classmates. For a long time, Sensei could not understand how they even managed to live under the same roof without hurting each other. However, after taking a closer look, Uruka realized one amazing thing: Naruto taught Sasuke in his own way, understandable only to the two of them. Ugly fights in the yard, nothing more than multiple repetitions of the same taijutsu technique, learned in class, multivariant, unexpected, investing knowledge through practice, not theory. 50 to 70 blows, and the girl is able to perform the technique herself from any stance and position. Adapt it to her blindness and sensorics. Throwing rocks at her on a small training ground, setting up mud holes, stretching colorless fishing lines along the passages, this was also training, even more brutal than fights, but Sasuke was now capable of passing any genin-level obstacle course. Rakuto was a witness to how many times after her falls and bruises Uruka was about to throw Naruto out of the academy for behavior unworthy of a shinobi, but Sasuke got up every time, clenched her fists and moved on. And she no longer fell into holes, easily stepped over fishing lines, dodged rocks. Sensei did not understand the principle of her actions and did not understand why Naruto saw this principle. Uzumaki taught her to throw kunai and shurikens, driving her crazy with offensive nicknames and turning himself into a living target. He commented on her capture, the physics of flight relative to the ground and sky, hid behind trees and poles without making a sound. He even learned to hide his chakra when the girl learned to figure out a bully by it. During the exams, Sasuke hit the target 10 out of 10 times, no other student had such a result. And at the same time, Uzumaki never, to anyone, under any circumstances allowed anyone to mock Sasuke. He somehow sensed who might say something offensive or do something and started the fight. Always. First. Always. At full strength. The Jinchuriki was neither an idiot nor a weakling, even the clan children soon had to admit it. Sasuke was his territory, his area of responsibility, and he always made sure that no one crossed the permitted boundaries. Neither out of affection, nor out of envy. Genjutsu didn't work on her, not at all, not only visual, but also auditory. Apparently, this was some kind of compensation from nature for her blindness. But the girl was better than anyone at casting auditory illusions, thanks to special bells woven into her unevenly cut hair. Naruto had brought the bells from somewhere, and he was the one who first wove the small metal balls into her thick hair. Uruka had once taken a closer look, seizing the moment, and was surprised to discover the master's mark. Handmade, obviously a special order. Where did the orphanage beggar get such money? Her natural charm and sandals tied with fishing line, almost falling apart from age, were an eloquent answer to the unspoken question. Uruka did not understand how this boy could combine such different qualities, reaching the point of extreme and absurdity. Restless, fidgety, sometimes lazy, Yumino saw with his own eyes how he helped Sasuke prepare for the theory exams. He read the scroll out loud. Once, twice, 3 times, as many times as it took for the blind girl to memorize the text. Uruka was ready to swear that Uzumaki memorized this text too, even before his genius friend, but during the exam he did not reproduce even half of it. Out of spite, or what? Uruka hated the 9 tails inside the Jinchuriki. Gods be my witnesses, there was a reason to hate him, but he couldn't treat the boy the same way. He tried, suppressed his feelings, but his lips involuntarily spread into a treacherous smile. However, all Naruto's efforts regarding Sasuke could not cover up one sad, but obvious fact: the girl was blind, and the girl was not a natural censor, someone for whom blindness was not a hindrance, but a springboard to new heights. Uruka, Are you here? There was a quiet knock on the door, and a tall old man wrapped in a white kimono appeared on the threshold of the classroom. Hello, Sarutobi-sama. Please come in. So, how are our graduates doing? How many people have moved on to their final year? Currently 24, Sarutobi-sama. Here is a prepared list indicating all the students' strengths and weaknesses that have been identified so far. Uruka, sit down. Hiruzen sat down in the chair and pushed the papers with the report cards aside. What's bothering you? Sorry. Calm down and explain to me what exactly is bothering you so much that for the third day now you have not been able to bring me the test results yourself. Uruka sighed and pulled out one report card from the pile. Sasuke, Hiruzen shook his head sadly. Sasuke Fuyu, 12 years old, ahead of her peers by 2 or more points in all respects. High skills in camouflage and strategy, fast weaving of seals, the ability to resist an enemy twice as strong as herself. Uruka swallowed, but forced himself to continue. The lack of vision does not allow her to create ninjutsu techniques on her own. The replacement technique is still successful, but henge is no longer available in the required version. She does not know colors, which means she cannot repeat them. Cloning will be impossible to reproduce. Kaden has been mastered as the primary technique of the Uchiha clan, but a fire dragon will not grow out of it. The girl does not know what it looks like, and does not have enough imagination to recreate any other image. I have no right to not let her into the next class with such indicators, but at the same time I understand that this is her limit. I do not know what to do, teacher. Uruka dropped his head into his hands and fell silent. Hiruzen lit his pipe and looked thoughtfully out the open window. Aromatic smoke enveloped the room, and the first smoke ring flew out after a light breeze. Since we have no right to refuse her the right to continue her studies, then it seems we should let her go further. Don't despair, Uruka, perhaps a miracle will happen by the next semester and something will change. The will of fire is very strong in the girl, as is in her friends. Naruto, leaning against the stone wall of the academy under the windows of the teacher's room, clenched his fists hard and bit his lip until it bled. The Konoha Hospital was a huge gray building with a tiled roof, surrounded by a wrought iron fence. The lights were always on inside, doctors in white coats were bustling about, and it smelled of herbal infusions and disinfectant. Naruto had been there several times during his annual medical examination and had never been treated humanely. However, there was nothing to choose from anyway. Rolling from heel to toe for the last time, the guy jumped out of his shelter in the tree and with a springy step set off to storm the impregnable walls. Getting inside wasn't difficult. There was a crowd of civilians at the entrance, but the path further on lay through a rather dangerous territory. Naruto wanted to get into the archive and look for ways to get rid of blindness there, but the road lay through a narrow corridor with a doctor's office, a turn to the operating blocks and the head doctor's office. Uzumaki didn't plan on catching the medic's eye. Naruto covered the 45 meters in a straight line in 3.4 seconds, setting a personal best, and was able to exhale only when the heavy door of the archives closed behind him. Entire labyrinths of shelves filled to the brim with boxes of scrolls and books opened before his eyes, but the guy just stubbornly raised his chin and got down to business. There really was no choice. Sasuke wasn't just a roommate for Naruto, not just his first and only friend, not just a family member. Sasuke was a symbol. When the boy had a particularly hard day and his hands were down, she would greet him with homemade ramen and a bottle of cold milk. When his hands and knees were sore from the after effects of fights, she would silently take the bandages and carefully bandage the wounds. When angry words filled his mouth with hot iron, and his nerves were stretched like steel ropes, she would give him a resounding slap and hug him. Naruto realized that Sasuke was the only value in his life, and this made him feel both bitter and sweet. In realizing that Sasuke was there, behind his back, he forced himself to get up and go, shouting about his ninja path and his desire to become Hokage. He couldn't give up. He had no right. And at the same time, he clearly understood that Sensei Iruka was right, and Sasuke had reached her limit. This caused a protest not only in his soul, but, it seemed, in his whole body. Such a strong, capable, such an infinitely stubborn Sasuke could not stop now and stop this Naruto, because he simply could not go further, but without her. Another scroll flew to the side, and the Jinchuriki immediately grabbed the next one. How many times had he covered her back from flying rocks and dirty insults? How many noses had he broken, feeling even a hint of a threat towards his fragile friend? How many lectures had he listened to from the senseis and the third? Naruto had long since lost count. It didn't matter. In principle, nothing really mattered if Sasuke smiled, overcoming another obstacle. And so it would be in the future, if he were not Uzumaki Naruto. The minutes flowed slowly, filled with quiet breathing, rustling pages and shuffling feet. Box after box, shelf after shelf. Somewhere here was the truth. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Naruto flinched and dropped the scroll. XO. He was so engrossed in reading that he didn't notice that someone had come in. Although, what difference did it make? It was too late to hide, they'd noticed anyway. The guy bent down, picked up the fallen scroll and started reading again. Who the hell are you? Answer me immediately. The Irionin was taken aback by the intruder's impudence, but did not take any action yet. Who knows, maybe this is an enemy shinobi or a hired killer, you won't have time to squeak, as you will end up in the morgue. If you continue to remain silent, I will call security. A long sigh was heard. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Wait, that same Naruto. The medic noticeably relaxed and grinned. And what did the demon of Konoha need in the village's medical archive? None of your business. The boy snapped and demonstratively grabbed the next scroll from the shelf. Go where you were going. No way, you little bastard. You made a mess here, you're rude to me and you think I'm going to let you get away with it. Now follow me quickly. The Irionin quickly approached, snatching the scroll from Naruto's hands, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and dragged him out of the archive. Uzumaki didn't resist. In the couple of hours he spent here, he realized that his knowledge was catastrophically insufficient to even understand the terminology, much less find a solution to the problem. The medic dragged the boy down the corridor, opened the door to the doctor's office and shoved him into a large room filled with doctors. Look what a big rat we have in our archive. A demon himself. All attention was immediately focused on Naruto, who had fallen from a sudden movement right in the center of the office. The medics smiled, and typical nasty jokes were heard. Who cares? Naruto slowly rose to his feet and put his hands in his pockets. And what was such a big rat looking for in our documents? The Irene woman sitting at the table near the window smiled nastily and took off her glasses. A cure for cowardice and stupidity. Laughter burst out. Naruto spat right on the floor and looked straight at the Joker, with a long, unblinking gaze. He knew how to look at her in such a way that laughter would get stuck in people's throats. He didn't like it, but he knew how. The woman coughed. The atmosphere in the office began to quickly become tense. A cure for blindness, the Jinchuriki's voice was dry and hoarse. He was thirsty, but the only water he would get here would be poisoned. Blindness. Are you going blind? Another medic, with a short haircut and 3 slanted tattoos under his eye. The boy was the village's weapon, and weapons need to be looked after from time to time. Even the Irionins, who had survived the terrible night of Fox's attack, understood this. Not me. Naruto twitched his cheek. HN, a very young doctor, hardly older than 18. Does the little demon have a blinding friend for whom he is ready to risk and climb into a closed facility? Uzumaki swallowed. Not going blind. Blind. Since birth. We are the same age. The doctors began to exchange glances and look away. Treat the one who recognized the demon as a friend. And also blind from birth. Even if they wanted to, the eyes are too complex an organ. If they couldn't do anything at the very beginning of life, then now, 12 years later, even more so. Apparently, there are no chakra channels at all, or they are too weak, or the blood vessels are damaged. Or the lens. The female doctor clicked her pen. What color are her eyes? Is the pupil visible? Is there a grid on the iris? No. No grid, no pupil. They are black and like. I don't know. Covered in ash. Young again. Well then, forgive me, little demon, medicine is powerless here. Unless we transplant your eyes into her. Are you ready to become blind for your girlfriend? The staff room filled with laughter again, and Naruto flew out, no longer hoping for anything. Kaiza was returning from his shift at the hospital when a daytime intruder appeared in front of him in a whirlwind of shunshin. Ready. Irionin recoiled and fell onto the road. In the evening twilight the demon looked especially scary. What? Forgive me. I said that I was ready to go blind for her. Even if it was only partially, you can only transplant one of my eyes to her, right? Kaiza narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the child standing in front of him. I can. The Irionin's smile was anything but friendly. However, Naruto was not much bothered by this. The day after tomorrow, I will have a day off. Give me the address. Aren't you going to perform the operation in a hospital? The Jinchuriki was still wary. I don't think the head doctor will approve of it. But you won't back down from your desire, despite the papers, will you? No, Uzumaki frowned. I'll wait. He gave the address and disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. Kaiza was left alone, and an evil anticipation was already flaring up inside him. Finally, he had the chance to take revenge. Chapter 5. Kaiza was 7 years old when the nine-tailed fox attacked the village. And this event divided his life into before and after. Before, there was a loving family. Mom, Dad, and 2 older shinobi brothers, shared breakfasts and dinners, Sunday picnics, cheerful noisy family holidays. After, only Mom remained, having grown thin and aged by decades in one day. Memories of blood, corpses, pieces of beams and stones strewn throughout the village, gloomy funerals in the pouring rain. Nightmares in which the furious monster crushed him with its tails and paws over and over again, tore him apart with the blades of its teeth. Even during his studies at the academy, Kaiza had excellent chakra control, an excellent memory, and diligence. The first field missions after graduation finally determined his future path, to become an Irionin. The subsequent grueling training as a medic, sleepless nights, and cured people convinced him more and more every day that his decision was right. He could almost not think about his dead family and aging mother, almost not dream that everything could have been different, almost not look for the hated creature in the guise of an innocent child in the crowd. Almost. His eyes still caught sight of him. The yellow, eternally disheveled hair, and the bright orange suit covered in patches, and the gleam of eyes as blue as the spring sky. And something desperately childish beat in his heart. It was unfair. It was unfair that his father and brothers died, and this degenerate continued to enjoy life. It's not fair that they rot in the grave and don't see the cherry blossoms, but he does. It's not fair that they don't have a future, but he does. There is nothing bad or shameful in the desire for revenge, especially since Kaiza did not intend to kill the demon. Perhaps to slightly equalize his position with those who died 11 years ago. Scalpels, jars with solutions, scrolls of seal for the upcoming operation took their place in the travel bag. The nine-tailed one deserved it. Naruto was especially nervous today. Not that the boy hadn't fallen into such a state before, but today this nervousness irritated Sasuke especially strongly, sharper movements, knocking over chairs and breaking scarce dishes. Books, kunai and clothes scattered around the apartment. A curtain torn from an awkward movement. Ragged breathing and a caustic, thick silence filling the room from floor to ceiling. Sasuke had never been particularly sociable, rarely starting a conversation herself, but today for some reason she was desperately trying to break the oppressive atmosphere, to pull Uzumaki out of it and not choke herself. It didn't work. The words stuck in his throat and settled on his lips unspoken. They seemed too inappropriate and dangerous, capable of destroying something very important and fragile. Uzumaki continued to rush about, now grabbing the laundry, now suddenly dropping everything and sitting down on the thrice-washed floor. He was silent, choking on this silence, but stubbornly ignoring the discomfort. He touched Sasuke more often than usual, grabbed his hands, sat him on his knees, buried his nose in his thick black hair. Sasuke hugged him around the neck, pressed him to herself, and today, more than ever, she regretted that she could not see his face. Maybe it would be easier. The knock on the door came a little before the nervous tension reached its peak and resulted in a scandal. It hit the nerves, knocked the breath out. Sasuke jerked towards the door, but strong hands held her back, did not let her take the next step. The eyes, Sasuke, are the mirror of the soul. What leads to the soul should not be dead. Nimble fingers found the only necessary point on the neck and pressed. Consciousness sank into emptiness. Naruto easily picked up the girl in his arms, laid her on a neatly made bed and only then went to open the door. Irionin watched with detachment as the boy moved the beds to the center of the room, placed the requested basin of warm water on a chair, and hung bandages made from new sheets on the back of the chair. Then he took off his sweater, remaining in pants and an old, washed-out t-shirt, and lay down on the free bed, taking the girl by the hand. Thick curtains reliably hid the accomplices from prying eyes, and the door was blocked by a barrier. Relax, the needle professionally entered the vein of the sleeping girl. I'll put you to sleep. When you wake up, everything will be over. Is that long? Even though he knew he was parting with a piece of himself, the boy didn't tremble. This might have inspired respect, if Kaiza had been capable of respecting bloodthirsty killers. You'll come to your senses by evening. The second injection went to the Jinchuriki himself. You won't see me again, Naruto-kun. You won't see anything else. Naruto fell endlessly. He flew along an endless black well, hit the slimy walls, tore his hands trying to grab onto something. It didn't work. He continued to fall, losing consciousness and returning to it again, choking on his own scream, choking on blood. And he himself did not understand at what point he found himself in the sewer, where the water reached his knees. The narrow corridors went into darkness, a strange glow came from the walls, making the atmosphere even more sinister. The water was cold, but surprisingly clear. You could see every pebble and crack, every trickle of blood flowing from torn palms. You could see it with both eyes. What happened? Sasuke. Sasuke. The echo rolled through the deserted corridors and died away somewhere in the distance. No answer. Naruto rose from his knees and walked unsteadily forward, looking into all the rooms and branches along the way. Empty. Sasuke. Scary. Damn, how scary. Not for yourself, but for the most precious person who trusted you. Kami-sama, he's an idiot, he knew that you can't trust the medics. Sasuke. The corridor ended in a huge, dimly lit hall. No walls, no ceiling, no other end visible. Only a huge gate, cutting off further progress. Sasuke is there. Then he will blow this obstacle to hell. Sasuke. He has appeared, a menacing roar, almost a howl, and huge scarlet eyes appear from the darkness behind the gate. The burning, furious chakra of hatred knocks you off your feet, but it becomes lighter and you can see what is hidden in the darkness. A terrible beastly grin, 9 tails, an elongated fox-like muzzle. Kyuubi no Yoko, a mysterious monster from legends, a demon of hatred and fear. I don't care, I have no time for him now. Where's Sasuke? Naruto struggled to his feet, holding on under another onslaught of the evil wind, and approached the gate. What did you do to her? Answer me, Dadbeo, before I turn you inside out. Me. A hoarse, creepy laugh rolled through the room. I did nothing to your girlfriend, stupid vessel. You yourself did a great job of destroying another Uchiha. Destroy? What the fuck are you talking about? Where is Sasuke? Speak up immediately. The fox grinned. So small, so pathetic, and so noisy. Was it me who brought an Iryanin who hated you to a blind girl? Was it me who allowed him to put me into an artificial sleep and perform incomprehensible manipulations? Was it me who trusted a potential enemy without any guarantee that he would keep his word? Naruto lowered his head and placed his hand on the bars of the cage. He lied and didn't perform the operation. Then why am I still alive? How did I end up in this place? Where the hell am I? You were inside your own consciousness, stupid vessel. Iryanin performed the operation, but that was not enough. He did not heal anything. He simply transplanted both eyes of the blind Uchiha into you and left you to die from blood loss. Like her. Underachiever. But I'm alive. I healed your wounds. I don't like existing in a decaying body. The 9-tailed one kept quiet about the fact that he had also pierced the chakra channels in the blind eyes. By accident. He couldn't heal selectively. He patched up everything that was there. Exist. Are you inside me? Do you exist inside me? Am I a Jinchuriki? Lines from books describing who Jinchuriki were flashed before his inner eye. Living vessels for demons. Toys in the hands of the leaders of hidden villages. Weapons of mass destruction. Who sealed you? Not that I wanted to know. Not that I wanted to understand who I should thank for my happy childhood. It just slipped out. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. My previous vessel, the demon grinned evilly. I killed her myself on the day you were born. Naruto didn't flinch, continuing to look at the floor. For some reason, the fact that he was now talking to his mother's killer didn't bother his mind too much. Something else was worrying him now. If you healed me, then your chakra can heal. A sunken boy's face with impenetrable black eyes was reflected in the smooth surface of the water. That means if Sasuke is still alive, I can heal her with your help. You can heal her. A single tear rolled down his cheek and fell into the water, disturbing the calm and starting the first of the diverging circles. That means my life still has meaning. The boy lunged forward, grabbing one of the tails through the bars, and pulled it sharply towards himself. Red chakra flowed through his hands, enveloping him from head to toe. A fire flared up in his stomach, and Kyuubi choked on his words, looking into the face of the vessel. Rinnegan. Not a shadow, not an illusion, the dujutsu of Rakudo's father burned in his wide-open eyes, shining with tenacity and fury. A dujutsu that the 9 tails had not seen for many centuries. In due time a man will appear who will show you the true path of power. Embodiment. Is the boy the embodiment of his father? The first, the only one in history, who decided to mix the blood of Indra and Asura not for profit, not for power and privileges, for a desperate attempt to help. The golden chakra created a semblance of a cloak thrown over the shoulders, the outlines of 6 black Magata appeared along the neck. My name is not a vessel. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Remember my name, Dadbeo. The boy disappeared from consciousness, causing the 9 tails to narrow his eyes thoughtfully. Naruto woke up abruptly, emerged from a waking dream, not really understanding what had just happened, and immediately rushed to Sasuke. The girl was tossing and turning on her bed, desperately coughing up blood and arching in pain, moaning, breaking her voice, and crying. Streams of red tears flowed from under her eyelashes stuck together from the blood, leaving dirty streaks on her cheeks. The girl's hands, for some reason tied to the bed with bandages, had already begun to turn blue. The bandages had squeezed the blood vessels. Not knowing what to do first, Naruto rushed for a kunai, knocking over a basin of cold water on the go, returned to Sasuke and cut the bandages. His hands immediately rushed to his eyes, trying to tear out the source of the pain. Idiot! Uzumaki jerked and looked around, trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. Apart from him and Sasuke, there was no one else in the room, and it was already getting dark outside. Stop turning your head, I'm still inside you. And stop twitching, your girlfriend is about to die. Naruto froze. Nine Tails. Were you waiting for Rakuto-sanin? Sit on top of her, press her hands down. Don't let her touch her eyes. Deciding that things couldn't get any worse, Uzumaki obeyed. Put your right palm over her eyes and hold still. I'll do it myself. Scarlet chakra flowed through the palm, first enveloping the girl's head, then her entire body, and then the Jinchuriki himself. The agonizing minutes of waiting flowed. Naruto was afraid to even breathe, only squeezing the brunette's hips tighter, who was resisting less and less. The clock counted down midnight, then 1 o'clock in the morning, then 2. Drums pounded loudly in his head, but Uzumaki held on, driving away criminal weakness and drowsiness with an effort of will. Finally, it was all over. The glow was gone, the hem of the ghostly cloak behind her stopped fluttering in the invisible wind, and Sasuke began to breathe evenly, falling into a normal, peaceful sleep. Naruto got off her, went to the bathroom and wet a towel. Then he came back and began to carefully wipe the bloody stains from his friend's face. Thank you, Nine Tails. I will never forget this. HN. Is there anything I can do to thank you? Try not to die. The fox growled dully in his consciousness. Why did he help? What did he care about pathetic little people? Hide your Rinnegan, Uzumaki Naruto. You shouldn't show off your abilities to everyone. Rinnegan, what is that? Look in the mirror. Naruto returned to the bathroom and began to examine his face. It seemed that in a few hours he had lost 10 kilograms, his cheeks had sunken in, the eternal tan had disappeared, a hard crease had formed under his lips. In the black pools of his eyes, from the pupil to the iris, there were even circles at equal intervals between each other. What is this? The Rinnegan is my father's legacy. You awakened this dujutsu yourself, so deal with it yourself. The fox lay down in the center of the cage and covered himself with his tails. A stupid child. And he was stupid too, since he was helping him. Put a blindfold on the girl. Don't even think about taking it off for at least a week. Find her some chakra restoring pills. Thank you. Damn, thank you so much. I'm sorry I snapped back there in the dungeon, I was just too scared. What's your name? Have you lost your memory? No, I mean the real name. The fox looked at his reflection and said nothing. After waiting a few minutes without hearing an answer, Naruto returned to the room and wrapped a blindfold around Sasuke's eyes. Then he covered the girl with a warm blanket, lay down next to her and hugged her tightly. Already falling asleep, a dull, Kurama, thundered in his consciousness. A flock of black crows took flight outside the window. Commentary on Chapter 5. A huge thank you to my readers, especially those who leave reviews. Your support really helps me when writing the next chapters. Special thanks to Sophia Love, you touched me with your words. This is what the author tries for. Chapter 6. To be honest, Kaiza had no plans to meet Uzumaki Naruto and his girlfriend again. Never. He was not tormented by conscience, shame, or fear of possible exposure and subsequent retribution. The boy did not know his name, the hospital was full of young doctors, so no one would be able to prove anything. And having become blind, the child himself could not cause the medic any significant harm. And it was all the more unexpected to find the demon the next morning on the windowsill of his office. Angry, blazing with demonic chakra. Sighted. The boy jumped off the windowsill, tilted his head to the side and began to slowly advance on the medic, pushing him towards the shelf with drugs on the far wall. Irionen felt beads of sweat appear on his temples, but he could not utter a sound, his voice had completely disappeared from fear. It seemed that with each step he took the office was plunging into impenetrable darkness. You know, I won't ask why you did this to me. Uzumaki's voice sounded a few tones lower today, I see. Everything is clear and typical. Half of Konoha has such stories. I understand. And I'm not even offended, honestly. But Sasuke. Irionen shuddered. I performed the operation on her according to all the rules. She shouldn't have suffered. He finally broke into a traitorous squeak. But she was hurt. Naruto turned his anthracite eyes from the medic's face to the shelves behind him. I need thick bandages, headache pills, and chakra restoring pills. Now. Kaiza swallowed nervously and rushed to look for what he needed on the shelves. Fear made his movements nervous and awkward, but he still found everything he needed, putting it in the first box he came across. The demon silently took the box and went to the window, but before leaving he turned around. You know, Kaiza Todoku, I'm not vindictive in principle, if it concerns only me. But if you try to harm people close to me even once in your life, I will destroy you. It flared with chakra, saturated with hatred. Thank you for your help, Kurama. I wanted to punish you myself. This puppy raised his hand against me. Irionen whined and slid down the wall. When Naruto returned home, Sasuke was still asleep. He moved the beds into place, washed the floors thoroughly, rubbing away the traces of blood, cleaned the kitchen and made soup. Then he finished washing the clothes, darned the torn curtain, put the scattered kunai in a box and sat down to read a book. The sun was slowly setting, it began to drizzle. The lines merged into one, there was no meaning in what was written. At least at the moment. Naruto groaned and hit his head on the table, closed the book and returned to the room, settling down on the floor. The Jinchuriki figured out the methods of turning on and turning off the Rinnegan quite quickly. All he had to do was concentrate and block some of the chakra channels going to his eyes, and the Dujutsu was deactivated. However, that was where the guy's success in mastering new abilities ended. It was impossible to understand what he had lost or gained. He himself did not feel any changes, and Kurama refused to explain. He refused to talk at all. At least he helped with the Irionen, and that was just bread. Naruto didn't know what to do next. How to explain what happened to Sasuke. How to help her adapt to her vision. How to explain what happened to the sensei, classmates, and the third. XO. Naruto knew Sarutobi Hiruzen well enough to know that when he spoke of a miracle, he was talking about a miracle, not about an eye transplant. Old Man Third had looked after him since childhood. He taught little Naruto to read and write, told interesting stories with some kind of instructive meaning, warned him against human anger and his own cruelty, which could grow inside and absorb all the good that was in the boy. He did not visit the orphanage very often, but he always found time to talk to the orphans, not only with Naruto, with everyone who needed his support and comfort. Uzumaki did not understand the intricacies of politics, but he felt that if Sarutobi could help Sasuke, he would. Simply because he was a good person and cared about all the inhabitants of the Land of Fire. And since Sasuke hadn't been helped before, it meant Naruto had once again done something incredible that no one could have even imagined. There had been precedents, and they had never been patted on the head, and it was sickening to even remember them. But the third Hokage wasn't the kind of interlocutor with whom you could keep quiet. Shit. Water, Sasuke wheezed, trying to get out of bed. Lie down, I'll be right back. Naruto rushed into the kitchen, poured a glass of freezing water from the tap and rushed back. He helped her sit up, held the glass while the girl greedily swallowed, quenching her thirst, put a pillow under her back. How are you feeling? Does anything hurt? My head is splitting. Sasuke leaned her elbows on the pillow and tried to rub her eyes. Her hand hit the bandage. What the hell, Naruto? What happened yesterday? Wait a minute. Naruto took a pill out of the box and put it in the girl's hand. Here, drink it. It will make you feel better. Sasuke tried to frown, but the bandages got in the way. What is this? Just drink, please. I'll explain everything to you. The girl hesitated for a few seconds, but then put the pill in her mouth. She was used to trusting Naruto with such things. Several minutes passed in silence, and then the dull pain in her temples began to go away. Sasuke relaxed. Well, will you finally explain to me what happened yesterday? Naruto closed his eyes and blurted out. I transplanted my eyes into you. I realized that it sounded crumpled and unclear, took a deep breath and repeated calmly. I transplanted my eyes into you. Sasuke considered what had just been said for a few moments. Are you crazy, Uzumaki? What did you do? I transplanted my eyes into you. Naruto climbed onto her bed, lay down at the foot of the bed, and put his hands behind his head. The cherry blossoms are supposed to be especially beautiful this year. I figured it wouldn't be fair if you didn't see them again. Don't worry, Sasuke, I took yours for myself, so I'm not the loser. The girl raised her hand to her face and carefully touched the bandage, trying to digest what she had heard. Idiot, her voice trembled. You're an idiot, Naruto. What the hell, Sakura? What a loser, how are you going to? Sasuke sobbed and bit her hand hard, trying to suppress the approaching hysteria. But I see, Sasuke, the boy rose and pulled his friend to him, enclosing her in a cocoon of embrace. I see the world through your eyes. And now you can see it through mine. You couldn't have known that this would happen. You couldn't have known that you wouldn't go blind instead of me. She burst into tears, clinging to him. Her inflamed brain still didn't understand that this wasn't a bad joke, but reality, that she had really received the most valuable gift of all. A chance to see this world for real. No one could have known this. How did you even manage to do this? Shish. Naruto squeezed his hands tighter. Couldn't. What difference does it make now? Probably. Such is the peculiarity of the organism. The main thing is that everything worked out. Were you really willing to go blind so that I could see? Yes. And it was true. Even before the operation, in those very hours after the joke in the staff room and before the agreement with the medic, Naruto had made a decision for himself. If the medic had said that both eyes had to be transplanted without fail, Uzumaki would have taken this step anyway. With the dream of becoming Hokage, he would have thought of something. He would have gotten out of it. He would have found another way to achieve it. After all, he was not one to give up. Idiot. God, what an idiot you are, Naruto, how good it is that you exist in this world. Sasuke pressed herself against him and cried. The bandage was soaked with tears and the remains of blood, and Uzumaki was silent and stroked the girl's back. They fell asleep like that, pressed together on the same bed, not paying attention to the cold and the quiet patter of rain outside the window. The week before the bandage was removed dragged on painfully long for both of them. The boys were nervous, snapping at each other, falling asleep hugging each other, afraid to sleep alone, counting the hours and minutes. But any wait, even the longest one, sooner or later comes to an end. You can take off the bandage tonight. Why at night? She won't be able to stand the sun's light yet. Even the stars will be too bright for her. Be patient. Clear. Kurama spoke for the first time in a week, once again confirming that he was not a figment of Uzumaki's imagination. But his words gave the boy a certain thought. This night was supposed to be special for Sasuke, and therefore the place and the setting were supposed to be special too. Naruto scooped up his last money and headed to the market. First, he bought a large blanket for a picnic and a whole basket of tomatoes, and then sadly trudged towards the shops. He blushed and hesitated for a long time at the entrance, but still forced himself to go inside the men's branch of the underworld, having first pulled the hood over his head and hidden his face. He flew out of there 20 minutes later, his ears burning and dreaming of falling through the ground, but still clutching the treasured bundle to himself. The boy swore to himself that this was the first and last time he decided to do such a disgrace. The groans and lamentations of the saleswomen were still ringing in his ears. But now he had a gift for Sasuke. For some reason he did not consider his own eyes as a gift. That's what anyone would do in his place, right? Sasuke, I'm home. Naruto, out of habit, climbed into the apartment through the window and looked around the room. Where are you, Tem? In the kitchen, Dobi. Have you trampled the windowsill again? The boy turned around, scratched the back of his head and sighed. I'll clean everything up. Come here, I brought something. What? Sasuke came into the room, drying her hair with a towel. Apparently, she had recently been in the bathroom. A fresh bandage covered her eyes. Here it is. Here you go. Today is Hanami, the blossoming has already begun. What is this? The girl unpacked the package, took out the contents and placed it on the bed. She carefully ran her hand over the soft, flowing fabric. Yukata, you bought me a yukata. Yeah, I hope the size fits, because I definitely won't change it, once was enough. You chose it yourself. Did you really go to a women's clothing store and choose it? Feeling that her interlocutor was extremely embarrassed, the girl giggled. Why didn't you use henge if you were so embarrassed? Naruto freaked out and hid in the bathroom. Idiot, why didn't he think of it himself? He really should have used henge and chosen calmly, no one would have paid attention. But he grabbed the first thing he came across, to the touched sigh of the saleswomen, and ran out. Moron. Uzumaki washed himself, driving away the redness from his cheeks, and went out. Sasuke had already changed and was now tightening her obi around her thin waist. Naruto came up, took the ends of the belt and made a beautiful bow, letting the long sides hang down the sides. A bright scarlet kimono, embroidered with golden dragons on the sleeves and hem, neatly wrapped around the girl's slender figure. He stepped back and skeptically looked at the results of his suffering. You are very beautiful, Sasuke. The girl's cheeks turned a delicate blush. Thank you, Naruto. Away from the main crowd of people celebrating, just beneath the spreading branches of a sakura tree, sat two children, carefully holding hands. As the last rays of the sun disappeared over the horizon and the night sky was strewn with hundreds of diamonds of stars, the boy carefully reached out and removed the bandage from the girl's face. The eyes that had been blind opened, looking at the world around them for the first time with delight and admiration, and Naruto bit his lip. Where the clear spring sky should have been shining, the Rinnegan was spreading its circles. Hanami is a cherry blossom festival. Yukata is a summer Japanese kimono. Chapter 7. The 3-week vacation passed quietly and calmly, in some soft, very homely and cozy atmosphere. The guys did not even quarrel once during this time, which could be considered a kind of record. After all, their characters were very different and sometimes it was very difficult to get along. Naruto completely shifted all the household chores to himself, giving Sasuke time to get used to the new opportunities. It was difficult for the girl. During the first week, the boys tried to go outside only at night, fearing the blinding sun, but gradually they began to expand the range of opportunities. Early morning, a gloomy rainy day, evening hours, when the brightness of colors slightly dulled. Sasuke remembered colors, learned to distinguish shades, glued pictures of her past and current perception into a single whole. She absorbed knowledge like a sponge, trying to catch up with lost time as quickly as possible, to see the entire palette of the reality surrounding her. Red tomatoes, orange oranges, green grass and blue sky, steel kunai, brown tree bark and purple flowers under the window. Finally, she understood what transparent, faded and inexpressible, shiny, poisonous and juicy meant. Everything that had previously been just empty words, not carrying any semantic load, now acquired its form, color and meaning. Sasuke was reveling in new knowledge and opportunities, learning not only to understand the world around her through sight, but also to express emotions with her eyes, admiration, surprise, doubt, skepticism. She learned to read these emotions in the eyes of Naruto and passers-by walking around the village. She remembered minor gestures that she had never seen before, and therefore did not really understand what this or that person wanted to say. She tugged at Uzumaki for clarification, filled every day with new impressions. It felt like Sasuke had never lived before, but merely existed at some whim of the universe. And only now, having acquired the full spectrum of perception, the girl understood what Naruto was ready to do for her. To lose the ability to see this world. Sasuke didn't know if she could take such a desperate step, and that made her chest ache especially hard. She wanted to cry and laugh, but reflexes developed over the years don't go away so quickly. New dreams and aspirations appeared. What had previously seemed impossible, something that was not worth thinking about even in the wildest fantasies, was now simple and accessible. Or at least achievable. You just have to reach out, put in a little effort, take another step. Sasuke suddenly realized that the world is much larger than the academy in her and Naruto's apartment, that thousands of people live in it, and there are 1,000 opportunities. It was amazing and wonderful. Sasuke, like Naruto, was able to hide her Rinnegan fairly quickly, but unlike him, she felt a huge relief. It seemed that the Dujutsu was sucking all the strength out of the girl, bending her to the ground like a huge stone block, which was somewhat frightening. Naruto did not get tired at all after activating it, while Sasuke collapsed without strength after a couple of hours. And they did not even use any techniques, there was no time to figure it out, and the rare attempts led to nothing. It was necessary to find at least some information before starting experiments. The holidays were over, and the academy met the blue-eyed, sighted girl with stunned silence. After acquiring her sight, Sasuke became the undisputed leader of their course and it was no longer possible to catch up with her. No one tried, not even Naruto, which was strange. Previously, the boy was quite jealous of other people's achievements, tried to surpass possible rivals or at least hurt them with an offensive word. He took Sasuke's successes for granted, as if it could not happen any other way. He didn't try to come up with any excuses for his friend's epiphany to his sensei and classmates, laughing it off in his usual manner, but the changed color of his eyes told those in the know a lot. Almost everything, and Iruka choked on his own emotions, trying to digest the revelation. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't a human. Humans were selfish and incapable of sacrificing so much even for the closest ones, but Uzumaki Naruto wasn't a demon either. Definitely. Having mastered her new abilities and filled in her gaps in ninjutsu, Sasuke was surprised to find that her classmates' attitude towards her had changed. Girls began to come up to her more often, just to chat, taught her how to do her hair and shared knowledge from the girls' classes that Sasuke had not attended due to her lack of vision. Those boys who had previously avoided her because of her blindness suddenly began to show increased interest, inviting her on walks and joint training, putting small gifts on her desk and in her bag, blushing and stuttering in her presence. She would have been an adornment to any clan. In the shinobi world, people grew up early and started thinking about relationships early. It was stupid to wait if your life could end at any moment. Sasuke, who at first simply ignored her, began to respond more and more sharply and rudely. In her world, only Naruto still existed, although it was unclear in what capacity. Sakura-chan, you're so beautiful. Let's go on a date. Bam. Go to hell, Uzumaki. Sasuke, why doesn't she like me? Because you're an idiot, Dobi, Sasuke snorted and turned away to the window. By the time Naruto graduated from high school, he had decided that he was in love with Sakura and began trying to ask the future kunoichi out on a date. His attempts were not crowned with success, but the guy did not give up. With a persistence worthy of a better use, he brought the girl flowers, gave awkward compliments and invited her to Ichiraku ramen. Sakura got angry, beat up the hapless suitor and refused to eat noodles, and Fuyu spent the evenings listening to the lamentations of her rejected lover. Sasuke understood. He always sacrificed his own interests for her, never left her alone for long, consciously limited both his social circle and his needs. Their relationship often resembled that of an older brother and sister, and Uzumaki never shied away from his duties to please his own interests. Now that the girl was no longer so helpless and could stand up for herself, Naruto had every right to a personal life. However, this did not reduce the desire to grab Sakura-chan by the hair and slam her face into the ground. All this despite the fact that Sasuke herself really liked Sakura. The pink-haired girl admired her strength and talents, tried to imitate her in everything and make friends. Sasuke ignored these attempts, only squinted contemptuously. Naruto, be more serious. Well, Sasuke. Don't be a nukai, who was shouting about wanting to become Hokage. How are you going to move Yondaime with your stats? I can beat him with one hand. Naruto, for your information, in the entire history of the academy, the highest score was received by Minato Namikaze, the current head of the village. The second result was received by Uchiha Itachi, who graduated from the academy at the age of 7, the youngest Anbu captain. And you are at the bottom of the list. The final exam is coming soon. If you don't learn the cloning technique, you won't become a shinobi at all. Naruto pouted and turned away from his friend. In some ways, of course, Sasuke was right, but Uzumaki didn't plan on admitting it. Naruto had never seen the Yondaime up close. The Hokage's office was located on the academy grounds, where missions were handed out and the village's day-to-day affairs were managed, but Namikaze would appear there thanks to his special technique, bypassing the schoolyard. More than once, Uzumaki tried to get into the mysterious room, but each time he was caught by Anbu and turned back. One black-haired man in a raven mask was especially zealous. This was a little offensive and strange, since the fourth Hokage was the only one of the entire village leadership who stubbornly avoided meeting with the academy students. The same third regularly attended classes, talked with future shinobi and gave his instructions. Naruto snorted. He would easily throw this arrogant idiot off his coveted chair. However, something really needed to be done with the cloning technique. Currently, the Jinchuriki only got one trembling freak, unable to carry out any commands, or even move. Naruto seemed to be doing the seals correctly and tried to carefully feed the chakra, but each time it was getting worse and worse. The guy did not understand what exactly the problem was, but he did not try too hard to figure it out. There were always more important things to do. For example, the Uchiha. No matter how careless and inattentive Uzumaki seemed to others, he knew how to listen and remember. Naruto rarely forgot anything, and he could certainly pick out important information from any incoherent stream of words emitted by those around him. The Uchiha name was too often heard next to Sasuke's name for him to ignore it for long. It was easy to get the basic information. One of the strongest clans of Konoha, quite numerous and closed, distinguishing its members with a unique dujutsu, Sharingan. They were famous for their natural combat skills, copying any enemy techniques except genomic ones, secrecy and arrogance. The Uchiha were the best of the best, and everyone else was looked at like dirt. Their high position in society and the military police stripes on their lapels gave them every reason to do so. Naruto spent a lot of time trying to determine which clan family had thrown Sasuke out of their lives, but he still found the traitors. He found them by instinct, a slight hint of related chakra, scraps of emotions and memories of old-timers. He looked through the tree branches for a long time at the stern man in uniform, with a sharp voice and empty eyes. He watched the haggard, eternally sad woman, who spent a long time cleaning the courtyard of a large mansion. He answered the black-haired Anbu in a raven mask a little more rudely than necessary. But he didn't know what to do with this information. Should he tell Sasuke about them or let her guess for herself? Naruto was also an orphan and didn't know if he wanted to meet his own father, if he was still alive. Kurama told him about his mother's fate, and this knowledge brought neither pain nor relief. It was just another point in his biography, and the monument to the fallen shinobi became a little closer and dearer. In addition, Naruto was very worried about Sasuke's reaction to the Rinnegan. The girl weakened too quickly when it was activated, she could cough up blood or lose consciousness. Uzumaki himself did not experience any discomfort, and did not understand what was happening to his friend. Is it dangerous? If so, how dangerous? What could be the threat in the future? Over the past months, Naruto had dug through the entire academy library, looked through the data stored in the main archive of Konoha, found several dozen references to this dujutsu and was not one iota closer to solving the mystery. All the information he really needed was stored somewhere else. Most likely, in the personal archive of the Hokage or Anbu. There was no access there. Are you asleep or something, Dobi? A heavy textbook hits my head. Get up, classes are over, and get to the training ground. You don't have to come home until you learn cloning. Tima, what do you think I should do? I can't make this fucking clone, no matter how hard I try. Because you're an idiot. You put too much chakra into an E-rank technique, and that's why they're bursting from the excess. Try to act more subtly. I can't pour it any thinner, Dadbeo. I'm already pouring it at a minimum. Naruto. Got it, got it. I'm off to train. Naruto waved his hand and sadly trudged to the training ground. The nasty exam was approaching. Having failed his first attempt to get the coveted protector, Naruto was not too upset. Well, it happens to everyone. There was still a month until graduation. The second failure made him much more nervous and put in more effort, throwing extraneous thoughts out of his head. The third failed attempt made him finally pull himself together and grit his teeth. The boy almost achieved the necessary chakra control, and the summoned clone did not survive until the coveted test by only a few seconds. Although for the examiners, Uzumaki portrayed the entire palette of emotions from anger to dull despair, with loud screams, sobs and lamentations. The image created over the years had to be maintained. The next morning was supposed to be the last, probably already successful exam, so Naruto was just passing the time on the swings opposite the academy while Sasuke was cleaning the house. He wasn't sad, he wasn't making any evil plans and he wasn't giving up. Sensei Mizuki was wrong when he decided that Uzumaki was at the boiling point and was ready to do anything just to get the leaf symbol. The proposal to break into the Hokage's chambers and steal a scroll with secret techniques aroused interest not because of the fear of the exam, but because of the opportunity to finally find valuable information about the Rinnegan. Especially since Mizuki promised to distract the guards. Chapter 8. Naruto had been racing through the forest for about an hour, moving deeper and deeper into the dense thicket. The trees merged into an impenetrable wall. Every rustle made him nervously glance over his shoulder, his legs hummed from tension and fatigue. The huge scroll burned his hands, and there were still no cries of alarm or pursuit. Excellent. So Mizuki had succeeded after all and he had not been noticed. The boy threw the loot on the grass and leaned against a tree, trying to catch his breath. Then he finally made up his mind, settled down more comfortably and took the scroll out of the tube, delving into the study of the secrets of Konoha. So, what do we have here? The multiple shadow clone technique. Wow, just a small change from the basic one, and it's already B rank. The 8 trigram seal style, is that how Kurama's mom shoved it into me? The 4 symbol seal, the demon soul seal, the death god seal. The Rinnegan, where the hell is there even a single mention of the Rinnegan? Naruto threw the scroll away angrily and rubbed his eyes. He needed to stop fidgeting and look at everything again. What kind of seals are there for a shadow clone? Rat, rabbit, cloning seal. The cup is distributed differently, much more conveniently than in rank E, and why did they write this technique down in a super secret scroll? Hello, Naruto-kun. Mizuki landed right in front of the boy, who was enthusiastically making seals. I see you've already started mastering the techniques. Yes, sensei. Thank you for helping me. And why the hell did he come so early? Naruto only managed to read it once, but he still couldn't find the information he needed. You see, Naruto-kun, I'm not helping you at all. Minato rushed from one mark to another, flashing yellow lightning across all corners of Konoha and its immediate surroundings. Damn it, there was very little time left. The final frontier, the Genin exam, and he would finally be able to meet his son, acknowledge him, take him to himself. A few hours separated him from the event he had been waiting for less than 13 years, and everything could go to hell. If Naruto reads the scroll, if he understands that he is a Jinchuriki and who did this to him, if he succumbs to the power of the demon inside him and attacks Konoha, everything will collapse. As Hokage, Minato will fulfill his duty, but as a person he will cease to exist. Even without seeing his own child for many years, he did not stop loving him. Sarutobi told him a lot about his son, about how he lived in the orphanage, how he communicated with his peers and how he met the blind Uchiha. He passed on the child's first clumsy drawings and copybooks, stained with ink, copies of rare photographs from the orphanage and the academy, his impressions of Naruto's antics during his training. Minato carefully stored these memories in his memory and home photo album, acutely, to the point of pain in the eyes, worried that he could not see all this in person. He could not blow on his scraped knees, tousle the unruly forelock on his head, praise where necessary and restrain him when his son went too far. The third one told about his son's blind friend and the ways Naruto kept her going. It wasn't that Minato approved of these ways, but Hiruzen would say, you just can't see it with your own eyes. The boy knows what he's doing, just believe me. And Minato believed, receiving report cards and hearing the cheerful cry of a child under the office windows. Watching furtively through the window as the boy pushed the swing on which the girl laughed. Imprinting in his memory the way black and white strands mixed when the two bent over the same book, he read aloud, and she simply leaned closer, either to hear better, or to get the warmth she needed at the moment. Minato had no choice but to believe and wait. Naruto was able to do things that sometimes baffled not only Namikaze, but also elders, and he did it without thinking at all. He was 4 years old when he accidentally installed protective FUNN barriers on the Hokage residence, the academy, the hospital and the shelter. He found the long-lost bookmarks of Nido Uzumaki, scattered near Konoha, jumped on them in the right sequence, soaking them with blood from his injured leg, and activated them by pouring in the right amount of chakra. Without even being able to sense chakra, let alone use it, without knowing what Fuinjutsu was, he was just playing on a meadow he liked. The heir of the whirlpool, the last representative of the ruling branch of the extinct clan. Kushina was her family's hime and passed on to her son not only the Kyuubi and her fiery character. The barriers were removed by 7 Junin triplets for 2 days, but they still did not succeed. Hiruzen went to the orphanage for the child, brought him to the clearing and asked him to jump in reverse order. Naruto removed the barriers in 9.5 minutes. Uzumaki's blood turned out to be much stronger than everyone imagined. In his 3rd year, Naruto, while fooling around while throwing shurikens, riddled the outer wall of the academy with holes in it in a way that only he could understand. He said he was drawing a bunny with the cracks. He was drawing a bunny and accidentally cut the line that deactivated the explosive tags scattered throughout the village by an unknown spy. The only one of all possible. If he had hit another one, a little lower and to the right, half of Konoha would have blown up. For a week, the entire Hyuga clan crawled around the village, clearing the walls, trees and ground of dangerous neighbors. The military police had a very unpleasant conversation with the Hokage. It was their direct responsibility to monitor the safety of the village. There were several turning points when Minato was ready to break loose and rush to rescue his own child from trouble, but each time he was stopped. The last time, when the boy was tricked by an Irionin, 8 people stopped him, both elders, the third, teacher Jiraiya and 4 elite Anbu. They did stop him, but they had to restore half of the Hokage's residents. Naruto was looked after from the moment he moved to the village. They led him in pairs, changing to day and night shifts, every day, not leaving him alone for a minute. From afar and without interfering, but always covering him. From the dry reports of Anbu, Minato knew about his son's every step, his every breath, his time for sleep and rest. However, it so happened that the time for the conversation with the medic fell on a shift change. Someone made a mistake and thought that the girl was sick, and the medic decided to help by coming to the house. The mistake almost became fatal, both for the offending shinobi and for Naruto. Even the third could not find out how everything turned out. Naruto showed miracles of resourcefulness and diplomacy in a private conversation, which he had never distinguished himself with before, but he never told the truth. Although he knew, Hiruzen could sense it. The medic Nin, driven into the dungeons of the interrogation department, was unable to shed light on the truth either. Yamanaka and Ibiki almost gutted his brain, but they couldn't find anything. The medic really did perform an eye transplant, did the initial treatment for the girl, albeit incorrectly, and left the boy to go blind alone. His natural vitality would not have allowed him to die, but he should have become a cripple with 100% guarantee. He didn't. God knows why, but he didn't. The medic Nin assumed that the demonic chakra emitted was to blame. The sensors did not detect a demonic chakra background higher than Naruto's usual background. Yes, it became a little higher, but it did not go beyond the permissible limits. The terrifying key of the nine-tailed could have been just an illusion, the Jinchuriki knew genjutsu. Badly, but he knew. Another question is, why did he use this illusion? However, in some ways this incident even helped. No one could suspect the nine-tailed of self-sacrifice, and the village leadership noticeably relaxed. The mandatory medical examination before the new school year showed that both children were completely healthy. Minato froze on the platform near the Hokage mountain and bit his lip. He was afraid for his son. He valued him too much, despite the forced removal, and was very afraid of losing him now. Hokage-sama. The Anbu who appeared in the Shunshin's whirlwind respectfully knelt down. We found Uzumaki Naruto's trail. It leads to the northeast side of the main gate. I'll take care of the rest. Go to your post and try to come up with a convincing excuse for why you were tricked by a 12-year-old boy who hasn't even passed his genin exam yet. Hi. The Anbu officer disappeared. Minato mentally calculated where the nearest mark was in the direction he needed and instantly moved. Hello, Naruto. Can you tell me what you're doing here? Namikaze landed smoothly on the clearing 10 steps away from the small figure and looked around carefully. It looked like there had been a fight here recently. Trampled grass, broken branches, a huge shuriken sticking out of a tree trunk. There were no visible injuries on the child's body. The boy jerked at the voice and turned around, hunted. Then he jumped up from the grass, quickly rolled up the scroll he had been studying so enthusiastically, and tried to hide it behind his back. It turned out really badly. Why Yondaime? What are you doing here? It's much more interesting what you're doing here. Minato froze, trying not to scare his son with a sudden movement. It was necessary to establish contact and thoroughly understand what had happened. I was walking. Naruto looked around nervously and tried to hide the scroll again. The attempt was as unsuccessful as the previous one. Yeah, I was walking. I thought I'd go for a walk, the weather is nice. With him, a quick glance towards the beaten and tied up Mizuki, surrounded by 5 shadow clones. The academy teacher was clearly in a deep knockout, showing no signs of consciousness. At least he was breathing. The scroll, Naruto. Minato held out his hand demandingly. His son's behavior was remarkably typical of his usual pranks, or at least that's how the third described them. Painting the Hokage's mountain faces, putting a thorn in Hiruzen's chair, using his variation of henge on a crowded street. Just another prank in his style, not an attempt to unleash a demon and destroy a village. Minato began to relax. Yes, please, the boy muttered and threw the scroll towards the Hokage. There's nothing interesting in it anyway. Minato sighed and began to carefully pack the Konoha legacy into a tube. Why did you steal it? I didn't steal it, I borrowed it, the child snapped. I wanted to read it. Is that not allowed? You can't, Naruto. This is classified information, a state secret. The boy turned away and muttered something under his breath. Namikaze sighed again. Naruto, what did you want to find in it? Naruto, syllable by syllable, adding severity to the voice. To make it more accessible. Uzumaki gritted his teeth. Rinnegan. What? Forgive me. The Hokage's eyes widened in surprise. This was something he hadn't expected. Are you deaf? I said I wanted to find information about the Rinnegan there. But why do you need the Rinnegan? The sincere bewilderment in his voice could not be hidden. It's interesting because, the boy snapped again. I found a mention in the archive of a super cool dujutsu, but there's no sensible information anywhere. Then why mention it at all, since it doesn't explain what kind of crap it is and how to use it? I thought you at least had some, but here there are only stupid seals. I would read it and return it. Honestly. Stupid seals, said the heir of the clan whose village was completely wiped out because of fear of these seals. Either Naruto didn't understand what was hidden in this knowledge, or he really was only looking for the Rinnegan and was not interested in anything else. Minato decided to try again. Naruto, why did you tie up Mizuki? And he wanted to steal the scroll from me and give it to some Orochimaru. A casual nod towards the defeated enemy demonstrated all the child's disdain for such stupidity. I told him that I don't know any such people, and the scroll belongs to the village. He attacked and that's it. Well, that's how it happened. Minato shuddered, a bad suspicion creeping into his soul. Carefully, very carefully. He didn't tell you anything. Naruto's cheek twitched. This was where the whole conversation had been heading. You mean why do they hate me in the village? That I'm a Jinchuriki. I knew that without him, the black eyes were clouded with old bitterness. Knew. Yondaime stepped back and stared at his son in amazement. From where? How long ago? A long time ago. There was one case. Naruto unconsciously rubbed his eyes, giving a random hint. I see. The damn medic nin still managed to screw up. What was the fox doing when you first met? He, shut up, was sleeping. How did you react to? Even more cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. What did you feel when you found out? Anger, resentment, hatred for the village. Well, I don't know. The boy put his hands behind his head and looked at the starry sky. Someone had to anyway. If the previous Jinchuriki died, I passed shinobi history, even got a 4. Why not me, if I can transfer this chakra? And I don't see the point in being angry and hating. So what if they bully me? I'll grow up, throw you out of office, become Hokage myself and they'll all be ashamed. This is my ninja way, Datbeo. Minato smiled softly. Tell me, Naruto, did you meet the fox again after that incident? Did he talk to you? Ask you for something? No, he just, shut up, shut up, shut up, he just sleeps all the time. What would he talk to me about? Well, just like that. He sometimes communicated with your mother. With my mother. How do you know? It's time to be surprised by the child. It's my job, Naruto, to know about all the inhabitants of our village, the Hokage smiled sadly. You are very similar to her. She also did not recognize any prohibitions, strove to learn as much as possible and broke the rules all the time. Come to me. Minato threw off the Hokage's cloak and squatted down. Then carefully removed the leaf forehead protector from his shoulder. I know that you were supposed to have the genin exam tomorrow. And that the only technique that you could not do was the clone technique. I think this, a casual nod towards the knocked out Mizuki, is convincing enough proof that you learned the technique. Naruto timidly approached Yondaime and froze while the village leader tied the forehead protector on his forehead. Then the boy carefully touched the bandage, still not believing what had happened. The Hokage himself had given him his forehead protector. But why? I've been dreaming about this for 12 years, Naruto. Yondaime's voice sounded sad and very tired. Dreamed. But why? I don't understand. Because I am your father. Naruto sat in the bushes under the windows of his apartment and, perhaps for the first time in his life, cried. Bitterly, desperately, sobbing. We loved you very much, Naruto. It was necessary. Believe me and forgive me if you can. I never forgot you. Naruto didn't remember what kind of nonsense he had told the Hokage to escape from that ill-fated clearing. What promises he had made, what assurances he had given, what oaths he had taken. Anything, just to leave. Instantly move to any other, place, just to be as far away as possible, just not to hear, not to listen to the voice of the Yondaime. Not to delve into the meaning and essence of the most important confession of his life. Naruto himself did not understand why he believed it, immediately and unconditionally. He believed that this man was his father, that he had given him away against his will, that he loved him. It would probably have been easier if the Yondaime had turned out to be a scumbag who had thrown his son away out of hatred, fear or contempt. He could have hated him, shouted accusations, thrown himself into a fight. He could have remained the only victim in this story, a victim whose feelings were selfishly ignored. But this was not true, and Uzumaki could not attack the man who had loved him all his life. And he could not respond to his feelings either, to overcome the loneliness of cold orphanage nights, the alienation in the eyes of adults and peers. Kurama, can you hear me? I hear. You knew who my father was. From the very beginning. I knew. So what? Why didn't you tell me? For what reason? And really, why would they? They are not friends. A prisoner and a cage cannot be friends with each other. Father sacrificed the most precious thing he had for Konoha, but the village did not appreciate the sacrifice. What is the Hokage post in Naruto's cherished dream worth then? Not love, not hate. To get stuck somewhere in the middle, remembering blue eyes and warm arms that hugged for the first time in 12 years. To lull in memories the first parental warmth in his life and cry, cry, cry. The rain will reliably hide the treacherous weakness. Chapter 9. Sasuke was angry. Anger bubbled inside like a poisonous brew, flashed like stars before her eyes, caused nervous tremors in her hands. Anger smashed plates in the kitchen, sharpened kunai to razor sharpness, burst out as a dull growl from her throat. Anger tied to worry about a loved one is always the brightest. Uzumaki didn't come home to spend the night. Never before, under any circumstances, had the Dobi allowed himself to do this. Even if they swore at each other, even if they fought each other until their knuckles were bruised, even if they poured a bucket of garbage insults on the opponent's head, they always returned home in the evenings and spent the night together. They closed the curtains, hiding from people's eyes, had dinner together, telling about all the interesting or insignificant events that happened during the day, played board games or just read the same book, covered with a soft blanket. Evenings spent together were their island of calm in a crazy hostile world. A time when all the grievances faded into the background, a time when they could just be themselves and relax. There was no need to put on the masks of the Ice Princess and the Jester, they could share what was bothering them, talk about the future and dream. Gain strength for a new day. Uzumaki didn't come home to spend the night. Sasuke waited for him all night, tossing and turning on the old creaky bed. She turned off the light and jumped up, turned it on again, stood up several times and went to the kitchen, putting the kettle on the stove, pressing her forehead to the window glass, peering into the darkness. She didn't close the window, knowing her neighbor's habit of using it as an entrance, which is why the room had completely cooled down overnight. The morning greeted the girl completely exhausted, sleep-deprived, with dark circles under her eyes. The clock ticked away 6 o'clock, 7, 8. The time for team assignments was approaching. When it became pointless to wait any longer, Sasuke nervously threw her things into her bag and headed to the academy. Alone. Perhaps for the first time in a long time. Fuyu subconsciously made her steps shorter and slower, she was afraid to enter the classroom and not see Naruto there. That would mean that something serious had really happened to the idiot, and her intuition was not sounding the alarm in vain. That she needed to run, to do something at night, and not sit like an idiot under the window. She was shaking. Entering the classroom, the girl first of all carefully examined everyone present. The graduates were joking, laughing, throwing papers at each other and guessing who would end up on which team. Blue Eyes almost immediately caught sight of the blonde head lying on the desk. Anger shot up like a hot geyser. Sasuke abruptly crossed the classroom, climbed the steps and threw her bag on the table, clanking its metal. Naruto grumbled and rose from the desk, leaning back in his chair. Miserable, soaked in the night rain, his clothes smell of dampness, haggard. On his forehead is a leaf protector, his lips are twisted in an attempt to smile, but there is no usual joy in his eyes. Evil reproaches never escaped his lips. She wanted to ask if everything was okay, but realized that the question would be stupid. Of course, it wasn't okay. She wanted to know where he spent the night, but she swallowed the question again, she couldn't start a showdown in front of everyone. She kept silent. Naruto exuded a tart bitterness, some kind of hopeless anticipation, melancholy. She sat down next to him, pressed her shoulder against him, silently providing moral support. The farewell speech for the graduates was read out by the Yondaime Hokage himself. Naruto did not look at him, only out the window, but the Hokage kept looking back in their direction, trying to catch the gaze of his black eyes. Sasuke became wary. The tight spring in her stomach was compressing more and more, twisting her insides. The heightened sense of danger sounded the alarm. As soon as the fourth finished and left the classroom, and Sensei Iruka took his place at the podium, starting to announce the list of teams, the tension began to subside. Naruto relaxed, like air was released from a balloon, ruffled his hair and turned to the podium. Unnoticed, under the table, he squeezed Sasuke's hand, expressing gratitude for the support. He smiled, a little crookedly and uncertainly, but already much more reminiscent of the Naruto that Sasuke had known all her life. Team number 4. Team number 5. Team 7, Fuyu Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto. Captain Hitaki Kakashi. Team number 8, Hinata Hyuga. Nothing. He didn't even jump for joy that he would be on the same team as Sakura-chan. He still forced a smile and looked somewhere into the void. What happened to you, Naruto? While they were waiting for Sensei, both of them had time to doze off, the sleepless night and nervous tension were taking their toll. Sakura glanced at her new teammates from the next desk and didn't know whether to be happy about this appointment or not. Well, are you tired of waiting for me? I just got lost on the road of life. The class greeted Kakashi with silence, diluted by quiet snoring. The children were sleeping, their heads resting on their desks, and did not even notice his appearance. Hitaki was taken aback. In his practice, he had encountered something like this for the first time. Hey, wake up, come on, I'm not so late that you'll have time to fall fast asleep. The boys began to wake up little by little. They stretched, rubbed their eyes and looked around in bewilderment, as if they didn't understand what they were doing there. Come on, come to your senses. Damn, this is not what I expected. Get up and let's go to the roof, maybe at least the wind will wake you up. Sakura stood up, straightened her dress and was the first to leave. How did she manage to fall asleep? She had been waiting for this moment, preparing, worrying. She looked at the sleeping couple and didn't even notice how sleep had overcome her. Naruto's grumbling and Sasuke's quiet hissing were heard behind her. Come on, let's go. Kakashi was the last to leave the classroom and closed the door tightly behind him. Everything was going according to some other scenario than he had planned. Shinobi spend the vast majority of their time observing. This is the main way of obtaining and processing information, the ability to learn as much as possible about an enemy and an ally, and analyze the information they receive. Shinobi must be patient, composed, and collected, no matter how long the wait takes. Kakashi wanted to test how capable these children were of long-term waiting, coupled with impatience. He could imagine several possible scenarios, from a calm dialogue with each other to silly jokes with a brush and a door. He was familiar with Iruka's reports on Naruto, but he couldn't even imagine that his students would simply fall asleep. What nonsense. There had to be some very strong external factor capable of interrupting the Uzumaki's restless energy. The newly formed team number 7 climbed up to the platform located on the roof of the academy and sat down on the benches. Hitaki froze opposite, leaning against the railing and carefully examining the guys. A strange selection, an inferior Uchiha, an unstable Jinchuriki and an average clanless girl. On what principle were they combined together? Well, let's get acquainted. The teacher was the first to break the silence. Let each of you introduce yourself. Tell me what you love, what you hate. What are your plans for the future, hobbies, dreams? Let me start. The pink-haired girl smiled at Kakashi. My name is Sakura Haruno. I love my parents, colored ribbons in Ikebana. I dream of becoming like one person. Sakura blushed and glanced sideways at Sasuke. Just as strong, brave and beautiful. I see. What do you hate? Naruto. Loudly and overly expressively. The boy didn't even flinch, he continued to look at the clouds, throwing his head back to the sky. Sasuke frowned with displeasure. I see. Who's next? Me. My name is Sasuke Fuyu. The brunette laid her head on Naruto's shoulder and looked at the sensei. I love many things. I hate many things. I dream of finding out who I am. In short, clipped sentences, Kakashi narrowed his one visible eye. Find out who you are. Yes. To find out who my parents were. To look them in the eye, if they are still alive. To prove that they were wrong to throw me out of their lives. Hitaki remained silent. What can you say? The girl's dreams are quite reasonable and even achievable, but she is unlikely to like Fugaku's eyes. Both the village leadership and the sensei from the academy knew whose daughter Sasuke was, but by default they never raised the topic. It was not in their rules to interfere in the affairs of someone else's family. Sensei Minato's wife was friends with Makoto Uchiha. They were supposed to give birth at the same time. Life had its own plans for the fate of these children. The Hokage's child died as soon as he was born, but Uchiha gave birth to a sick girl. They did not even particularly hide the fact that they had sent their daughter to an orphanage. Only once Fugaku said in the Hokage's office that the marriage should be immediately gotten rid of. Kakashi at that time was part of Namikaze's personal guard from Anbu and heard the conversation. He kept silent then and kept silent now. There's only you left, boy. What do you say? Without waiting for an answer, Sasuke nudged her friend in the side, forcing him to look away from his thoughts. Huh? Dobi, did you miss everything? I was thinking. So what should I tell you about? Stop being in the clouds. We talk about ourselves and our dreams. Dreams? The boy looked around in confusion and blinked. I don't know. Sasuke stared at Uzumaki in shock. What the hell is going on with you? Fuyu finally couldn't take it anymore and started screaming. You don't come home at night, you don't enjoy graduation, you don't shout that you're going to be Hokage. Who the hell are you, and where did you put Naruto? Uzumaki stood up, shook himself, as if trying to break out of sleep, and patted the girl on the head. It's okay, Sasuke, really. I'm just really tired. If we're done with the introductions, I'd like to go home early. Do you mind, sensei? Without waiting for an answer, the boy jumped over the railing, climbed down from the roof and walked towards the house. 3 extremely puzzled looks followed him. When Sasuke returned home, Naruto was already asleep. Or pretending to be asleep. Sometimes it was very difficult to tell from him. The girl sighed. Tomorrow morning, Kakashi-sensei promised to give them another test, this time on teamwork. And how can you work in a team with someone who can't hear you? The kunai whistled right past his ear, slightly shortening the length of the hair at his temple. Naruto leaned to the side, folded the clone seals and hid behind a tree, sending clones to reconnoiter the area. Then he jumped onto the tree and moved along the branches to the opposite side of the training ground, trying to track the location of his mentor. Concentration was difficult. If you keep this up, you'll run into the explosive seals the girl set. I don't want to patch you up again. Stop being melancholy. Naruto waved off the warning and peered out from the foliage, the burst shadow clone telling him which direction to look. A cadence thundered somewhere, and Sakura screamed desperately. Naruto jumped from the tree and jerked towards the scream, but the ground under his feet shook and cracked crookedly. Trees nearby cracked. Uzumaki was distracted and missed the kunai flying towards his leg. Pain burned his thigh. The boy winced and jumped back to a safe distance. It was unlikely that Sensei Kakashi would cause serious harm to the girls, more likely he would just scare them. Completely different, heavy and joyless thoughts were turning in his head. Naruto could write a whole book about loneliness. He had always been a restless, active and inquisitive child, quite friendly and sociable. However, all his attempts to make friends with his peers at the orphanage invariably ended in complete failure. For some reason, the teachers tried to limit his conversations with other children, stopped his games and called him offensive nicknames. Demon, monster. The orphanage kids remembered and began to act by analogy, either ignoring Uzumaki, or openly driving him away, not allowing him to play. Naruto did not despair. The orphanage was too close to the shinobi village to be able to keep children out of its territory. Having found a few holes in the fence and scouted out the situation, Naruto set out to conquer Konoha. At first, everything went quite well. The boy walked around the village, receiving a lollipop as a gift from compassionate passers-by, quickly discovered several playgrounds, a group of non-aggressive peers enthusiastically playing ball, and was even accepted into the game. They played and had fun until the evening. Naruto even thought that he had finally found his first friends, but in the evening, the parents came for the children. Uzumaki, being a polite child, introduced himself. The next foray was strikingly different from the previous one. Naruto had become known in the village. People now knew his appearance, his distinguishing features, and stopped smiling. Passers-by hissed curses and avoided him. Children who had only yesterday willingly accepted him into their company, ran home at his approach. The boy was left alone on the playground, and the only reminders of the fun that had taken place here just a few minutes ago were the creaking swings and the thrown ball. Uzumaki never gave up. Over the course of a year, he scoured Konoha in search of friends and acquaintances, visited places that many could never get to in their entire lives, and met a huge number of people. Only one of them was friendly towards Naruto, a cook in a small diner near the main road of the village. From the rest, the child received neutral distance at best, and aggression, multiplied by fear and cruelty at worst. Naruto knew a lot about human cruelty. He had time to see the full range of one of the lowest human manifestations. Silent indifference at the moment when support is most needed, a furious attack on someone who cannot fight back, humiliating words that hit like a whip. In childhood, this was especially painful, now it is bearable. He got used to it, found the reason, learned to respond to offenders. He created a dream for himself, which he went towards without stopping. The problem was that Naruto was confused. Too much and too dense for a not quite 13-year-old to figure it out on his own, and there was no one to ask for advice. The Hokage is responsible for the entire village, that's his job. Parents are responsible for their children, that's their job too. Heart and mind were locked in a fight in which there could be no winners. Naruto listened to his own senses, trying to determine Sasuke's location. He felt a weak response of chakra 50 meters away from him and slowly moved in his direction. There was no burning resentment or caustic anger in my soul, only a sucking emptiness and a feeling of a pulled-out rod. Questions swarmed in my head, multiplied, distracted me from the surrounding situation. To forgive or not to forgive my father? How to treat him now? Is it worth taking any action? Is it worth doing anything at all or continue to live as I lived before? Or maybe start communicating, get to know him better, try if not to accept, then at least to understand. His foot caught in a loop hidden by the grass, and Uzumaki flew into the air, waving his arms awkwardly. We're finishing up, it's already noon. Kakashi clapped his hands and walked out to the center of the clearing, closing the book. Sasuke looked at Uzumaki tied to the pole and choked on her own indignation. What was that idiot thinking? To get distracted during combat training? To fall into a simple trap? The boy's stomach let out a plaintive rumble. Sasuke stood up, brushed off her skirt and walked over to Naruto, stuffing an entire onigiri into his mouth in one motion. Eat, you moron. Sasuke, you'll be sent back to the academy. The boy almost choked himself trying to chew a ball the size of his fist. I don't give a damn about that. You've been hungry for 2 days now, a little more and you'll collapse without strength. Kakashi and I can't cope without you anyway. Eat, I said. The second onigiri followed the first. Naruto swallowed the treat with difficulty and looked at his friend pleadingly. Sasuke, stop. If you feed it all to me, you'll go hungry yourself. I've had enough, honestly. Of course, that's enough, Naruto. Another rice ball was shoved into his mouth, this time belonging to Sakura. The pink-haired girl put her hands into fists and glared menacingly at Uzumaki. You weigh as much as a cat and eat only poppy seeds. Stop acting like an idiot. Sakura-chan. Shut up. I don't know what's going on in your stupid head, but we're a team now, Naruto. That means we have to support each other in everything, even if one of us is a mentally retarded imbecile. And if you don't get your act together right now, I'll set your mind straight myself. The knuckles cracked and Naruto swallowed nervously. The girl had hit him hard. Sakura-chan, okay Sasuke, but you can be sent back too. I don't care. Sakura glanced sideways at Fuyu. We were assigned together. If we go back, then we'll all go together too. Naruto stared at the warlike girls in shock and didn't know what to say. Simple words of gratitude seemed too little to express everything he was thinking. He wasn't alone. It wasn't even about training and teamwork. It turned out that he hadn't been alone in this world for a long time. How could he have forgotten that? There was a lone round of applause. Well, team number 7, I congratulate you. You have passed the test. Night fell over Konoha in a soft, thick blanket, the street lamps and stars came on. The harsh shadows from the moon breaking through the trees drew strange patterns on the wooden floor. Sasuke was lying on her bed facing the wall when she felt the mattress bend under the weight of another body. She turned over, hugged him around the neck, and inhaled the scent of sunny skin. I found out who my father is, the words fell into the silence like heavy leaden drops. A hopeless, enveloping bitterness flowed in an endless stream and filled the lungs to capacity. And who then? Very quietly, at the very edge of hearing. Yondaime, muffled, exhaling. Are you serious, Naruto? Yes, it was as if broken shards of mirrors had been driven into his heart and were being twisted, increasing the bleeding. The hero of Konoha, the symbol of the leaf, the Hokage. The one who was always in the public eye. A role model. Uzumaki relayed to her the entire conversation that had taken place between him and the fourth, hiding nothing. There were no tears, neither on his cheeks nor in his voice, but the trembling remained. It hurt. Everything was crystal clear, but it hurt. I don't know what to do, Sasuke. She had probably never heard such naive, childish confusion in his voice. The girl pressed herself even closer. Talk to him. Are you serious? Fuyu sighed and placed a small hand on her friend's cheek. She stroked the whisker scars on his cheeks. Tell me, Sasuke, would you like to talk to yours? Listen to their excuses. Could you forgive? Naruto raised himself on his elbows and looked into her face. The girl smiled wryly. Don't compare, Dobi. They've been waiting for you all their lives, like a precious gift, loved, looked after, albeit from afar. They thought about you, collected photos, waited for the moment when they could be together. But I was thrown out, Naruto. Do you understand? Threw out, the anger finally came out, breaking through with a red gleam in the eyes. Not lost, not forced to be abandoned. Unneeded. I hate the Uchiha. Sasuke, do you know that I'm from their clan? The girl snorted. Of course. I see these freaks on the street every day, I'm not blind. I just don't know who exactly. And then, without transition, from almost a whisper to a half shout. Yes, I would like to meet them, look into their lying eyes, spit in their faces. What kind of life would I have if it weren't for you? Shut up. No need to answer. Talk to the Hokage. Naruto buried his face in his friend's thick hair and said nothing. It was too early to tell her names. Sasuke had to become stronger to show the Uchihas what exactly they had lost. If they hadn't come immediately after learning that she was now sighted, it meant they still considered her inferior, scum. Red-eyed bastards. No matter, a little time would pass and they would start biting their elbows. And about his father. You can't trust people. The boy had learned this rule from early childhood. But he really wanted to take another step away from loneliness. Chapter 10. Sensei Kakashi, when are they going to give us a normal mission? A long cry filled the training ground and scared away several birds sitting on the branches of nearby trees. The girls simultaneously grabbed their temples and winced. Naruto's whining had managed to finish them off. Although, in general, they completely agreed with their teammate. Catching escaped animals, weeding gardens and looking after other people's children had already become boring. They wanted something difficult, exciting and truly important. If you're so unhappy with the rank of our missions, Naruto, go to the Hokage yourself and ask him to increase their difficulty. Hatake didn't even look up from his favorite book. Naruto shut up. In 4 months of teamwork, he managed not to visit the Hokage's office even once. Distinguished by a rather atypical punctuality for his age, he came to the general meetings after the team received the task, reporting that he overslept, regardless of what time the call was made. After completing missions, he came up with hundreds of ridiculous excuses for himself not to go and submit the report. Either he urgently needed to go home because he had not turned off the iron, or he had no strength left and wanted to sleep, or suddenly and urgently needed to train alone. Uzumaki ran away from the most careful control, managed to dodge Kakashi's capture and did not listen to any persuasion from the girls. Sasuke only pursed her lips. Her neighbor was an unusually stubborn ram. Sakura-chan, let's go on a date. Realizing that he wouldn't get anything from sensei, the restless Uzumaki immediately switched to a new goal. We've already completed the mission, you'll hand in your report quickly, and the evening won't be soon. We can go too. No, Naruto, Kakashi cut off the boy's verbal outpouring and shoved a stack of papers into his hands. That's enough. We've done all the paperwork for you for long enough, it's time for you to do some work. Today, you'll go and hand in your report by yourself, and the girls and I will go and have lunch at a barbecue cafe. On me. But I need no excuses. Hatake put the book in his hip bag, grabbed the girls by the hands and disappeared. Naruto cursed. Well, he didn't want to go to the Hokage, he didn't want to. He didn't know how to behave, he hadn't chosen a specific line of behavior, and he was simply embarrassed. There were no adults in his life, except for the third, whom he could call a close person, so his experience of communicating with such people was extremely limited. And Minato Namikaze was, should have been, the closest and most important to him from the very beginning. The closest turned out to be Sasuke. Naruto has always been responsible for himself. He is used to doing without outside help, solving his problems on his own, not asking anyone for advice and not listening to other people's opinions. He has always listened only to his heart and intuition, and it has never let him down. But what if he lets his father into his heart? This is not someone else who can be simply ignored. He will have to listen, comply. Probably. XO. Naruto sadly trudged towards the office. The reception area was empty, the doors leading to the main room were tightly closed, but voices could be heard behind them. Uzumaki once again mentally replayed the upcoming conversation in his head and resolutely reached for the door handle. An Anbu soldier appeared from nowhere, pulled his hand away and blocked the entrance. The Hokage is currently busy with important negotiations with the customer, Naruto-kun. You will have to wait. A pleasant, young voice, a raven mask covering his face. Excellent. Here, take it. Naruto thrust the papers with the report into the hands of the dumbfounded shinobi. Tell him that I stopped by, it was nice to see you and all that, and I'll run. Maybe I'll still make it to lunch with the team. Wait a minute, Naruto-kun. Raven grabbed Uzumaki by the sleeve of his jacket as he was about to run away. Actually, it's your responsibility to pass on reports, not mine. But I do your duties for you. The boy bowed his head and raised an eyebrow mockingly. Raven's hand trembled. For 8 years now, without vacations, days off, or salary. So you help me out too. And at the same time, ask the Hokage to finally give us a normal mission. Naruto turned on his heel and quickly walked away down the hallway without looking back. Thanked Kami, another reprieve. Raven watched him with a very thoughtful look through the slits in his mask. Where? Itachi remembered the third shinobi war. Bloody remains of people who had been breathing deeply just a few minutes ago, broken katanas, the ground burned to ashes. The screams of the dying echoing over the battlefield, and the thick smoke left by explosive tags. Clouds black with dirt and soot. The dull horror twisting in his chest from the realization and acceptance of the madness happening around him. But even then, he had never felt as weak and helpless as he had on the night of the Nine Tails attack, the Sharingan burning in its eyes. During those few endlessly long hours, Itachi rushed among the burning debris and screamed, looking for his mother and newborn sister, losing his voice and desperately afraid that he would find them dead. He would not have time to lead them out of the fiery hell and save them, he would lose pieces of his heart, and would be left alone with his cold and unfeeling father. The one who controlled the monster seemed to 6-year-old Itachi the embodiment of absolute hatred and senseless cruelty. All the shinobi of the village stood up that night to protect the civilians, but only the fourth was able to stop the monster. Namikaze Minato became an idol for Itachi. He rose to an unattainable height compared to the rest of the villagers, became an unattainable standard, an example to follow. The boy cried bitterly when he learned that the Hokage had lost his entire family that night. A few months after the attack, Itachi entered the Ninja Academy, showing the highest results in the entrance exams, and a month later Sasuke was taken away from home. When they realized that the 6-month-old girl was blind, and medicine was no longer able to help her, the soul began to grow the first layers of ice armor, still too thin to completely cut itself off from emotions, but already dense enough to hold them in. Itachi received the Sharingan too early for his age, surpassing even his best friend, Shisui, in this. The time loop threw a noose around his neck and began to tighten. Sharingan changed perception. It slowed down the surrounding world, speeding up its own reaction dozens of times, made it possible to see and record the slightest changes in reality, helped to remember huge amounts of information in the shortest possible time. Sharingan even changed thinking, adding speed to it and significantly reducing the time allotted for analysis and decision-making. It destroyed any remnants of childhood preserved in its carrier. The perfect weapon. Sharingan gave the power that Itachi needed. Physically a child, he tore a decade of childhood from himself, consciously refusing games, friends and pranks. All that remained was endless training, the desire to jump even higher, to become stronger. The boy studied a lot. He read old scrolls of the clan, which hid the most terrible techniques of the Uchiha, analyzed sources describing historical events and the origins of all wars, trained to the point of exhaustion, moving further and further away from his peers. Having studied for only 4 months, he reached the top of the student rating from all courses, received the glory of a genius and finally became known as a loner. He was little interested in this, all his strength was thrown into achieving the cherished goal, to return his sister. Just a year after entering the academy, Itachi graduated from the academy, second only to his idol in results, and began serving. He worked like hell to save up the necessary amount for his own house, took on all the missions, joined other people's teams, trying to outpace time. But the more Itachi learned about this world, the more clearly he understood, bringing back Sasuke was not enough. The knowledge he received, now supplemented by living memories, irreversibly changed him. An understanding of how the events of the past occurred appeared, and from them a picture of the coming hopeless future was built. The life of a shinobi consists of an endless series of deaths, pain and disappointments. Sasuke's return alone will not change the world in which they live, will not create favorable conditions for the blind girl and will not make her happy. The body continued to move by inertia, eat, breathe, sleep, but the future ceased to be simple and clear. Instead of blood, cold, rusty hopelessness began to flow through the veins, and the icy armor thickened and began to send spikes into the heart. The Chunin exam was held in a state of disarray. The Hokage noticed the diligent 10-year-old boy and made an offer that Fugaku could not refuse. The head of the clan was bursting with pride for his son. He often told neighbors and acquaintances about him, but he himself never praised him. After Sasuke was taken away, the previous trusting relationship in their family never arose. Itachi did not object. The number of tomo in his eyes reached 3, the summoning technique was mastered, the knowledge base included many of his own and copied elemental techniques. He was ready for a new stage. After the rank increase, the missions became more and more difficult and bloody. They had to solve complex logical puzzles, make the only correct strategic decisions, choose who should live and who should die. Intelligence changed to outright espionage, the delivery of information received rank A, and increasingly more often the tasks were not to capture, but to destroy the enemy. It seemed that Itachi was being prepared for something much more serious, pushed in the right direction, his skills were being polished. He himself was rushing forward, he needed a push, a new goal, an opportunity to explain to himself the meaning of his existence. That is how Shisui died. An S-class criminal, they should have refused the moment they realized that the order was beyond their level of training. The team captain decided that they had enough responsibility and knowledge to deal with such an enemy, and the 3 rushed into battle, casting aside their doubts. Coordinated actions and perfect self-control helped to cope with the task. The enemy was defeated, but not killed, which became a fatal mistake. Itachi was unable to raise his katana against the exhausted and unarmed man, who seemed so pitiful at the moment of defeat. The criminal, with his last effort of will, sent a weak impulse of chakra into the Senbon that Shisui did not have time to take out of his stomach. The Senbon, soaked in a special compound, exploded, tearing apart the insides of his best friend and scattering their shreds for several dozen meters. Drops of blood settled on Itachi's face, and the tomo intertwined into a single pattern, finally determining the further path. Itachi never hesitated again to kill people, no matter what they looked like: children, women, old people. Anyone could be an enemy, could cause irreparable damage, could do something that could never be undone. Thoughts of his sister's return were blown out of his head by cold gusts of wind. Where she lives now is safe. The shelter is under the personal patronage of the Hokage, surrounded by reliable security, and in case of an attack, it is one of the first to be evacuated. The most important thing is to preserve life. The minor inconveniences of living in such an institution do not compare with the danger that threatens her in the outside world. Itachi's place is on the front lines, in the ranks of those who will ensure the safety of the civilian population. There is no time for doubts, worries, and pity. Now he himself held the position of captain and took all the responsibility upon himself. There was no longer any point in hiding behind other people's backs. Itachi was ready to make independent decisions and act depending on the situation. The thorns reached the heart and pierced it through. Itachi finally understood where he was striving so hard. The village leadership also understood this. Itachi was 14 when he received an Anbu mask from Danzo, and the most important task of his life: analyze the inner life of the Uchiha clan, assess the degree of their danger to the village and make a decision. When a conflict is brewing, mutual understanding is required to resolve it. The Konoha leadership wanted to understand whether there was any sense in peace talks with the Uchiha clan, or whether this initiative would only be of interest to the village. The jokes were over. Doubts had been lurking in the clan for a long time. Quiet whispers had been walking along the dusty streets. Doors of offices had been locked tighter, ever since the time of the Third Shinobi War and the appointment of the Fourth Hokage. Itachi knew that a conspiracy was brewing in his family. He heard snatches of conversations and felt the tension hanging in the air, but, busy with other goals, he drove the terrible truth away from himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe, he simply hoped that the problem would resolve itself, time would smooth out the rough edges, and his relatives would calm down, accepting another defeat. In the end, going against the Hokage and unleashing a civil war was sheer madness, a violation of all explicit and implicit agreements, an unjustifiable betrayal. Having plunged into the world of the clan, previous Anbu reports and his own suspicions, Itachi realized that he was the only one who thought so. Only he was afraid of the prospect of bloody chaos, only he saw the shadows of corpses lying in the streets, only he heard the echo of their screams. The rest were seriously preparing for the terrible day, sharpening their blades and believing in their own invulnerability. Itachi at that moment was glad that no one knew about his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, except for the Hokage. He was smart enough to hide the secret, not to demonstrate his new abilities to everyone. He had no doubt. Otherwise, they would have long ago begun to prepare him for the seizure of power, trying to put him at the forefront of the attack, to make him the punishing sword. Itachi was the sword of justice, and he did not put himself in his father's hands. Minato took the blade. In Anbu reports, the Uchiha clan was considered a potential, deadly enemy. If the enemy could not be contained, then the ideal solution was to destroy it, the first rule remembered by the Konoha Special Forces. At a secret 5-man war council, all of Itachi Uchiha's secret fears were voiced out loud. 3 votes in favor, from both advisors and the head of Anbu. Itachi's opinion didn't matter much, all that was left was to wait for the Hokage's verdict. The guy's whole being demanded that he stop what was happening, turn back time, find arguments that could convince those gathered. He couldn't. A caustic bitterness was spreading inside. There was not a single shinobi squad capable of effectively opposing the Uchiha clan, which was well prepared for war. The prospect of a merciless massacre ceased to loom somewhere in the distance and hit him in the gut. The noose around his neck finally tightened, blocking his access to oxygen. It was this day that Itachi had worked so hard to reach every day, perfecting his body and mind every minute, turning himself into the perfect weapon. This was his main purpose and the meaning of his existence. He resigned himself and prepared to carry out the order that never came. Minato finished writing something on the paper, rolled up the scroll and ordered to give it to Fugaku, and then follow his father. The Hokage did not explain anything to his advisors at that moment, or was he simply trying to get rid of Itachi for a while? The genius of the Uchiha clan did not know. That same evening, at the most remote training ground located outside of Konoha, 10 of the clan's strongest shinobi gathered, including Fugaku and Itachi himself. Minato came to the meeting alone. He greeted the assembled group, threw the sealing scroll to the ground, from which the dead body of Uchiha Obito fell, and proposed to decide the question of the village's rule right then and there. His cloak, edged with fiery flashes, flew up. Minato was an experienced warrior, excellent at analyzing his opponent, resourceful and fast, too fast even for the Sharingan. When he was a simple shinobi, the leadership of other hidden villages ordered theirs to retreat when such a strong enemy appeared. Those who had never fought him in their lives could hardly resist his furious pressure, unquenchable will and passion beating from his blue eyes, but there was too much at stake for the clan. They rushed into the attack at once, putting all their hopes and dreams into their blows. It is unknown how this crazy fight would have ended if Itachi had not at some point realized what Namikaze expected of him and why he acted this way and not otherwise. Why he did not give the fatal order. Itachi rushed into the thick of the fight, drawing his weapon on the go, and covered the Hokage's back from another blow. He activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. He made his position extremely clear. No one died that night, and it was not Itachi's fault. The ground melted and turned to glass under the black fire. Crows circled in a dense flock, attacking the enemy from the sky. The air trembled, filled with chakra. Itachi fought against his own, without holding back, striking without thinking about the consequences, giving himself entirely to the painful emotions that overwhelmed his soul. Blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, staining his cheeks, and his lungs were clogged with burning smoke and absolute despair. The Mangekyo Sharingan had no visible weak points in combat, and even the elite 9 fighters of one of the strongest clans did not stand a chance against it. Minato repelled deadly attacks, both from himself and from his enemies. He tore them out of the merciless fire with flashes, repelled kunai flying straight into the heart, instantly set up FUNN barriers against the most deadly attacks. He did not let them die, but did not let them win either, completely controlling the battlefield. At some point, the conspirators understood the full meaning of what was happening. They retreated, threw their weapons on the ground and extinguished the glow of the Sharingan in their eyes. They knelt down, admitting defeat. The Yondaime showed that he cared about all the inhabitants of Konoha, regardless of their status. That night, Minato Namikaze solved the Uchiha clan conspiracy issue, becoming for Itachi the absolute ideal of a shinobi, politician and Hokage. Having earned his endless devotion. For the next few years, Itachi carried out long missions outside the village, waiting for the clan elders to cool down and stop considering him a personal enemy, after which he returned to the village. He joined the Hokage's personal guard, learned that his sister had entered the academy and was now living in the village with Uzumaki Naruto, and gradually began to emerge from the state of constant racing that had lasted for the last decade. He thought about how to live on. He almost decided to confess to Sasuke, but at the last moment he learned that the Jinchuriki had given his sister his sight. He retreated, not knowing whether to take the next step, and froze in anticipation of some kind of sign. Itachi himself did not understand what he was waiting for, but waited for a reproach from his own sister's adopted brother. Hokage-sama, the 7th team has submitted a report on the mission completed. The Anbu walked into the office, placed the papers on the edge of the table and froze in a respectful bow, bending his knee and waiting for further instructions. How long have you been running errands for them? Why didn't you come yourself? Minato leaned back in his chair and looked at the man who entered. The report was given by Uzumaki Naruto. He came alone. You were busy with the customer, and I considered it inappropriate to keep such a hot-tempered child at the door. There was a possibility that he would try to distract you or somehow interfere with the negotiations in order to attract your attention, emphasizing each word as if from a textbook. I see. Minato stood up and went to the window. You lie well, Itachi, but you shouldn't do it in front of me. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. He is my son. What? It was quite difficult to knock the genius off balance, but even Uchiha's phenomenal reaction couldn't save him. Uzumaki Naruto is my son. The Hokage looked sadly out the window. And he's been looking for any way to avoid meeting me for 4 months now. Does he know? Yes, I told him. But why? Why did you do this? Sealed the 9 tails in him, kept it a secret, left him alone. Itachi didn't understand. It contradicted everything he knew about the Hokage, and therefore wasn't the ultimate truth. Minato gritted his teeth. Those were the terms of the deal. The price for his life. Hokage-sama, Minato was perhaps the only one in the entire world with whom Itachi could feel like a human being. They hate him in the village. Why didn't you stop this? Too many died that day, Itachi. Namikaze sighed and returned to his desk. He gestured for the other man to stand up and relax. This was a private conversation between 2 men, not between a superior and a subordinate. The Anbu stood up. Many lost their loved ones. They didn't know where to direct their hatred, so they always saw Naruto as a demon. Now, even after realizing their mistakes, they avoid him out of habit. The third and I tried to suppress these prejudices. We summoned the especially zealous ones to us, held conversations, and punished someone if our words did not reach the uncomprehending. We were not very successful, as you can see. But we tried. What about you? Did you tell your sister that not all of her family turned their backs on her? The raven froze. Why not? You used to be busy all the time, but for the last few years you haven't been away from Konoha for long. Minato looked closely at the young man's face. Today your son told me that he has been fulfilling my duties for 8 years already. Itachi took off his mask and tiredly rubbed his face. He is right, Hokage-sama. Why should I stir up her wounds and tell her the truth? She is happy with Naruto. I will be superfluous in their family. She already has an older brother. Are you afraid that they won't accept you and will drive you away? Yes, I'm afraid. Itachi knew how to be honest with himself. And weren't you afraid to tell the truth? The Hokage chuckled. It hurts to love, Itachi, but that's no reason not to love. I knew Naruto would react this way. I was afraid, but I took this step consciously. Telling the truth is the only way for me to get my own child back. I hope he can forgive me someday. Namikaze shook his head, driving away sad thoughts. Did he ask you to tell me anything? Yes, Itachi smiled. He asked to give his team a normal mission. Well, since they are getting cramped in Konoha, I have a suitable task. Chapter 11. The rainy season ended, giving way to the summer drought. The earth dried out and cracked underfoot. The grass that had recently been juicy and fresh withered under the scorching rays of the daylight and acquired a yellowish tint. People took out their higas and uchiwa, trying to get at least a little freshness. Even shinobi, accustomed to temperature changes and much more resilient than civilians, tried not to appear on the street without unnecessary need. And if they did leave the house, they did not move along the usual route along the roofs, but hid in the shade of buildings and trees. The sun was flooding the road with its blinding rays, the leaves of the trees were quietly rustling in the light wind, the cicadas were chirping. The new day promised to be stiflingly hot and long. The road ahead was not short, but this did not upset the young shinobi at all. Finally, they received a mission outside of Konoha, and AC rank 1 at that. The mission of bodyguards is not about catching a stupid cat or cleaning up trash. Thoughts about upcoming adventures flashed through their heads. Ahead of them, Kakashi strode along the road, staring at yet another Ika book. The members of Team 7 once tried to find out what their mentor was reading with such enthusiasm, after which they blushed, turned pale, and could not talk to each other for a long time. Shame and natural modesty prevented them. At a small council, stuttering and looking away, it was decided not to touch such vulgarity until adulthood. Behind the commander, dancing from overflowing energy, walked Naruto, cheerfully saying something to the client architect. The man responded rudely and sarcastically, every now and then applying himself to a bottle of sake. The girls brought up the rear in complete silence. Sakura would have liked to talk to Sasuke, discuss the upcoming mission, the rude customer, and just gossip about new fashion and boys, but the sullen brunette was silent, lost in her thoughts. The pink-haired girl bit her lip. Why was Sasuke always silent? Why did he ignore all attempts to get closer, to make friends? Why didn't he let anyone near him except that idiot Naruto? Haruno didn't understand. Sakura admired Sasuke since the first years of the academy. Unbending, stubborn, proud, Fuyu was one step ahead of everyone even when she was blind. The brunette never paid attention to the giggles and whispers that always followed her in the school corridors, did not give up if she could not do something the first or 10th time, did not stoop to humiliating excuses in front of teachers and classmates. She only curled her lips and clenched her fists, after which she stepped over another obstacle in her path. Sakura would like to have at least a drop of that confidence and inner strength that the most brilliant kunoichi of their course possessed, but in reality the girl understood that she was only an average link, rather mediocre and without any distinctive features. Ino and Hinata were from famous, highly respected clans with innate abilities. Tenten, who studied in a parallel class, had started studying Fuinjutsu and developing her own style a year ago, and Sakura froze in place. It seemed that her grades were above average, and she understood the theory very well, but something was missing. Sakura didn't know what. At the academy, there was an unspoken rivalry between the girls over who would be the first to befriend Sasuke. So deceptively fragile, as if created from the famous white glass of the sky country, Fuyu attracted people to herself no worse than a magnet. You wanted to touch her marble skin, hear her slightly hoarse voice, smell the fresh scent emanating from her hair, at least something to get a little closer. Similar feelings were caused by movie stars, whose posters hung on the walls of Sakura's room, distant, perfect in their artificially created images, and therefore even more attractive. For some reason, it seemed that just being near these people would raise your status, make you smarter, more attractive and stronger. Sasuke, who looked so much like the people on the posters, was closer, and at the same time infinitely further than the famous actors. Naruto, who had the opportunity to be closer to Sasuke than anyone else, but used this opportunity so ineptly, infuriated her to the point of a bloody veil before her eyes. Sakura never took Uzumaki seriously. As a child, she heard a lot from her parents and friends that evil lived in the boy's heart, that he was the embodiment of darkness and cruelty, a demon in the flesh. There were rumors that when he grew up and became stronger, he would show his rotten nature and kill all the villagers, including women and children. Confirmed eyewitness accounts of sacrifices in the cemetery, eating people and training in murderous techniques were whispered. Having studied in the same class for 6 years, Sakura did not notice anything demonic in Naruto, but there was plenty of idiocy, carelessness, irresponsibility and outright sloppiness. Old, always washed and patched things, constantly scraped knuckles and a stupid smile on the face caused an instinctive rejection in the girl, but not a blood-curdling horror. Stupid jokes, loud laughter and frank disregard for the traditions that existed in Konoha since its founding irritated and caused an urge to hit him hard in order to hammer at least some brains into his empty head. Ridiculous declarations of love and invitations to a date seemed like a stupid joke. How could he hope that Sakura would go on a date with such a guy? At least he should have dressed decently. Sasuke also lived without parents, but always dressed stylishly and did not allow herself to wear falling apart things. For some reason, Sakura did not think about the fact that the budget of 2 orphans was common and the money could be enough for high-quality new things only for one child. Uzumaki was always shouting about his dream of becoming Hokage, which made him seem even more ridiculous and absurd. An idiot, considered one of the weakest students, always skipping classes and barely doing homework, could not count on anything serious in this world. Sakura did not understand how Sasuke managed to endure these constant screams at home and sincerely sympathized with the girl, forced to live with such a neighbor under the same roof. Sakura always admired Fuyu Sasuke and despised Uzumaki Naruto, but when these two were together, something changed. Despite all of Naruto's stats, Sakura constantly felt like the weak link in their team. Haruno had seen them training together. Absolute mutual understanding, continuation of actions, a chain of complementary techniques aimed at achieving a result. It seemed that these two could communicate mentally across vast distances, so well did they understand each other. When performing any, even the simplest missions, Fuyu and Uzumaki acted in an inseparable bond. They did not even need to look at each other to know which way the partner would run now, and what jutsu he would use. Naruto ducked before Sasuke began to fold the Kaden seals. Sasuke left the line of flight of the kunai before the next clone took it out of the bag. Different as day and night, during the fight they intertwined into a single whole, like the sign of yin and yang. Sakura remembered the training when Sensei Kakashi started teaching them to walk on trees. It was the first time the girl managed to show herself in a favorable light. She had one of the strongest chakra controls since her first years, so such an exercise did not cause her any particular difficulties. Naruto and Sasuke had a harder time. That day they had another fight before they had even left the house, and their mutual discontent prevented them from concentrating properly on the task. The boys fell from the tree without reaching the middle of the trunk, swore loudly and were constantly distracted, trying to start a fight below. Sensei did not pay any attention to the squabble, hiding from the heat under the crowns of the tree, while Sakura watched what was happening from the top. She wanted to help with advice, but for some reason she was embarrassed. At some point, Sasuke still managed to collect his thoughts, and the girl quickly ran up the trunk, firmly attached to it with chakra. About halfway down the road she stopped and looked back at Naruto demandingly. Catch up, come on, it's easy. Fuyu didn't say a word, but Sakura was ready to swear that Uzumaki heard her. He chuckled, mentally calculated something and ran after her, holding himself as confidently as his friend. They reached the top together. The pink-haired girl then felt especially lonely, although she did not understand what was going on. Deep in her own thoughts, Sakura didn't notice how 2 enemy shinobi emerged from a small, inconspicuous puddle behind her, ready to attack. The kunai reflected the sun's glare on their edges. QWIN. Haruno didn't even have time to get scared. A thin line stretched between Sasuke and Naruto's fingers, a few sharp jumps to the sides, the ringing of bells, a couple of blows and the enemies, completely immobilized, lay on the ground. Don't get distracted, Sakura, Sasuke glared at her teammate, walked around her in an arc, and headed towards the captives. So that's how it is, Kakashi thoughtfully rubbed his chin and looked closely at the customer. So, you deliberately misled the Hokage, hiding the rank of the upcoming mission in an attempt to save money. Do you understand that now we have every right to refuse to carry it out, even without returning the deposit? The architect twitched his cheek, but did not raise his head. He stared at the ground at the very beginning of the unpleasant dialogue, literally spitting out answers to the questions, choking on despair from the feeling of his own weakness and helplessness. At first, he tried to press on pity, weaving in his daughter and little grandson in and out of place, but quickly realized that this trick would not work with the Konoha shinobi. The black-haired girl snorted arrogantly, the boy seemed not to even listen, and the main one indifferently ignored him. Tazuna had nothing more to say. He had already given these shinobi all the information and now he was simply waiting for the verdict. His village did not have money for stronger security, and without the bridge they would soon begin to starve and die. Kakashi looked at his students. Sakura was still in shock from what she had heard and was clearly scared. Sasuke was expressing complete indifference to the commander's future decision, and Naruto was drawing a scary face in the road dust with a stick. Then he stood up, brushed off his dirty knees and smiled sunny. Sensei, let's go already, okay. It's hot and I'm hungry, and we still have a long way to go to Grandpa Tazuna's village. Kakashi chuckled, watching as Sasuke led the way down the road, towards the land of waves. No arguments, no additional questions, absolute trust in a friend and unquestioning submission to his choice. It seemed that the team was beginning to identify a future commander. Sakura silently followed her teammate. The land of waves was a cluster of islands with small villages located on them. The main source of income for the population was fishing and trade with neighboring countries, since it was impossible to grow enough food on small pieces of land. The same was true for livestock farming. This is where the whole conflict arose. For an island state, owning ships meant owning everything. The treasury, the government, the people. The rich ship owner Gato did not want to lose profits, the people did not want to become slaves. The bridge was the only way for them to avoid an unenviable fate. The 7th team reached the customer's village by evening, having encountered no more resistance along the way. This was disconcerting. It seemed as if the enemy was hiding somewhere nearby, waiting for the best moment to attack. Hitaki mentally tensed up. The enemy was clearly smart and cautious, which indirectly revealed his great experience. Unlike the two on the road, sent more for reconnaissance than for a real attempt to kill the architect. Rank B or still A. What should he do? The house of the architect Tazuna turned out to be quite large and cozy. 2 floors, spacious light rooms, children's drawings on the walls. Despite the obvious poverty, the people living here tried to decorate and enliven their home as much as possible. They placed wooden figurines on the shelves, decorated the floors with beautiful ornaments, put pots with flowers and ikebana along the walls. It smelled of dried herbs and rich rice porridge. Probably, you really wanted to return to such a place when you had to leave for a long time, especially when you are greeted with such sincere smiles. The shinobi were given 2 rooms at once, one for the girls, the other for the male part of the team. Sasuke, who was used to falling asleep to Naruto's quiet snoring, wanted to be indignant and change places with the sensei, but at the last moment she kept silent. Sakura would clearly be uncomfortable in Kakashi's company. She had to resign herself and follow Haruno, hearing Uzumaki's grumbling behind her. He had also gotten used to Sasuke's company over the years and did not want to change it. They were both kinesthetic in the way that most orphanage children are. They needed touch, gentle hugs, simple friendly touches. Unable to get this warmth from other people, whose hands were more often painful than tender, they threw themselves into each other's arms, hugging each other while sitting on the bed in the evenings and reading books, kissing each other on the cheek before going to bed, touching fingertips in the mornings, getting ready for missions or training. They got the rest and moral support they needed from these moments. Without the usual rituals, it was sad and lonely. Unfolding her futon and getting ready to sleep, the brunette looked longingly at the pink-haired girl. Tall, half a head taller than Sasuke, with long, well-groomed hair, neatly tied back with a red silk ribbon. Beautiful, green eyes, like young foliage, framed by thick black eyelashes. She probably knows how to cook not only ramen, and what else do mothers teach girls? The girl buried her nose in the pillow. Why is everything so unfair? Why does Naruto always run after this fool who can't see beyond her nose? How is she, Sasuke, any worse? She herself didn't know what she wanted from Uzumaki. The same looks he cast at Haruno. The same words, declarations of love, compliments. But he does all of that anyway. They go to cafes together. Uzumaki constantly brings home flowers to kill the smell of geraniums that he hates, often says that Sasuke is beautiful and strong. He has repeatedly proven with his actions that Sasuke is the most precious person in the world to him. It's just that all of this is not so. XO. Not the way she wants. Is she dreaming? Fantasizing? It was just that he had always belonged only to her. Sasuke knew Naruto perhaps better than anyone in the world, understood the motives behind his actions, felt everything that he felt. She admired him. She saw how much he was actually ahead of their entire graduating class, in strength, talent, and maturity. Being formally a month older than Uzumaki, Sasuke had always been the youngest in their family, the follower, the subordinate. She wanted to catch up with him. To go level, shoulder to shoulder, to stop feeling like an eternal burden. Here it is. That childish thing, from the last day of life in the orphanage, that haunted her for many years. Despite all her achievements at the academy and the laudatory odes of the senseis, Sasuke always felt like a burden, a weight that Naruto had to carry on her shoulders, a chain that did not allow him to spread his wings, a cage that limited his free movement. She wanted to free him from the shackles, and at the same time keep him close forever. To hold on, not to give him to some brainless pink mop that did not even understand that there was no way for a puddle to appear on the road in such a dry summer. Sasuke bit her lip. She didn't want to share Naruto with anyone. Let him have other friends, let him find a common language with his father, but he had to love her, only her. She had to become stronger and prove to him that she was no longer his little sister, who needed to be taken care of forever, but a separate person. A girl. In the end, they were not related. The attack, as Kakashi expected, happened in the morning. After waking up and having a breakfast of lean rice, the shinobi team, together with the architect, went to the unfinished bridge to estimate the time for completing the mission, monitor the work process and give the necessary orders to the builders. But there was no one else on the bridge except them. From below, from the surface of the water, a quiet grunt was heard. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist, one of the famous 7 swordsmen of Kurigakure. Still, he was ranked a Kakashi pulled back his headband and revealed his Sharingan. There was no point in playing hide and seek with such an opponent. The huge sword flew into the air, a wave covered the bridge, scattering the Konoha shinobi in different directions, a thick, dense fog began to slowly rise higher. Kakashi rushed into battle, while Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura surrounded the architect, protecting him from possible attacks. Formation of the manji, exactly as the textbook prescribed. Even the Sharingan needs time to calculate the enemy's actions, to begin to guess his movements before he starts to do them, to see the future. It takes time spent in battle. The shinobi dissolved in the fog, looking at each other. Zabuza has the advantage. He has been watching the enemy all day, but Kakashi has to find out everything by experience. It does not matter. This is not his first opponent. Breathing, pulse, barely perceptible trembling of the air. Just the clang of metal on metal, when kunai are parried by a sword. Sparks struck by the collision. Jumps and somersaults, sharp dodges of counterattacks. The chain of actions becomes clearer and more predictable. The only bad thing is that the enemy has not yet used ninjutsu, you don't know what to expect. You need to hide, catch him off guard, force him to open up. Mistake. The water around is stronger than steel, you can't move. You shouldn't have hidden under it, now the water is not an ally, but another enemy. The children are left alone, that's his mistake. Seeing that sensei was trapped, Naruto and Sasuke rushed forward at the same time, without thinking, throwing an order over their shoulders to the confused Sakura to guard the customer. They ran to the edge of the bridge, froze for a moment, and prepared to jump down. The next step was cut short by a sharp cry. Run! I lost! Get out of here! The echo spread in the morning silence. The boys hesitated. Run! But where to run? Abandon their mentor, their customer, fail the mission. It wouldn't change anything, they would die anyway, but as cowards who had turned their backs to the enemy. It was unlikely that Zabuza would let them go alive. The fame of this merciless killer ran far ahead of him. Not sparing his own, what would it cost him to kill 3 stupid children who got in his way? A clone emerged from the water, squinted, and slung his sword over his shoulder. The Senbon clinked as it stuck into the wooden bridge, as if drawing a dividing line between Fuyu and Uzumaki. The boy and girl jumped in different directions. Let's play. A ringing, melodic laugh dissolved in the thick fog, penetrated under the skin and rang somewhere in the back of the head, causing almost physical pain. Another enemy. Where did he come from? Ice mirrors began to grow around the girl, enclosing her in a kind of dome. 1, 2, a dozen. Too many. There are gaps between them, but not even a child can get through. The enemy dissolved in one of the slabs. What is this dome for? A kind of prison, a technique for holding the enemy. Naruto froze. Kakashi or Sasuke? What to do? The fog had already climbed onto the bridge. Kakashi and Zabuza, who had remained in the water, had disappeared from sight. What was going on there? Was Sensei still alive? How could they defeat such enemies without his help? Sasuke seemed to be thinking the same thing. She took a defensive stance, holding a kunai in front of her, and looked around, memorizing the location and angle of each mirror. The icy surface reflected the enemy's young face, no older than 16. A senbon flew out, which Fuyu easily dodged, and the enemy disappeared again. So that's it. Run, Naruto, I can handle this myself. Get Kakashi out before we all get killed here. But Sasuke, still unsure about what decision to make. Damn concern. Run, I said, stop protecting me all the time. Just trust me. He resigned himself. He assessed the situation and came to the same conclusions. Okay, Sasuke, don't linger here. Naruto cursed and disappeared into the fog. Sasuke looked around, trying to figure out where the enemy was hiding this time. Naruto reached Kakashi and Zabuza just as Momochi raised the throat cutter for the final blow. Sensei's face was frozen in some kind of doomed and sad regret, his hands couldn't even move in an instinctive attempt to avoid death. Uzumaki gritted his teeth and threw a kunai at the enemy without looking. Anything to distract, to draw attention to himself, fortunately he knows how to irritate like no one else. Shout something stupid and pompous, create a dozen clones, get into a stance, getting ready to attack. Staying on the water is the same principle as on trees, you just need to push off, not stick. It's easy to understand, put into practice without training, only on instinct screaming that now is not the time for stupidity. Sasuke is fighting somewhere in the fog, Sakura is left completely alone, it is unknown whether all the enemies have managed to show up. Without Sensei, they do not have a single chance to survive. Boy, have you decided to die a heroic death? The kunai clanged, deflected by the sword, and splashed into the water. I will teach you to respect real shinobi, stupid child. The clone went on the attack. Sasuke was spinning in a crazy dance, reflecting the death flying at her from all sides. She moved like a fire goddess dancing in the tongues of scorching flame, arching her whole body, hearing the wind whistling around her. The bells woven into her hair rang, her blue eyes sparkled in the reflections of ice. It didn't work, not to mention winning, she couldn't even notice her opponent, instantly appearing and disappearing in the depths of the mirrors. Another needle pierced her forearm with pain. How many blows had she already missed? Her right leg was almost numb, her left arm hung like a whip, completely immobilized, a cut on her neck was bleeding. Her clothes had turned into beggarly rags, torn by sharp thorns and soaked in blood, sweat was pouring into her eyes. Dozens of broken senbon rustled under her feet, but the enemy didn't have any fewer of them. Somewhere down there, his best friend was fighting an opponent who was immeasurably stronger and more experienced than him. Sasuke heard it. The echo carried desperate curses, splashes of water, sounds of blows. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I won't give up, Naruto. I'll go forward to the end, and someday I'll definitely catch up with you. Her eyes were covered with an oily film, the first tomo began to spin, the enemy seemed to slow down. I'll read your actions, bastard. Naruto grabbed his side and winced. The torn wound had already begun to heal, but it still caused sharp pain. The enemy was too strong. It was impossible to distract him with any tricks, at least not those that Uzumaki was capable of using. It seemed that Momochi was simply having fun, watching all the boy's attempts to overcome himself. Deceptive maneuvers, henge, cloning technique. Too fast a reaction and excellent analysis of the enemy's actions ruined all of Naruto's attempts to get closer to Kakashi. There were no weapons left in the shoulder backpack, everything had gone under the water in useless attempts to free the sensei, and the boy had not moved towards his goal. Inside Naruto, the fox pressed his entire belly to the floor of the cage, watching what was happening through the eyes of his Jinchuriki. The walls of the prison glowed with a soft, putrid light, huge tails beat furiously against the bars, a terrible mouth stretched into a grin. The terrifying chakra concentrated, intertwined into tight balls, seeped out in thin streams. Too early. The dam seal does not let chakra through while the boy is stable and able to reason sensibly, and distracting him in such a fight is pure suicide. Time runs differently in the mind and the outside world, but a second of confusion will be enough for the enemy. XO. It is unlikely that the Nine Tails will have enough strength to revive a body cut into two parts. For some reason, he did not want to lose his vessel. To gain freedom, for the first time in his life, either. Not in this way. Well, are you tired yet, little brat? Zabuza openly mocked, continuing to easily dodge blows and hold the water prison. At your age, I managed to kill 100 already, and you can't even handle a clone. Maybe you should consider leaving the shinobi craft. It's clearly not for you. Naruto gritted his teeth. We'll see who's a real shinobi. The last shuriken appeared from the backpack, twice the usual size. Uzumaki unfolded the blades, spun the weapon on his finger and jumped forward. The fight is not over yet. Slash slash slash. The girl fell to the ground after all, and Haku froze for a few moments, paying her respects. He had never had such powerful opponents. For the first time, someone had managed to read his technique, pull him out of the ice mirrors, and even injure him. The amount of chakra was rapidly approaching the critical point, his breath was wheezing out of his lungs, his wet hair was stuck to his forehead. Sharingan, the ability of the legendary Uchiha clan. He had heard of it, but had never seen it before. If even such a brat possessed such power, then what could he expect from an experienced Jonin? It was good that Zabuza-san had neutralized the copy ninja so quickly. Haku was not sure that if their fight had lasted a little longer, his mentor would have been able to resist. The guy came out of the mirror and slowly walked towards his defeated opponent. Another needle appeared in his hands, the last one for this girl. One hit would be enough to end her life forever. The black-haired girl was still breathing, pressing her hand to the wound on her stomach, and quietly whispering something. Haku froze, listening. Forgive me, Naruto. I never managed to catch up with you. Slash slash slash. Sasuke. An electric arc pierced the heart. The Rinnegan blossomed in the eyes. Sasuke. There's fog all around, you can't see anything. Which way did he leave her? Sasuke. Demonic chakra flowed, tearing apart the whitish curtain. A whirlpool of death began to swirl. Sasuke. Don't get distracted, boy. Naruto extended his hand, and the enemy was thrown aside, torn apart. The clone burst with a loud pop. Visibility improved significantly, revealing the original in the water prison with Kakashi trapped inside. His chest ached, throbbed, howled. No time for this fight. You defeated a clone. Well, you're not as useless as I thought at first. But that won't change anything, stupid child. There is no time. The internal chronometer counts down the last blows. It seems that you are not just late, but already late, having lost everything in the world. Right hand up, palm open, directed towards the enemy. Words emerge from memory, as if they had always been there. Shinra Tensai. Zabuza was thrown aside, hitting the water with a powerful blow. The water prison fell, freeing Hatake from captivity. Now it's up to you, Sensei. Naruto doesn't have time for this anymore. He broke into a run, jumping over the waves. Run as if it were the last time, rush forward along the path indicated by the heart, suffocate with fear. Sasuke. Slash slash slash. How many seconds does it take to kill an immobilized enemy? No more than one, if you don't let doubts take hold of you. Haku didn't allow it. Zabuza-san was the most important person to him, the one he lived for. These people were preventing his dream from coming true, which meant they had to be eliminated. First this unconscious girl, then the second one, and then the architect. Zabuza-san would handle the boy and the Jonin on his own. The Senbon, intended to hit the enemy's vital point, never managed to slip from his hand. The ice mirrors cracked, flying into small fragments, and fell to the ground as broken glass. What attacked Haku was not human. Claws too long, fangs too big, chakra of hatred that was incomparable to anything. The boy did not even have time to react when he received the first blow, sending him flying for a long time. Too fast, blurred movements. The first blow, still in the air, was followed by a second, tearing his chest with claws. Ribs cracked, digging sharp fragments into tender insides, pierced a lung and almost reached the heart. The third blow came immediately after landing and tore an artery in his neck. Thick dark blood gushed from the wound, flooding his kimono. Haku raised his blood-stained hand to his lips and stared at his enemy in disbelief. What are you? My throat started bleeding. A boy, but completely different, changed beyond recognition. His mere presence gripped the heart with fear. How could this be? Zabuza-san. Haku created another mirror, wanting to move to his mentor, but did not even have time to touch the smooth surface. Another blow, the torn-off hand flies to the side. Fast, deadly, merciless. Fury and madness splash in strange eyes, each blow reaches the target. He does not even use techniques, just beats to death. Haku broke off the bridge and flew into the water, but the merciful waters accepted the already dead body. The demon in the form of a child god in flight, pierced the chest with a clawed paw and pulled out the heart. The last thing Haku heard in his life was the distant Chidori. Naruto slowly approached Sasuke and dropped to his knees, not daring to touch the injured body. Pain and a dull weakness pulsed through his veins, tears streamed down his cheeks in thin streams. It was his fault. He shouldn't have left her alone. He should have pulled her out of the icy captivity right away, turned his consciousness inside out, calling on demonic chakra, learned everything possible about this damn Rinnegan back in Konoha. He was too weak. He didn't train enough, didn't put enough effort into perfecting his techniques, didn't have enough time to learn. Idiot. Useless. Good for nothing cretin. Quiet footsteps were heard. Sensei returned to the bridge, having defeated his opponent. The fog had almost completely dissipated. Kurama. Silence in response, waves beat against invisible walls. Kurama. The heart beats dully, the buzzing in the ears grows, the nails dig into the palms, breaking through the thin skin. Kurama. On the highest note of a wounded soul. I can't, Naruto. The fox himself seemed to regret having to say those words. I can't cure her. But why, after all, last time? He closed his eyes, holding himself back from the final spiral that would throw him into hysterics. The eyes, Naruto, the last time I healed the eyes that belong to you. Kyuubi sighed and laid his muzzle on the ground. The tails, which had been in constant motion until then, sank smoothly into the water. While I am in the cage, I cannot heal anyone except my Jinchuriki. She is not you, not a part of you. I cannot help. I am sorry. How do I open the cage? Naruto grabbed onto the only thing that could help him at that moment. The fox froze. Was this kid really serious? Are you crazy? Have you forgotten who I am? Have you forgotten what I did to your mother? He growled angrily, trying to bring her to her senses. To sober her up, the boy waved it off as if it was something unimportant. I don't care. Tell me how to open this damn cage, save Sasuke, and do whatever you want. You can then blow this whole damn world to pieces, maybe that's what he needed all along. Kurama remained silent. It wasn't even that the wish alone wasn't enough to open the cage, and they didn't have the key to the lock. He just felt that it was too early. This child needed him exactly where he was now, and he needed the child. Something like a divine plan, a secret meaning laid down by Father Rakuto, a life purpose. Sorry Naruto, I can't help you. But why? Why the hell? Angry, desperate tears, streaming from the eyes and falling onto the bridge where it all began. Kakashi limped towards Sasuke lying on the bridge, not paying any attention to the bleeding wound in his leg. Sakura was sobbing softly, continuing to guard the architect frozen in horror. Naruto, frozen in one pose, caused a feeling of unbearable shame and grief in his chest. It was his fault. He had not prepared the children sufficiently for the trials awaiting them in the big world, had not foreseen all the dangers of the upcoming mission, had foolishly fallen for it, leaving his comrades to die. Now it was time to look his mistakes in the eye, step by step, ignoring the pain and fear that gripped his heart. Some kind of fuss was heard behind him, and at least 40 new enemies appeared at the edge of the bridge, led by their employer, Gato. Who cared? Kakashi only glanced at them with an uninterested glance, slightly turning his head, and continued on his way. There was almost no chakra left. Naruto rose from his knees, turned to face his new opponents, Rinnegan in his eyes. Hitaki noted it mechanically, as if he had made a mark in his memory, but said nothing. There were no words left. Uzumaki, stamping his steps, passed by. He was shouting something, but the meaning eluded the captain, his consciousness was slightly fuzzy. Kakashi walked up to Sasuke, sat down next to him and pulled the girl onto his lap. He pushed the bangs off his pale, sunken face and placed his hand on his chest. Green chakra flowed through his palm, and a quiet buzzing sound could be heard. Irie ninjutsu, entry level, the minimum that all Anbu studied. It wouldn't heal serious injuries, but it could patch things up a bit, allowing the wounded to be carried to the hospital. A desperate and most likely futile attempt, an act aimed at calming one's own conscience rather than at real salvation. There was no pulse, the chest didn't rise, the heart didn't beat. Somewhere behind them, terrible screams, the crack of breaking bones, the ringing of metal could be heard. Sakura was screaming, breaking her voice, calling Naruto. Kakashi did not turn around, continuing to send chakra and peering into the exhausted face. How could Fugaku throw out his child? How could he consider her a burden, a marriage, incapable trash? How could he turn his hand to sign the documents of refusal and transfer to an orphanage? Could one of the richest clans of the Land of Fire not find a way to do what a poor orphan from an orphanage, Uzumaki Naruto, did alone? If not to restore his vision, then at least to warm him, give him a decent education, help him find a place in life where even a blind person would be comfortable. She would never have become a shinobi and would not have met the little demon, would not be dying now, lying on dirty wet boards, would not pay with her life for someone else's greed and arrogance. The chest under her hand shook with the first heartbeat, the long eyelashes fluttered. Inhale. Really? The girl coughed. Naruto. Kakashi looked back for the first time at what was happening behind him. He screamed loudly, desperately, at the top of his lungs. Naruto. She's alive. The boy stood alone among the corpses lying on the ground, swaying slightly, wounded, with his head down. The battlefield was littered with broken weapons, mangled bodies, and scraps of fabric from torn clothing. He turned around at the scream, still not believing what he had heard. She's alive, Naruto. Sasuke is alive. Kakashi himself didn't understand at what point the tears started flowing. Alive, he repeated more quietly, more for himself. Uzumaki smiled. The construction of the bridge was going on for the third day at a rapid pace, thanks to 100 clones created by Naruto in helping with the work. The boy literally spent the night on the piles, not going into the house to eat, sleep, or even to visit Sasuke. He carried boards all day, worked with a hammer, laid stones. By evening he fell from fatigue where he stood, unable to move. It seemed that he was trying to drive himself, atoning for a non-existent guilt before the girl. Kakashi knew this state, he himself had once gone through it. Naruto received food and news about Sasuke through Sakura, who followed him like a tail and made sure that her partner did not fall asleep in the most dangerous areas and did not fall into the water. Kakashi received information about Uzumaki from Haruno. Sasuke slept without regaining consciousness, she was restoring her strength to return home. Thanks to Sakura, Kakashi was able to learn all the details of the battle that took place on the bridge. Naruto used a strange technique, lifting all the attackers into the air with one wave of his hand, and then compressed them into a single lump, breaking metal and bone with a monstrous pressure force. He welded them together into a disgusting mess, howling in pain, threw them even higher and let go of his hand, allowing them to collapse and smash against the hard deck of the bridge. He approached the already dying, cold-bloodedly finishing them off with precise blows of a kunai. An atypical, unlike him cruelty, but the Nine Tails chakra dissipated even before new enemies appeared. The picture turned out to be flawed, as if several pieces were missing from a puzzle, and without them it was impossible to understand what exactly was depicted. Another mystery is the Rinnegan, a mysterious dujutsu about which almost nothing is known, rumored to have limitless power. The eyes of God. Where did Naruto get them? How long ago did they awaken? What does he know about his abilities? Does he know anything at all? Both during the fight with Zabuza and during the massacre on the bridge, Naruto used techniques that Kakashi had never heard of before. Remarkably, he used them without the use of seals, but with voice commands, which means he did know something. But why did he wait so long then? Kakashi shook his head and left the house. It was time for a serious talk. Naruto, as expected, showed up at a construction site, diligently sawing off boards of the required length, after which he stacked them on a cart. His golden hair was soaked with sweat and hung down like sad icicles, his skin was covered with an even darker tan, calluses appeared on his hands in places unusual for a shinobi. Without his favorite sweatshirt, thrown off because of the heat, he seemed smaller in weight and height. From the outside, one could easily mistake him for a village urchin helping his father, a carpenter, at work. Who would have thought that in this child's body there lived a power capable, according to rumors, of destroying the entire world? Naruto, can I talk to you? Kakashi approached silently, froze 4 steps away, demonstrating with his whole posture that he would not accept refusal. The boy chuckled and put the saw aside. The two of them left the bridge and settled down on the river bank, hiding in the shadow of the dense tree thickets. The freshness of the river cooled their heated bodies and set them in a calm, peaceful mood. Enough of the fight, both were exhausted from this mission. For a while, there was silence, broken only by the splash of water hitting the rocks. In the end, Uzumaki could not stand it anymore. I wanted to ask you, sensei. The boy ran his fingers through his hair and ruffled his blonde hair. I saw your report to the Hokage. Why did you? Naruto hesitated. Didn't write anything about you having the Rinnegan. Kakashi came to the rescue. Yes. Should I have? The man looked at his comrade with interest, noticing the slightest changes in his facial expression. Naruto thought about his answer for a minute. Yes, they probably should have. Most likely, this information will have some significance for the village. Kakashi chuckled. Some significance was an overly diplomatic understatement. More like the effect of a bomb going off, the appearance of another Biju in Konoha, the acceptance of a new powerful clan into their ranks. Tell me, Naruto. Kakashi chose his words carefully, taking his time. From the analysis of your fight from Sakura's words, I made one interesting assumption: you do not know how to control the Rinnegan. Either you acquired it very recently, or this dujutsu turned out to be too complex for you to understand. Which option is correct? Where did you get it? What do you even know about the Rinnegan? The boy twitched his cheek and smiled crookedly. The blood of Indra and Asura. What? Rakudo Sannin had two sons, Indra and Asura. Indra's descendants are the Uchiha clan, Asura's are the Senju and Uzumaki. The only way to get the Rinnegan is to mix the blood of Indra and Asura. All that Naruto managed to extract from Kurama in a year and a half. There are some other conditions, but I don't know them. I got the Rinnegan when I swapped eyes with Sasuke. I don't know how to use it, I never really figured it out. In that fight, I don't know. Something clicked, the words came by themselves. I don't know if I can repeat something like that. I see. But if you got it, then that means Sasuke got it too. Kakashi looked closely at his student's face. How is she doing? Even worse. She can't even hold it. Naruto bit his lip. Can you help us? Kakashi shook his head. No, Naruto. I don't know anything about the Rinnegan's abilities other than what's common knowledge. Control of all elements. Multiple summons. Control over Biju. You know about the 9 tails inside you, right? Do you communicate? Sometimes. Uzumaki frowned. About what? It's personal, he said too harshly. Kakashi raised his hands up in a retreating gesture. He stood up from the grass and shook himself off. Rinnegan, Naruto, is a fairy tale. A legend that came from ancient times, overgrown with a huge number of rumors and speculations over the centuries. I did not write about your abilities in the report, because it is not my secret. You saved us all, so consider this my gratitude, the man smiled kindly. Besides, I do not think that this information should become public knowledge, and the reports are seen not only by the Hokage. I have already warned Sakura that she should keep silent about what she saw. However, I also believe that the fourth should know about this. Uzumaki remained silent, hypnotizing the river. Kakashi patted him on the head. I don't know why you dislike the fourth so much, but my advice to you is to talk to the Hokage. I heard that his teacher, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, once taught a child with the same abilities as you. No one in the world can tell you more about the Rinnegan than Jiraiya-sama, but he will only undertake to teach you under the patronage of the Hokage. He has very peculiar ideas about recruiting students. Naruto lowered his head and thought deeply. 2 days after the memorable conversation, Sasuke woke up, and a day later the bridge was finished. They returned home in oppressive silence. Kakashi carried Fuyu, who had not yet fully recovered, on his back. Sakura walked quietly next to him, occasionally glancing at her black-haired teammate. Naruto trudged along in the rearguard. At the Konoha gates he caught up, silently took the report papers from the commander and went ahead. Sakura jerked to catch up, but Hitaki put his hand on her shoulder, holding her back. He'll handle it himself, Sakura. We can go and rest. Higasa, paper umbrella. Uchiwa is a traditional Japanese fan. Author's assumption. In the anime, Sasuke's Sharingan ended up inside the Rinnegan. I don't see any point in depriving her of this dujutsu here. But she still has a lot to learn before connecting. Again, the author's assumption. Jiraiya taught Nagato, probably wrote something in the reports for his village. He saw the elements, the summons, he could understand if he offered Nagato to make a contract with the toads. Biju from the Legends of Rakudo Sannin. Chapter 12. Minato finished checking the last report for the day and leaned back tiredly in his chair. His stiff back ached unpleasantly, his eyes were watering from reading for so long, and his temples were shooting with a dull pain. He had managed to sort out the documents that had accumulated during the day completely, but tomorrow his desk would be covered with a pile of new scrolls again. The dry season was always the most popular for shinobi. Civilians stopped farming and went on trips, asking for protection. Merchants actively traveled, trying to visit as many settlements as possible before the roads washed out again. The frequency of clashes with other shinobi on the country's borders increased. Nukenin and roadside robbers became more active. Conflicts broke out in taverns. Orders came in to collect medicinal herbs and insects. And with all this, the shinobi's reports became less and less clear and readable. The heat and constant fatigue took their toll. Parsing this scribbled papers turned into excruciating torture, and calculating profits and expenses into sophisticated mockery. There were assistants, of course, but Minato had gotten used to controlling everything himself over the years. Not because he didn't trust, he was just trying to fill every minute of his free time with work. The man stood up, stretched and walked over to the open window. Twilight was gradually falling on Konoha. Street lamps were lit, ragged shadows drew bizarre patterns on the ground, fireflies flickered here and there. People were finishing up their business and hurrying home, smiling contentedly at each other, exchanging jokes, agreeing to meet later in cafes and bars. The Hokage had nowhere to rush. After Kushina's death, he sold the old house. He couldn't sleep, eat or think there. There were too many reminders of the loss. The comfortable leather sofa where they had spent hundreds of happy evenings hugging, the light wallpaper with a small flower, Kami-sama, how long they had argued over the color scheme, the cozy kitchen that always smelled of freshly baked goods. Kushina loved to bake sweet desserts from rice flour and always greeted her husband from missions with some new delicacy. She loved bright colors, although she was embarrassed by her copper red hair. She loved loud laughter and gentle, melodic music. She often sang when she was doing housework, danced, driving you crazy with the smooth curve of her hips, smiled brightly and sincerely. Thanks to her, the whole house smelled of dried lavender and holly, subtle notes of sakura and delicate violet. An incomparable, unique scent that instantly evokes deep blue eyes and the softness of chiseled hands. An amazing woman, irreplaceable. Kushina dreamed of a child. She spent a long time persuading her husband to take the decisive step, bought magazines on suitable topics, and furnished the nursery to her taste. A small pendulum crib with a light, translucent canopy, plush bears and foxes lovingly placed throughout the room, a soft carpet from the country of stone, green, long pile, covering the entire floor of the small room. She taught him fairy tales and lullabies, picked out flannel diapers and tiny funny sandals. During her pregnancy, his wife had read somewhere that she absolutely had to knit something for the future baby. Was it her fiery temperament that would take on such a tedious task? Minato remembered how colorful skeins of wool, knitting needles, and specially purchased magazines with patterns were flying all over the house. He had to catch his furious wife and kiss her, assuring her that their son would be happy without stupid superstitions, and then reproach himself for many years. Maybe if he had picked up those needles and tried to knit those stupid booties himself, their life would have turned out differently. There was no point in guessing now. His wife has been gone for 13 years, his son for the same amount of time. And Minato, probably, is gone too, only the Yondaime Hokage remains. Kushina was his meaning, his guiding star in life, the only woman he had ever loved. Not once in all these years had the thought of tying himself to someone else crossed his mind. Did young Namikaze understand what his election as Hokage could lead to? What would he have to sacrifice for the sake of this title? What would he lose? More likely yes than no. He was always serious and collected, always took responsibility for his own and other people's lives, always strived only forward. He understood what kind of world they lived in, participated in military actions more than once, was not afraid to act. He loved Konoha and wanted to protect it at any cost. Perhaps he was simply too young. Minato was ready to pay for his mistakes, he just did not know that life would demand such interest. The years have smoothed out those character traits that threw him into battle impulsively. Namikaze learned to send others to their deaths, to make decisions that affected the lives of hundreds, to choose between what was desired and what was right. He always realistically assessed his strengths and capabilities, did not disdain to ask others for advice, but made conclusions based only on his own inferences. This was his path, his choice. The Hokage left the office, locked the door with the usual FUNN barrier and dismissed the Anbu on duty. After some hesitation, he decided not to move home by technology. He wanted to walk along the streets familiar from childhood, to plunge into the bustle flowing through the arteries of Konoha, to feel a little alive. The village was still awake. The signs of roadside cafes were welcomingly lit, people were walking, tired from the daytime heat, the wind was scattering the trash that had been piled up during the day along the sidewalks. At night, the street cleaners would come out and clean everything up. Minato bowed to passers-by, smiled routinely and politely declined offers to have a cup of sake. Subordination had not yet been abolished, although sometimes he really wanted to. The new Namikaze house was located next to the Hokage residence and was half the size of the previous one. 2 rooms, a kitchen with an eternally empty refrigerator, a futon. Nothing extra, nothing, homey, that would distinguish a living space from a hotel room occupied by guests only for the night. Of his personal belongings, There was only a half-empty closet with clothes, a box of kunai, and an album with photographs. The cleaning lady who came twice a week often grumbled, saying that the Hokage's house looked like a crypt, and sometimes cooked something for dinner for the negligent boss. Today, she was probably there too, but most likely she had already left. I wonder if there was any food in the house. He was not hungry, but he would not refuse tea. Minato climbed the creaky steps, opened the lock and walked into the hallway. He took off his shoes, took off his Hokage cloak, hanging it on a nail driven into the door, and went into the kitchen, turning on the light. Naruto was sitting on the wide windowsill, leaning his forehead against the glass and looking out at the street, clutching a three-pronged kunai in his hands. Teach me to outpace time. The clock ticked quietly, counting down the first hour of the night. An aluminum spoon tapped on the bottom of the plate, paper rustled. While Naruto ate the soup prepared by the caring housekeeper, Minato read the report, supplemented by a crooked boyish handwriting. Strange feelings were born in his chest, pride, obsessed with rage, fear and admiration. It seemed that the mission of the 7th team was successful, and they returned alive, and the honor of Konoha remained unstained, but everything was somehow too close to the edge. Naruto often walked on the edge in his life, looking into the abyss, and this time, for the first time, death did not look away. The Hokage reread the last lines again, paying special attention to a specific word, and looked at his son. Show me, sharply, harshly, without the right to refuse. An order, not a request. Naruto put down the spoon and activated the Rinnegan. The circle spread across the smooth surface of the water, confirming that everything written was true. What else was hidden in this child? Should he develop his power or, on the contrary, slow down, lock him away until a certain time, wait until his view of the world became broader and his psyche more stable? The man sighed and rubbed his tired eyes, making a decision. You will have access to all documents in the secret archives that contain information about the Rinnegan. Sensei Jiraiya will not return to Konoha for at least 8 months. The Chunin exam is planned for half a year. If you pass, you will be able to receive a long-term training mission. Otherwise, I will not be able to justify the removal of the Jinchuriki from the village to the advisors. Learning Rinnegan techniques under close supervision is not the best idea. Will that suit you? That's not all. Naruto started working with his spoon again, continuing to furtively drill Namikaze with a heavy look. Will you teach me? Minato narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping out an intricate rhythm on the tabletop. You want to learn my movement technique? For what? If I had been faster, Sasuke wouldn't have been hurt. Minato smiled wryly. At one time, this technique did not help me save the woman I loved. Naruto snorted stubbornly, but did not take his eyes off. He had already decided everything for himself. He was ready to go to the end of his intended goal. Kushina came to mind again, proudly straightening her shoulders and striding forward. The man nodded to his thoughts, walked around the table and put his hand on his son's shoulder. The mark is placed with one touch. Sasuke made cadence seals and tried to change her vision, like there, on the bridge. It already worked the first time, although at first it was difficult to tune into the right wave. The degree of chakra concentration in the eyes, and concentration, and emotional mood were all important. The fireball turned out to be twice as big as planned. The girl rubbed her burnt cheeks, glued pieces of gauze folded several times and soaked in a healing solution to them with a band-aid, and took kunai out of her bag. A sharp run, a jump, a somersault in the air and sharp blades ripped through space, flying to the target. No less than 8 targets, you need to hit the center of each. 6 kunai enter precisely into the red center, but 2 clang dully, bouncing off the surface and falling into the thick grass. Sasuke curled her lips, exhaled and went to collect the weapons. We need to try again. She can see all 8 targets and the flight of the kunai. What's the problem? Not a strong enough swing. Sharingan. After the mission in the Land of Waves, Sasuke looked at her changed eyes in the mirror for a long time, trying to understand whether she was happy about another confirmation of her belonging to the Uchiha clan or not. Her feelings were ambivalent. On the one hand, she had received her own power, taken not from Naruto, on the other, a whole bunch of additional problems. She did not have access to any clan techniques, did not have a suitable teacher and did not have the slightest desire for her pseudo-relatives to find out about her new abilities. Of course, she could have turned to Kakashi, but the sensei stubbornly avoided the girl. During missions, he kept himself aloof and distant. Immediately after completing and submitting reports, he disappeared in an unknown direction, and he was completely out of reach on the street and at home. Was he embarrassed by his defeat on the bridge in the first serious battle the children had seen? Was he remembering something from the distant past? Was he experiencing his first pedagogical failure? Sasuke had heard that Kakashi had never had any other students before. The girl didn't know what the problem was, but it was starting to irritate her. A month and a half had passed, it was time to calm down. Since Naruto began his training with the Hokage, they almost stopped seeing each other. Uzumaki's days were filled with missions, reading archival documents and individual training. In the evenings, when the Hokage finished with the daily routine, paired training began, techniques, combat strategy, general physical training and the elements. Naruto returned well after midnight, tired, squeezed out, incapable not only of heart-to-heart talks, but even of the bare minimum of eating, taking a shower, changing into pajamas. He threw off his clothes and fell into bed, falling asleep before his head even touched the pillow. At 5 in the morning, he jumped up, as if by an alarm clock, rushed to the bathroom, swept away the food prepared the night before and everything began again. Missions, archives, training. Without the noisy, fidgety, sometimes clumsy Uzumaki, the house was empty and sad. No one threw things around that the girl constantly tripped over, no one shouted, entering into another senseless argument, no one distracted her from gray sad thoughts. Sasuke was desperately bored, she missed his familiar voice, slightly rough jokes, that warmth that was always there. And at the same time, she understood that she was to blame for everything. If she were stronger, if she had not lost to the ice mirrors, then everything in their life would have remained the same. Naruto would not rush forward so desperately now, would not drive himself at a crazy, exhausting pace, would not turn his brain and joints inside out in an attempt to never allow failure again. He always wanted to protect her, and now this mania reached its peak. Sasuke was ashamed of her weakness, tried to overcome it, but so far it was not working out very well. The girl returned home, took a shower and headed to the kitchen, starting to cook dinner. The thoughts in her head were sluggish, clumsy, too viscous. Her hands mechanically peeled and cut vegetables, poured oil into the frying pan and lowered boiled noodles into it, added hot spices and soy sauce. Fish or meat, probably pork, Naruto needed protein. And it would be more filling, it was unknown whether he had eaten anything today. Sakura taught her how to cook. Sasuke didn't have a mother who would explain many things and teach what every girl needs to know in everyday life. Cooking and sewing, cosmetics and hairpins, choosing colors for everyday and festive outfits, ways to care for skin and hair. Changes that happen to the body due to growing up. Incomprehensible emotions caused by boys. In the absence of Naruto, Sasuke had to communicate a lot with the pink-haired girl, who opened the door to the world of femininity for her and patiently explained what distinguishes girls from boys in addition to purely physical differences. The new experience was interesting, a little embarrassing and extremely useful. It can't be said that the girls became close friends, but Sasuke began to understand Haruno and her other peers much better. They were not stupid and spoiled, they just grew up in different conditions. Sasuke, I'm home, as always, through the window. What can you do with him? You're early today. For good, or will you run away again? The brunette took out plates and forks, setting the table. She thoughtfully looked at the result and added a napkin holder, salt and pepper shakers. Dropped in for an hour, had a bite to eat and washed up. Then I'll run on, there's still a ton of things to do. Uzumaki walked into the kitchen, chewing an apple as he went. The girl snorted. Will you eat? Yeah, I'm really hungry. Naruto threw the core into the trash and sat down at the table, rubbing his hands in anticipation. And you, too, I guess, holding your dujutsu for an hour without a break, while combining taijutsu and ninjutsu. Is it just me, or have you become much faster? Where are you from? Fuyu turned around, staring at her neighbor in shock. Her face lit up with a guess. Dobi, you were following me. Yeah, Naruto smiled contentedly. My father made me, as part of the training. Father. Well, we have to call him something. Naruto was embarrassed and stared at the center of the table. For the first time this word rolled off his tongue, and so unexpectedly easily. XO. The girl smiled slyly, took a plate and began to serve an early dinner. Udon noodles, sweet peppers, beans and meat. It seemed to have turned out beautifully. She put the plate in front of her neighbor and sat down opposite with her portion. Uzumaki continued to hypnotize the table and turn red with his ears. Was he embarrassed that he now had a blood family, and she still didn't? Stupid. It was great that at least one adult appeared in his life, ready to teach him, help him at least with advice, guide him. Sasuke had never met the fourth anywhere except the Hokage's office, but one day he still came to their home. He carried Naruto on himself after their first training session together, both had miscalculated their strength, and the youngest was unable to move independently. Sasuke didn't know what Namikaze had told his son, but a day later Naruto had fixed the broken chair, finally nailed the shelf in the bathroom that Sasuke had long asked for, and replaced the creaky boards in the bottom of the bed. So, have you made any progress? Naruto shook himself and started eating, dropping the embarrassing topic. Figured out how to use the Sharingan? Partially. I learned to copy techniques by spying on others at the training grounds, the girl giggled. It's especially funny to watch the two weirdos from the 6th training ground. You've seen them, they wear strange green suits and smile all the time. Lee and Sensei Guy. Yeah, I didn't even know what kind of possibilities taijutsu holds. I'm not sure I can repeat even half of their techniques, but I've adopted some of them. Cool. Naruto picked up a hot piece of meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Will you teach me later? We'll see. Don't talk with your mouth full. Uzumaki swallowed the food and washed it down with a glass of milk. What about your genjutsu? Fuyu frowned, her mood instantly changing from benevolent to aggressively negative. I have enough bells. Sasuke. Leave me alone. The girl slammed the empty plate into the sink and left the kitchen. Naruto winced. Anyway, the main power of the Sharingan is not copying techniques. After the Yondaime opened the archives for Naruto, the previously quiet, clean and strict room turned into something like a dump. Here and there you could find sheets of paper covered with writing, half-eaten sandwiches, broken pencils and empty plastic juice bottles. All the boxes with documents were mixed up in a chaotic order, breaking the usual alphabetical indexes, scribbled diagrams and formulas appeared on the walls, the floor was covered with secret scrolls unrolled to their full length. An accelerated training course in the Uzumaki style, 3 clones at once wrote, read and crammed something, moving between the pyramids they had created, while the original enthusiastically practiced seals. The shinobi who came for their needs quietly cursed through their teeth, but admitted, it was much better this way. Because initially there were 12 clones, and the noise level significantly exceeded the permissible. The tyranny of the little demon who suddenly reached for knowledge was stopped by the Yondaime, who once showed up at the archives in the middle of the working day and gave the restless child a dressing down. From the long lecture, Naruto realized that such a number of clones would not only not contribute to the rapid assimilation of information, but on the contrary, would slow down the process. In other words, after the clones disappeared, such a mess would form in the original's head that he would not be able to figure out what his copies were doing here at all. The boy heated, dispelled most of the fair-haired assistants, and again stared at the scrolls with fuinjutsu. According to the official version, he gained access to the archives precisely because of them. The last representative of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha had to fill in the gaps in his education in this area and become an indispensable specialist for the village. This wording was approved by the village leadership. Everyone remembered Mito's protective barriers. There would be nothing wrong if the Jinchuriki learned to create something like this on their own. Konoha could use some protection. Minato wisely kept quiet about the Rinnegan. There was a serious conflict brewing among the village leadership, and it was worth keeping some aces up their sleeve. Naruto opened another scroll containing information about the Rinnegan and thoughtfully bit his lip. It seemed like a lot of information had been collected, but it was all somehow superficial. No specifics, as if you were reading a novel with a lot of literary water, containing only hints about the plot. Nevertheless, even such reading was useful. The boy sighed, took a pencil and underlined with 2 stripes the line in the document that interested him. The student extremely quickly learns techniques based on the use of ninjutsu, without experiencing any visible depletion of chakra. Perhaps this is due to the special properties of the Rinnegan, although I cannot say that there is no endurance typical of all Uzumaki representatives. However, the wearer's body still receives a colossal load when using 2 or more techniques at the same time. There is no probability of a fatal outcome, but further, it was illegible, the lines merged together. Apparently, a drop of water got into it. Naruto cursed and looked at Itachi who entered the archive. Is it possible to disclose the information received to Sasuke? On the one hand, she is smart and reasonable, she will probably be able to notice what Uzumaki missed and help figure it out. On the other hand, she is stubborn and sometimes impulsive. Especially in connection with her slight stall in mastering the Sharingan. She will definitely try to apply her new knowledge about the Rinnegan in practice. What if it kills her? What if something else is needed to use the Rinnegan, besides the fact of having this dujutsu? Something that Naruto has, but Sasuke does not. It cannot be belonging to the Uzumaki clan. Rakudo Sanin was the same ancestor for the Uchiha, as well as for the Whirlpool clan. It cannot be a Biju. Nagato was not a Jinchuriki. What's the secret? Itachi shrugged slightly, expressing his typical disapproval of the mess Naruto had made in the archive. The blonde bit his pencil. Uchiha was supposed to be a genius, wasn't he? And loyal to his father. Minato told the story of his eldest son Fugaku, not considering it necessary to hide it from Naruto. It couldn't be said that the younger one approved of such relations between relatives, but deep down he was forced to admit, he understood Itachi. He himself could not have done the same, he would have tried to find another way out until the last, but there was definitely logic in the actions of the elder brother Sasuke. Both in relation to his own clan, and in relation to his sister. Naruto couldn't tell Sasuke the secrets of the Rinnegan until he figured it out himself, but she had to move forward anyway. The Chunin exams were coming up. Black eyes bored a hole into the back of the only available native Sharingan user. Why not? Itachi looked at the girl throwing kunai around the training ground and squinted intently, remembering his conversation with the Hokage's son that had happened the previous evening. Only the reflexes he had developed over the years had saved him then. Trained by the Yondaime, Naruto was becoming faster and more dangerous every day. But there was no new information about his abilities. After completing his training and being assigned the rank of Genin, the Hokage ordered the Anbu surveillance to be lifted. 10 kunai with explosive seals attached to them were thrust into the place where Itachi had been standing just a few moments ago. His eyes automatically became covered with a film, his tomo began to spin, twisting into one line, and a katana appeared in his hands. The explosion thundered at the moment when Itachi had already touched the ground with his feet at a safe distance from the attack. The boy only bared his teeth at the unkind look thrown at him, and the fox under the seal growled angrily. Mangekyo revealed all the secrets kept by the child's body. A slight wave of surprise passed along the edge of consciousness. Why didn't even a thin thread of connection between the biju and the technique that tamed it begin to form? It is clear that the seal tightly binds both the carrier and the sealed one, but still it is quite strange. Uchiha stood in a stance, not knowing what to expect from the restless Jinchuriki, but the boy surprised. He continued to sit on the tree branch from where he launched the kunai, carelessly swinging his legs and not taking any action. Itachi had already decided to scold the playful boy, but Naruto was first, and all the words got stuck in his throat. Sasuke received the Sharingan. It didn't matter that the girl's eyes had previously belonged to another person, the Sharingan was born in the heart. The eyes were just a reflection of those inner experiences that the Uchiha clan experienced when they feared for their loved ones, sought to reunite with loved ones, or lost someone who was a part of their soul. It was foolish to hope that Sasuke, who had seen the light, would escape the curse of her clan. Itachi never considered the Sharingan a blessing. With the power came too much pain, disappointment and loss. And an irrepressible, corrupting and distorting pride. Surprisingly, Uzumaki turned out to be very tactful for his age. He did not try to interfere in the Uchiha clan's internal family relationships, did not blame anyone, and did not insist on anything. He simply offered a simple and safe way out of the impasse Itachi had driven himself into, to be a little closer to his sister, to benefit her, without causing her internal pain at the same time. Without rushing or being impudent, enter the inner circle, get to know each other a little better, without promising or imposing anything. Give them both the opportunity to gain an understanding of each other's point of view and draw their own conclusions. Itachi watched the girl's next attempt to hit the targets and smoothly landed on the grass behind her. The swing is too strong. Your actions should be softer and smoother, your hands should be more relaxed, focus not on the target, but on the flight itself, the voice sounded calm and confident. This is exactly how Itachi himself was lectured in his time. Sasuke turned around and quickly jumped away from the uninvited guest by 10 meters. She narrowed her eyes warily, examining her advisor. My name is Uchiha Itachi. I will be your temporary teacher. The girl bared her teeth. Why do you think I need a teacher from the Uchiha? No one else will tell you how to develop the Sharingan anyway. The guy bowed his head and looked closely into the blue eyes. I don't care, I'll figure it out myself. The girl turned her back and resolutely headed towards the exit from the training ground. Itachi sighed and squatted down. The world around the two turned black and red. Listen, Sasuke, I'm not an enemy. I serve in the personal guard of the Yondaime Hokage. I was sent by Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke froze and looked at her interlocutor with distrust. Naruto. Damn stubborn ram. He found her a personal sensei after all. Chapter 13. A fiery wave of Kaden passed along the taut fishing line, scorching the delicate leaves and bark of the tree. A snow-white electric discharge flew right after it. An explosion thundered, a flash of light, a water dragon, created from a small dirty puddle, soared into the sky. The small shadow jumped to the side, somersaulted several times in the air and froze, warily looking around. Flexible, dangerous, reminiscent of a whip, any breath of wind could throw it into another attack. Nimble fingers folded another seal, dispersing the smoke with the element of air. Sakura sighed in admiration and leaned back on the prickly blanket, stopping her observation. After all, Sasuke is incredible. A small clearing, located just behind the fenced-in iron training ground, was flooded with sunlight and warmth. A large blanket with a picnic basket was spread out on the silky fresh grass. There were several scrolls sealing cold water and mint ice cream, a straw hat and a snow-white t-shirt. A stream was quietly babbling nearby, an ideal place for a weekend walk and easy sparring. Sakura stretched blissfully and thoughtfully looked at the clear sky, watching the white lumps of clouds. Good. No missions, no training, no constant teasing, today was dedicated exclusively to rest. Well, at least for her. As practice showed, Naruto and Sasuke did not know how to rest. Their whole life resembled an endless race. A black-haired guy, whose face was covered by an Anbu mask, landed silently next to him. Having fun. Yeah. And what's the score? So far 7 or 8 in Sasuke's favor. A satisfied chuckle was heard. Sakura had long since gotten used to this strange, silent teacher Sasuke. Haruno didn't know why he had taken on the task of teaching an orphan girl, but she admitted that the young Uchiha was a much better sensei than Kakashi. More meticulous, demanding, and interested. Sasuke lit up every time he showed up and offered to conduct another training session. 4 out of 5 elements, close combat, ranged attack, genjutsu. Fuyu had progressed amazingly fast. Over the last 4.5 months, she had managed to copy and replicate half of her teacher's arsenal, develop her own enemy detection technique, and almost double her chakra reserves through daily training and meditation. It wasn't even progress, but a rapid leap upward, as if Sasuke had finally found her purpose. The clans. Sakura had long suspected that Sasuke had a direct connection to the Uchiha clan. The initially vague suspicions were confirmed by the awakened Sharingan, the ability to instantly adapt to any opponent and a completely unique fighting style. It was not entirely clear which branch of the clan had rejected the girl, but it was no longer important. Special training with Itachi revealed Sasuke's potential in a completely different perspective. Not a purely clan approach to training, not an emphasis on the ability to control an opponent with one glance, something completely new and many times more dangerous. Sakura sighed. She was envious. She herself could not boast of any particular successes. Her chakra control became even higher and stronger. Joint training with the team slightly increased the speed of movements. Lonely evenings spent reading books significantly increased her knowledge of theory. In general, that was all that the pink-haired girl had managed to achieve recently. Haruno began to think more and more often about her place in team number 7. Where are the Hokage and Kakashi? The interlocutor did not let him sink into despondency. Sakura propped herself up on her elbows and waved lazily to the side. The guy's always overly serious face lit up with a fleeting smile. The girl followed his gaze and couldn't help but giggle. 2 grown-up, serious and responsible shinobi were sitting on a tree and excitedly commenting on the fight, each rooting for their favorite. Kakashi was betting on Naruto, the Hokage on Sasuke. A flash, and Uzumaki evened the score, causing a storm of indignation from the village head. Grown men playing for money. The silhouettes darted to the sides, preparing for a new round. Uzumaki's joyful cries were heard. Kami-sama, like a child, every emotion spills out in cries. Sakura smiled with the corners of her lips. Naruto was also incredible. Not a demon, a human. Haruno believed in this fact back there, on the bridge of the Land of Waves, and accepted it with all her heart. Neither the cruelty shown by the boy in that terrible mission, nor his strange chakra, nor the mysterious Rinnegan mattered at all. At that moment, when he decided that Sasuke was dead, he emanated such monstrous pain and doom that everything that was happening became for Sakura only a logical ending, a fair impact, the only possible solution to the situation. Only at that moment the pink-haired girl was able to see behind the seemingly stupid shell the whole essence of this strange boy, his kindness, selflessness, desire to protect the people close to him. She managed to rejoice that she was on their list and not an enemy, to be ashamed of her own narrow-mindedness, to experience inner understanding and disappointment. And at some point, she simply believed that Naruto's dream was real. Sakura remembered her amazement when she learned that Naruto was personally training the Hokage at his request. Then the Uzumaki's impudence amazed and angered the girl. This idiot decided to distract the head of the village from important matters for the sake of a whim. Not even a chunin yet, but already aiming for the major league, did not understand the knowledge that Kakashi-sensei could give him, and was trying to master an incomparably higher level. Idiot. Sasuke was right to call him a moron. Sakura remembered perfectly well the lectures that explained what could happen to an unprepared shinobi if he overstrained his channels, used powerful and destructive techniques, and unsystematic loads on his muscles. Destruction of ligaments. Paralysis. Rupture of chakra channels without the possibility of recovery. Destruction of the brain and blindness. Haruno, of course, trusted the Hokage, knew that he had taught genin in his time, hoped that Namikaze-sama would not burden her unexpected student too much, but Naruto was not liked in the village. Sakura did not know the true reasons, but the fact remained a fact. Uzumaki was attacked too often by both civilians and shinobi, was not served in all stores and cafes, and had dirty insults thrown at him from behind. If their generation had accepted the fair-haired boy and learned to cooperate with him during joint missions, then such understanding could not be expected from the elders. Sakura decided to watch the training with her own eyes, explaining to herself that she simply wanted to understand what Naruto was going to learn. The training ground where the Hokage and Uzumaki were undergoing special training was protected by a FUNN barrier, thick, impenetrably black, blocking any access to the people inside. She had to give in and retreat, believing that the Yondaime would not harm Naruto, but something inside her was pushing her forward. The girl walked around the walls for weeks, trying to get behind them, until one day the Hokage called her and asked her directly about the reasons for such persistence. Sakura was forced to voice all her fears and suspicions with shame, admit that she was worried about Naruto, and with tears in her voice ask him not to harm him. This was probably the most humiliating thing, to ask for something without having any opportunity to influence the decision of the interlocutor. Surprisingly, the Hokage listened to her then. He didn't mock her, didn't brush her off as an absurd, stupid girl, and wasn't offended by her distrust. He explained very seriously that he wasn't going to cripple Naruto, told her an approximate plan for his training, including both physical training and the development of chakra channels preceding the mastery of new techniques, calmly and thoroughly showed her the first aid kit. He explained that the training ground was closed only so as not to harm any of the other shinobi. The techniques studied by Uzumaki could be very destructive if used incorrectly. He calmed her down, assuring her that in the event of serious injuries to his student, he could always immediately move him to the hospital and monitor the progress of treatment. And he thanked her for such concern for her teammate. Sakura then ran out of the office, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Then Sasuke started disappearing. She found herself a personal teacher when she and Sakura had just started to build a friendly relationship. Topics for conversation, common training and walks around the village appeared. Sakura was completely desperate. Her heart was stabbing with cold needles, her lungs were filled with poisonous bitterness, angry tears were appearing in her eyes. Other teams spent a lot of time together, trained joint combat schemes, relaxed and had fun. Haruno saw her teammates only on joint missions, and even then they hardly talked, all the time immersed in their thoughts. Ino was busy either with her team or in the family store. Sakura never had much contact with Hinata and Tenten, her parents were not interested in her company. Coins were slowly accumulating in her pockets, which there was nowhere to spend. The room was overgrown with towers of read books, and an unpleasant feeling of sucking loneliness had made a nest in her chest. It seemed that this gray streak would never end. And then Uzumaki came. He smiled warmly and sincerely, dispersed the loneliness and fear with his ringing voice, and invited her to a picnic. Not a date, not another mission, not a scheduled training session, just a simple walk with Team 7. The silence cracked like shards of broken glass. Sakura was confused then. She rushed to pack a basket of food, awkwardly knocking over furniture and spilling food, braided her disheveled hair several times, bit her lips and wrung her thin fingers. She was nervous for some unknown reason, embarrassed and ready to burst into tears from relief. Naruto continued to smile softly and look at her, leaning against the doorframe. Her heart was flooded with warm gratitude. She was not alone. They had their first picnic near the river in an inconspicuous area surrounded by dense forest. Naruto immediately rushed to swim. Sasuke took off her clothes and exposed her snow-white body to the gentle rays of the sun. Sakura thoughtfully examined the pebbles under her feet. The Hokage arrived, annoyed that Naruto had missed the planned training. For once he managed to carve out some daytime, and Uzumaki. The Hokage walked through the water to the place where his careless student was splashing, listened to something, stood up even more angry, and then suddenly smiled. He returned to the girls on the shore, threw off his hat and cloak and settled down on the stone bank, pulling a basket of food towards himself. After some time, Kakashi appeared, accompanied by a large bulldog. He glanced at the pastoral picture and, obeying the Hokage's commanding gesture, settled down nearby, joining in the dinner. Naruto got out, started a playful squabble with Sasuke, which flowed into an argument about how to use powerful techniques in the mountains, and drew the men and Sakura herself into the conversation. The air was torn by ringing laughter, loud screams, and an intoxicating feeling of unity. Emotions mixed into an indescribable cocktail, rocked on waves of tenderness, muscles relaxed, getting rid of wild, painful tension. A couple of hours later, when the sun began to set, Sasuke's black-haired teacher appeared. He looked carefully at those present, took off his raven mask and walked to the water, squatting down. Absolutely silently and harmoniously fitting into the motley company. Sakura remembered that day as one of the happiest and most peaceful in her life. Since then, they gathered in such a strange company 7 more times. Sometimes they all sat peacefully and ate, having leisurely conversations, sometimes they fooled around, sometimes Naruto and Sasuke started training exercises, finding out who of them had learned more. Sakura did not take part. She mostly just kept silent, looking at the people around her, basking in their warmth, absorbing their hidden pain, sharing their loneliness. She became part of a world broken into pieces. Itachi glanced sideways at the thoughtful girl, tearing himself away from his sister's fight for a moment. Such moments were worth their weight in gold in their company. Too rare because of possible malevolent surveillance. Too fragile, since no one explained to their comrades the whole essence of the complicated relationships between the participants. Too warm, almost intimate, creating an unreal feeling of family. The connection of lonely people who had gone through a long and difficult path. Itachi was never able to admit to Sasuke that he was her brother. He couldn't find the right words, although there were a huge number of them in his mouth. Kakashi couldn't explain why he was so reluctant to take students and why, in fact, he refused to teach them anything serious. The Hokage didn't talk to Naruto. Father and son continued training together, pretending that they had always known each other, but sometimes such a heavy and spoken thing hung between them that it was time to cut it with a katana. And there were no guarantees that the sharpened blade wouldn't get stuck in the air. Sakura seemed completely unnecessary in their strange circle, an extra link, a distraction, but sometimes Itachi felt that without her the bond could break completely. The only one who knew nothing about the people around her, but accepted them completely calmly, without feeling awkwardness, fear or alienation. During the rare joint training, the girl mostly lazed around, lying on a blanket and watching what was happening, then invited the tired guys to the blanket and treated them to homemade bento, herbal tea from a thermos and onigiri. She looked around, looking for something for herself and did not find it. It is quite possible that the time for her training simply had not come yet. A third fighter on the team is hardly needed. A line of defense, contact attacks, a medic, time will tell. Sasuke caught Naruto in genjutsu. The boy froze, trying to escape from the illusory world, jerked to the side, instinctively moving away from the line of possible attack, made a seal. The fox inside him dozed peacefully. Over time, it became obvious that the two were somehow communicating with each other, and this communication was very strange. The Nine Tails did not try to harm its vessel. It did not make any attempts to escape, did not persuade the Jinchuriki to do anything, did not limit access to its power. However, it did not rush to help either. It slept, watched, sometimes quarreled with Hokage-sama through his son. Uzumaki strained himself, but still managed to send chakra in the right direction. Itachi frowned. He needed to more actively rely on illusions. Sasuke still uses them carelessly. A satisfied laugh was heard. Su Buring, a woman passing by, jumped to the side in surprise and quickly crossed to the other side of the street. Sakura shook her head disapprovingly. Naruto, stop howling. My head already hurts. Sasuke winced and rubbed her temples. Using the Sharingan for a long time always had a negative effect on her health and mood. And Itachi seemed to have gone wild over the last week. He drove her to use genjutsu for several hours, demanding some unrealistic results. He's a sensei, why does he even care about Sasuke's success? But I'm Boo Red, Tem. Naruto ignored his friend's displeasure and continued to splash out the accumulated energy by whining. The Hokage hasn't trained with me for a week, they don't give us missions, they forbade us from training on our own. I'm tired of hanging around the village just like that. It's because tomorrow is the Chunin exam. Everyone is busy. Anger still burst out in a too harsh tone. What does that have to do with me? Naruto blinked his eyelashes in confusion. Knowing you, the ban on training seems very reasonable. Participants from other countries have already started arriving. They don't want to be disgraced. Sasuke. Shut up already, Dobi. The boys walked along the main street of Konoha, bickering as usual. Indeed, the village had been flooded with a large number of shinobi from other countries in recent days. Here and there, the protectors of the hidden villages of grass, Suna, and sound flashed, cafes began to serve unusual dishes, strange melodies and voices with an unusual accent sounded. Fights broke out when slightly tipsy people met old enemies, trade agreements were concluded, informal acquaintances were made. The usually calm and measured life of the hidden leaf was transformed and seething. The Chunin exams were held twice a year, each time in a different country, chosen by random drawing. Konoha had not hosted guests for several years, so the upcoming event was perceived by most shinobi and civilians as a rare exotic entertainment, an opportunity to have an interesting time. Bets were placed on the number of genin who passed the first test, the draw for fights for the second round, the mortality rate among the new generation, the number of new geniuses and losers. Tickets for the third test were sold out. Life in a state of constant hidden war changed people's perceptions, making them more cruel, indifferent and thirsty for bloody spectacles. Konoha was decorated with posters with photographs of the teams representing the village. The characteristics of the genin known to the average person were passed from mouth to mouth, the chances of victory and defeat were discussed. The participants of the exam reacted to such attention in different ways. Some were frightened, some were irritated, and some, on the contrary, were inspired. Naruto didn't care. Used to the wild pace set by his father, he was desperately bored and wanted to find something to do. Keisu. Well, let's do something. For example, Sasuke sighed wearily, resigning herself to her friend's restlessness. Sometimes it was easier to agree with him than to explain why you didn't want to do something. Well, I don't know. Uzumaki ruffled his hair, which had grown noticeably longer in the last 6 months, and threw his hands behind his head. Let's go to a cafe. Uncle Tsuki said that he had developed a new type of ramen, but I still can't try it. Either I don't have the money, or the time, and after some training sessions my head is so dizzy that I can't even look at Narutomaki in soup. I immediately start to feel sick. Sakura thought that after some of Naruto's training, even she, an outside observer, was starting to feel sick. On the other hand, a snack wasn't a bad idea. It was getting close to lunchtime, and a fragrant, filling, albeit too fatty, meal would be very welcome right now. Sasuke, apparently, had come to the same conclusion and resignedly turned towards the cafe, cutting through a small courtyard with a small front garden. They hadn't managed to go far from the road when the brunette stopped abruptly, raising her hand up and looking around warily. A thick, dense purple chakra smelling of blood appeared from around the corner of the house. The air trembled noticeably from the tension, quiet sobs and pleas for mercy were heard. Sakura felt her skin become covered in goosebumps, and cold, sticky sweat ran down her back. Something around the corner filled her with inexplicable horror. Sasuke frowned, but still went forward. Naruto followed her. Sakura swallowed hard and forced her stiff body to move. Her team was the strongest in the village, they could handle anything. Around the corner, a terrible picture unfolded, threatening to turn into a tragedy. A red-haired boy with faded, turquoise eyes, the kanji for love on his forehead, a sand protector and a huge pumpkin on his back, from which sand was continuously flowing, loomed over 2 genin, who, judging by their uniform, had arrived from the land of grass. The boys lying on the ground whined quietly in fear, while the sand was increasingly enveloping their bodies, threatening to swallow them completely. The shinobi could no longer move and now looked at their tormentor with horror. Judging by their tense poses and heavy breathing, the sand was not simply covering their bodies, but slowly squeezing them, squeezing their insides and preparing to turn them into bloody mincemeat. Sasuke narrowed her eyes. On the one hand, neither the attacker nor the attacked were Konoha members, which meant that what was happening should not concern Team 7. On the other hand, there was something disgustingly wrong with what was happening, something that went beyond the usual limits of cruelty. While the girl hesitated, Naruto grinned strangely, pushed her aside and jumped forward sharply, moving himself between the Tsunite and the herbalists in one fluid movement. He formed seals in a vaguely familiar FUNN barrier, building a wall impenetrable to chakra, cutting off the red-haired man from his victims, smiled at the would-be killer as if he were a dearly beloved relative, and hid his hands in his pockets. Hello. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. And you? Uzumaki's voice sounded surprisingly friendly. For Naruto, who rather painfully endured any manifestation of injustice, this was strange and atypical. Sasuke thoughtfully bit her lip. The Tsunite looked angrily at the new opponent with his cold eyes, but the blonde did not show even a shadow of hostility in his direction, calmly continuing to wait for an answer. What? The Sandman's voice matched his eyes, steely, indifferent, with a hidden threat. Uzumaki tilted his head to the side and smiled sunny. I wonder what the name of my fellow sufferer is. Sunabets flinched. He narrowed his eyes, wanted to say something sharp, but obviously swallowed his words. He looked closely at the face, lined with scars whiskers. He listened to his inner feelings. He saw something in the black eyes of his opponent. He pulled himself together, hiding all emotions. Dog no Gaara. Nice to meet you, Gaara. Naruto continued to smile casually, not changing his pose. Apparently, you're from the hidden sand village. They say you have amazing sunsets. Red as poppy petals. Is that true? True. Gaara tensed even more, trying to understand what the other man was getting at. Thick scarlet chakra began to accumulate near Naruto's feet. Sakura felt the same aura of hatred and malice that flowed along the wave bridge, still too weak, but with each passing second it was being filled with more and more power. Have you seen me in your village before, Gaara? Uzumaki seemed unfazed by the tension of everyone present. No. Do you know why? Why? Because Sunakager is your territory, he said harshly, sharply, without even a hint of the former warmth in his voice. Friendliness remained only in his unnatural smile, which had become a grin. Konoha is mine. Do you get it? We were invited. Gaara copied Naruto's pose, hiding his hands in his pockets. The tension between them grew stronger. Black, violet and scarlet yellow swirls formed on the ground. As guests. So behave like guests. Hide your tail before I take out mine. Turquoise clashed with blackness. Sasuke felt her hands begin to shake. It was becoming increasingly difficult to withstand the aggressive ki. For several endlessly long minutes, the boys glared at each other, assessing the situation, the location of their opponents, their own strength. Animal features emerged. The fox's evil grin and the raccoon's devilish grin. Sasuke didn't even realize that her vision had changed, her natural instincts were activated. Two young men landed silently behind Gaara, a blonde with a huge fan on her back and a guy in a strange suit with a painted face. Both were clearly older, with sand protectors. They froze. Gaara's lips parted in an unpleasant grin. Are you threatening? Let me remind you of the rules of etiquette. Naruto took his hands out of his pockets and spread them in a gesture of peaceful greeting. His voice again showed an incomprehensible warmth and friendliness. You have to help your own. Gaara's eyes widened in surprise. He twitched his cheek as if he had heard something incredible that had thrown him off his usual rut, summoned the sand back into the gourd in an instant, and abruptly jumped onto the nearest tree. He glanced over his shoulder, looking at Naruto's face again, shook his head like a dog shaking off raindrops, and quickly jumped onto the roof. The boy's face resembled a porcelain mask. He bowed his head and disappeared without saying goodbye. The Sandmen followed their comrade, exchanging surprised glances. Naruto, what was that? Huh, the blonde smiled, helping the disoriented herbalists to their feet. It's okay, Sakura-chan. I was just trying to be polite. Naruto. Fuyu wasn't in the mood for a joking tone. Shukaku, Sasuke. It was Shukaku. Chapter 14. Sasuke woke up first, which was very rare now. She stretched on the bed, driving the drowsiness out of her body, mentally counted to 10, listening to the birds chirping outside the window, and smoothly stood up, looking back at the neighboring bed. Lately, she found it empty too often. Uzumaki slept with his arms spread out to the sides and sweetly snoring. The blanket was crumpled, revealing a strong, sinewy body with an even tan. Naruto had taken to sleeping without pajamas. Sasuke even thought about arguing about this, but kept postponing the unpleasant conversation. It was not that she pitied her too busy comrade, she just did not want to lose his aesthetically pleasing appearance. At least, that's how she explained it to herself. Over the past months, Naruto had changed, gradually moving further and further away from the image of an awkward, angular and skinny child. Handsome, slender legs, sculpted chest muscles, smooth skin without a single scar or scratch. Long, fluffy eyelashes, a slightly upturned nose, chapped, clearly defined lips. His hair had grown, making him look like his father. Naruto did not cut it, consciously or not, bringing himself closer to the image of the Hokage. If before the boy, apparently, looked like his mother, now more and more Namikaze family traits were appearing. Cheekbones, the shape of the eyes, a mole on the neck, characteristic gestures and facial expressions. It will take very little time, and people will begin to notice what had been hidden from them for so long. Sasuke sighed. Naruto attracted too much unnecessary attention to himself without this. The girl took an invigorating shower with aromatic oils and went to prepare breakfast for two. At first she wanted to make Uzumaki's favorite tamago, but at the last moment she changed her mind. Boiled rice and natto, they will need a lot of strength today. No one knew exactly how long the Chunin exam would take, as the tasks were different each time and the time allotted for their completion varied. Hidden villages competed to see who could more accurately and originally determine the strength and abilities of the new generation of shinobi. History knew of cases of tests in mountainous terrain, searching for items in underwater caves, survival in a desert drenched in the scorching sun. The only thing that remained unchanged was the 3-round scheme: theory, obstacle course and individual sparring. The rest was left to the imagination of the organizing village. There was no excitement. Sasuke was confident in her strength and her team. Sakura caused slight doubts, but she would definitely be able to pass the first 2 stages, and the rest was not so important. Even if the pink-haired girl could not win the sparring, this would not automatically deprive her of her Chunin vest. The results of the 3rd test were assessed according to many criteria, and victory in the fight was by no means the most important condition. General physical training, and the ability to correctly assess the enemy's strength, and the thoughtfulness of the combat strategy were also taken into account. Sakura was prepared enough to cope with this. The sound of water was heard. Naruto woke up and went to take a shower. Sasuke smiled. At such moments, she always wanted to smile. Naruto was there, only hers, and no one could take his attention. On those rare days when they managed to wake up together, the guy was especially gentle, as if trying to compensate for his constant absence and inattention. Homely, native, sleepy. He smiled, touched her with his fingertips, kissed her on the cheek. He praised the food, looked at her in such a way that her heart pounded loudly and melted, warmed her with his presence alone. Sasuke's breath caught, his cheeks began to blush, and his head was slightly spinning. Sunny boy, the strongest, the most important. There was no fear next to him. Good morning, Sasuke. Naruto walked into the kitchen, kissed her cheek and mumbled, "Thanks for the food." Funny, half asleep, cozy, slightly awkward and disoriented. Wet hair stood up in a funny hedgehog. Good. Have breakfast and get ready, the exam starts in an hour. Yes. Sasuke sat down opposite and watched Uzumaki eat with a rare affection. Naruto fidgeted under her gaze. What's wrong, Sasuke? Are you worried? No, everything is fine. Eat. The girl smiled and left the kitchen so as not to embarrass her friend. In the room, Fuyu laid out several sealing scrolls on the bed and began packing the essentials into them. Weapons, food for a few days, flasks of water, warm clothes. In principle, all the things had been collected yesterday, all that was left was to put them in the right order. Sealing scrolls were one of the first exercises Naruto mastered in Fuinjutsu. The technique itself was quite simple to perform and was used by almost all shinobi going on long-term missions. The main thing it required from the creator was calligraphic application of hieroglyphs and uniform filling with chakra. Naruto had to sweat a lot before he could master it. The boy was never famous for good handwriting, perseverance, or ideal chakra control. However, setting himself a specific goal, he went towards it with the persistence of a buffalo, without turning anywhere. Calligraphy began to bend under his iron will after a week of training, and mastering further seals was easier and faster. Moreover, Uzumaki always managed to introduce something of his own, new and unique, into the already mastered formulas. It was funny, but even the simplest technique of sealing scrolls in his performance looked completely different than the original formulation suggested. The scrolls were smaller, since Uzumaki hated to carry bags, they contained much more items, and kept the products fresh for up to a month. Standard schemes did not provide for such luxury. Personal development, caused by laziness and love for tasty food. Sasuke chuckled. The girl changed her home yukata for a comfortable, spacious t-shirt, pulled on shorts and put on armbands, hiding the Uzumaki mark for Hiraishin no Juzu underneath. He had put it almost immediately after he learned how, and periodically renewed it, pouring in as much chakra as the seal could withstand. To all of Sasuke's objections that there was no need for this, and that she was able to protect herself, he only clenched his teeth and remained silent. Sakura also had such a mark, but it had appeared much later and much less chakra was poured into it. Did this mean that Sasuke was more important to Naruto than Sakura? Fuyu didn't know. She would like to believe it, but all of his declarations of love still did not belong to her. Sasuke was just fixing the fishing line in her arm guards when Naruto finally finished breakfast and walked into the room. The blonde quickly changed and began filling his hip bag with 3-pronged kunai. He had never carried so many of them with him before. Was he still worried? His knowledge of the Hiraishin was still a secret. No one had ever managed to bypass the secrets that the Yondaime Hokage guarded. Sasuke frowned. In the last few days she had always felt like she was missing something important. Naruto behaved as usual, said what she expected from him, but in all his actions, some kind of tense nervousness sometimes slipped through. And it was unlikely that it was caused by fear of the exam. The journey to the academy, where the first test was to take place, was accompanied by easy, friendly banter. Sasuke was trying to remember if she had put everything in the scrolls, and Naruto was coming up with new items that they absolutely couldn't do without at this stage. For example, a bathroom, a mirror, and a formal suit. Sasuke hissed, but admitted that Uzumaki's options were truly funny and ridiculous, and her excitement was unnecessary. No matter what the examiners came up with, the guys always had everything they needed with them, their shinobi skills and their heads on their shoulders. Everything else was just a nice added bonus. A decent crowd of onlookers and future participants had already gathered at the entrance to the academy, lining up to hand in their consent forms. There were encouraging shouts, mocking comments, and just memories from the time when the onlookers were genin themselves and had to take a similar exam. The young shinobi snarled weakly, handed in their forms, and walked inside to cheers. Naruto and Sasuke stood at the end of the line when they noticed the third member of their team. Sakura stood slightly apart from the main crowd and cowered under the unfriendly glances of shinobi from other countries. No one had seen her off today. Her parents seemed not to even notice her leaving home, which was offensive and bitter. Her friends from the academy had managed to get inside earlier, and the sensei had not shown up at all. Standing alone was uncomfortable and scary, but the girl tried not to slouch or hide her head. Kunoichi did not behave like that. Sasuke snorted. Sakura always wound herself up too much. Naruto smiled and waved his hand, beckoning her to him. Girls were strange after all. Having submitted their consent forms for the exam, Team 7 went to the third floor. On the second floor, they were enveloped in a light veil of genjutsu, but it was unlikely that such a weak form could stop or confuse those who constantly trained with the Born Uchiha. Uzumaki shook himself like a dog and shook his head in bewilderment. It seemed he didn't even really understand that they wanted to detain them. Sasuke rolled her eyes. The guy was in his element. On the third floor, near the necessary office, there was a real crowd. Both familiar faces of guys from their graduating class and new ones were visible. Protectors of hidden villages from all over the world flashed by. Speech in an unfamiliar, melodious language sounded. Someone was loudly cursing. Someone was trying to figure out a list of supposed questions on the theory. Someone was repeating notes from the Beginner's Shinobi Manual out loud. The latter looked especially stupid. Sakura greeted Ino, Choji and Shikamaru. Sasuke nodded to Hinata and Lee. Naruto shouted a greeting to everyone at once and immediately headed towards yesterday's sandstones, around which a buffer zone had formed. No one wanted to stand next to a shinobi emitting such oppressive chakra. Even Sobaku no Gaara's own ki was saturated with the heavy metallic smell of blood. His companions did not possess such an aura, but had already managed to show themselves as impudent, arrogant, conceited people. People like that weren't liked in principle, and you wanted to avoid these ones. There was something about them that subconsciously inspired fear. Uzumaki were never interested in trifles like the crowd's opinion. Gaara grimaced as if he'd eaten a lemon when he saw the blonde approaching. Naruto walked up to him as if nothing had happened, leaned on the railing, and started a casual conversation about the weather, Konoha, and for some reason, zoology. Tamari and Kankuro watched in amazement as their younger brother answered this strange boy's questions, through clenched teeth, literally spitting out the answers, but still answering. This was not like Gaara. He never communicated with anyone, he hated all living things, he was a ruthless, cold-blooded killer, but now he was conducting a dialogue. Not just answering, but also asking about something, equally unimportant and superficial, although perhaps only those who did not understand what was being discussed seemed so. It was incredible. Last night, they were still unable to get an answer to who this Uzumaki Naruto was, and why Gaara reacted to him like that. Gaara only ordered them to shut up and mind their own business, vaguely expressing himself at the expense of an older relative. Tamari choked with anger. Gaara had no relatives except for her, Kankuro and their father, and such disrespect was simply outrageous. And unfair. The girl had long dreamed that her younger brother would recognize her, but instead he chose as his interlocutor a complete stranger, dressed as a clown from a fair. The blonde's companions didn't look pleased with what was happening either. Their blue and green eyes were watching closely, recording every movement of the Sandman. The girls didn't come close, but Tamari saw how tense they were. The kunoichi poses could instantly flow into a fighting stance. Their hands were near their weapon bags. The position allowed them to take a position in a split second, cutting Uzumaki off from danger. Funny. Tamari chuckled. Another 10 minutes passed in this atmosphere. The crowd was buzzing, Naruto was chatting, his little brother was learning to conduct a dialogue. The loud voice of the examiner, inviting him into the office, interrupted Gaara's torment. The first stage of the exam was practically no different from the standard tests that the shinobi of the Leaf Village wrote at the academy. Perhaps the only difference could be considered Ibiki's menacing speech, which Naruto successfully heard, and the large number of observers frozen along the wall. Uzumaki only shook his head. Did the management seriously think that future Chunin would copy from each other? Then why go to the exam at all if you don't know anything? Or are these questions so difficult that you can't answer them on your own? Naruto thoughtfully looked through his paper. It seems like nothing special. This one is simple. Here too, the third question even seems stupid. Naruto mechanically put checkmarks in the necessary boxes. The fourth question is written, the basics of the basics. Father made him memorize the list of rules at the very beginning of their classes, and then checked it for another month before each training. The fifth is a task for ingenuity. Suspiciously similar to Itachi's actions on the last mission, Uzumaki pecked out his entire brain until he broke the entire fight down to its components. Of course, they don't write about this in textbooks, but, in fact, this is a classic situation that occurs on A-rank missions quite often. Option B, without a doubt. Sixth. There are two options. Naruto would use the first one, but that would be if there was only one. Some kind of incomplete task. What if there are civilians? Or other shinobi? No terrain. Uzumaki rubbed the top of his head. Basically, if we take only the available data as a basis and assume that you cannot obtain any others in a given situation, then. The pen scribbled another answer. So be it. The risk to civilians will be minimal, and everything else will be written off as necessary losses. The seventh question is purely legal, about knowledge and understanding of the laws of the state. Eighth. Ninth. Naruto put the pen down and looked around. Everyone's success varied. Some resorted to trickery, trying to copy, some sadly looked at their empty sheet, some enthusiastically scribbled with a pen. Sakura wrote herself, leaning low over the table, thoughtfully biting her lip, pink hair cascading down her back and shoulders, green eyes sliding along the lines. Such a concentrated expression suited her surprisingly. Sasuke leaned back in her chair, the tomo of the Sharingan spinning in her eyes as she looked at his hands. She must have been tracking his movements while he was writing, in order to reproduce his actions. Rolling up his answers. Unlikely. Comparing them. There he is, wincing and pointing to the number 7. Naruto reread his answer. No, everything was correct here. He had spent 2 weeks discussing this issue with his father, Itachi, and Kakashi. Everyone had given a clear answer. Naruto persistently tapped his sheet of paper. Sasuke narrowed her eyes in disbelief, but still corrected something on her sheet. Realizing that the allotted time was not even close to ending, the blonde settled comfortably on the desk and dozed off. He was awakened by Ibiki's loud voice asking if everyone was ready for something. Still not waking up, Uzumaki yelled at the top of his lungs that he was ready. The tension in the room disappeared, giggles were heard somewhere, the participants noticeably relaxed. Sakura closed her eyes in resignation. After all, Naruto was a rare slob. Mitarashi Anko was inimitable, and not even with her provocative behavior, revealing outfit and harsh words, but with some kind of feigned, too artificial cheerfulness, reminiscent of a mask. There was so much falseness in her movements and voice that Naruto could not make out a word from the task at hand. He kept trying to get rid of the disgusting feeling of a snake crawling along his back. When the shinobi began to disperse to the tents set up near the iron mesh, Uzumaki turned to his companions and blinked. I didn't understand anything. Sasuke groaned resignedly and began to retell the essence of the task, while Sakura went to get their scroll. Everything was simple enough. In conditions as close to combat as possible, it was necessary to find a pair for their scroll and get with it to the center of the forest, where the old military base of Konoha was located. 3 days for everything. No restrictions in combat. You can attack any team, regardless of which village it belongs to. No restrictions on Mortal Kombat. The laws of wartime in real mode. Team 7 checked all their equipment once again, hid the scroll of heaven in the depths of the luggage and entered the open gates leading into a dark, gloomy forest. The huge old trees with their massive crowns almost completely blocked out the sunlight, creating a cold, uncomfortable gloom. Fleshy vines hung from thick branches, the ground was covered with a carpet of long, stiff grass, and here and there bright spots of poisonous flowers were visible. Naruto walked ahead of the girls, warily looking around and listening. Invisible insects were buzzing, animals were growling somewhere, and the clanking of weapons of those who had already entered the fight could be heard. The Forest of Death is not just a name. Uzumaki had read a lot about this place, and heard even more from his father and Kakashi-sensei. A former military base of a completely extinct clan that specialized in breeding living weapons. The crazy brains of these experimenters gave birth to terrible monsters, deadly insects capable of destroying a person with their poison, animals several times larger than their normal size and possessing powerful fangs, claws and developed intelligence, predatory poisonous plants. For some time, all these experiments were willingly encouraged by the leadership of Konoha, especially during the Second Shinobi War, when Leaf's losses were especially high, but then everything got out of control. The animal world began to evolve on its own and too quickly, killing its creators. A huge territory was completely closed to people and became potentially dangerous for the hidden leaf itself. Its cleansing became a priority. Secret laboratories began to hastily develop poisons capable of stopping mutations and destroying already living carriers. Often, they did not even have time to properly test them and were immediately sent to shinobi teams conducting cleanups. Deadly substances were sprayed through aerosols, absorbed into the crowns of trees, injected into food specially thrown for animals, poured into rivers, poisoning the water. The task was completed, and most of the most dangerous creatures were completely destroyed. Local animals were still significantly larger than their relatives. The flora gave birth to new, unique species of plants used in modern pharmaceuticals. Insects were completely subordinated to the Aburame clan. But nothing happens without consequences. Over time, the poisonous components completely broke down in water, soil and air, having formulated over many decades a special background that awakens in people their deepest fears and passionate desires. Staying here for more than 5 days meant signing your own death warrant. The effects of intoxication from the air inhaled here took several weeks to heal. The work of collecting medicinal herbs in this place was paid several times more than similar work in any other area. This time Konoha outdid itself, choosing a truly serious test for future chunins, one that would fully test their strength. Forest of Death. Before death we are all honest. It is stupid to lie to yourself, being on the very threshold, and perhaps it was here that you could understand whether you are fit to serve your village. Naruto himself did not feel any special changes in himself, but perhaps the reason was his increased regeneration. The girls behind him, although they were brave, clearly felt very uncomfortable. Some rustling and terrible screams were heard behind the bushes. The team reacted simultaneously, taking a fighting stance, back to back, and pointing their weapons in front of them. The screams were repeated, but now it became clear that they sounded somewhat distant. Naruto approached the bushes first and slightly pushed the branches aside, blocking his view. Right behind the bushes there was a small cliff leading into a long, deep ravine. There were 5 people at the bottom of the ravine, 3 sandmen and 2 of yesterday's herbalists. The third member of the herbalist team would never go anywhere. His crushed, disfigured body lay at Gaara's feet. The sand had tasted someone else's blood after all. Naruto frowned, but didn't even try to rush forward. Sakura, who had come up, screamed loudly, but Sasuke immediately covered her mouth with her palm and hid the girl deeper in the foliage. Horror beat in her blue eyes. Uzumaki bit his lip. Gaara no Sobaku. Strangely familiar, close, like a long-lost younger brother. The Jinchuriki of the one-tailed was a year older, but according to internal feelings he was perceived as a younger relative, and Naruto did not quite understand why. Kurama. Because it's weaker. The fox stood up in the cage, carefully looking at what was happening through the eyes of his carrier. Didn't understand. The 9-tailed fox gave a low growl. You feel like he's younger because he's weaker. We were created equal, but with different personalities, strengths, and growth potential. Shukaku and I never got along. Too impulsive, too stupid, pushy. He crushes his hosts and ends up an empty, mindless shell. He's a dead end for himself. So Gaara is also empty. Uzumaki felt his heart ache at the question. Strange, he shouldn't be worried about a stranger. No, idiot, you talk to him. But I don't understand. The fox growled again. Because you're an idiot. When we were free, we were equal, with equal knowledge and skills. Even then, I was stronger than that raccoon. He couldn't win a single fight against me. I easily took both his territory and his prey. And then you humans began to limit our strength, pushing us into cages. We had to adapt, and everyone did it in their own way. Our development changed. Shukaku breaks out due to the influence on the brain of its hosts. It causes constant insomnia, makes them aggressive, hot-tempered and weak. His control over the vessel is higher than all the Biju, but his Jinchuriki die too quickly. When he is sealed again, he loses years to restore his strength. And you? Kurama watched in silence as Gaara crushed another herbalist. Now Sasuke had to cover his mouth to keep from letting out a treacherous cry. She had never encountered such a cold-blooded murder before. Naruto didn't even flinch, continuing to wait for an answer. I have always been sealed in Uzumaki. You are unique. Your reserves are enormous, which allows me to develop my own almost infinitely. You live a long time, and I have managed to accumulate a decent amount of knowledge. You strive for communication, and being reborn inside you does not deprive me of my strength, like everyone else. You're smarter than the other Biju, it wasn't a question. Naruto simply understood what Kurama was trying to tell him. He was stronger than his brothers and sisters, smarter than them, and therefore he had many times more responsibility. Kurama was responsible for their safety by right of the strong, just as the Hokage was responsible for the shinobi of his village, but he couldn't do anything to help, being locked in a cage. Biju had already changed, their very nature had changed. They needed their hosts no less than the hosts needed them, and therefore. Are there any cases where a once sealed Biju remains without a host for a long time or is reincarnated too often? Yes. The last time I saw the three-tailed Isobu was during your mother's mission in the Land of Water. It had almost completely lost its mind. Naruto swallowed hard as he watched Gaara kill the last of his opponents and take the scroll from his hands. He looked at it, decided he needed another one, and sneered, throwing the trophy aside. The Sandmen disappeared from the ravine, leaving 3 mangled corpses behind them. Kurama is responsible for all the Biju, which means Naruto is responsible for their bearers. No one imposes this responsibility on him, no one will monitor the implementation, but there are things that do not need to be controlled from the outside. Your inner sense of duty is enough. Who knows, maybe this is why he awakened the Rinnegan. Naruto. Sakura sat on the ground, biting her palm until it bled, and choking on sobs. Naruto, why? Quiet, Sakura. The guy came up, squatted down and stroked the girl's head. Gaara no Sobaku was within his rights. These are his victims. But you forbade him. Haruno grabbed the orange jacket and pulled the guy towards herself with force. You forbade him to kill. Sakura, I can't forbid him anything. I'm not his father or his older brother, not his kage, not his daimyo. I can only advise, try to protect him from stupidity, try to protect and guide him. Protect. Protect. The pink-haired girl's voice turned into ultrasound. Why would you protect him? Because I feel responsible for him. Naruto looked her in the eyes seriously. It's hard to explain. Gaara is the Kage's youngest son, a year older than us. But in relation to me, he's, I don't know, a younger relative. Nonsense. Sakura jumped to her feet and pushed her partner away from her. The dog, despite the color of their hair, was never related to the Uzumaki. Naruto rubbed his eyes tiredly and stood up. Sakura, do you know who Jinchuriki are? Sasuke jumped from branch to branch, biting her lip and mechanically dodging the hanging vines. Unpleasant, burning thoughts swarmed in her head. Jinchuriki. She knew. Naruto told her about it back when he found out who his father was. Now it turned out that he learned about the Biju inside himself long before that conversation. Moreover, he communicated with his inner beast, learned to take power from it, asked for advice. It was painful and disgusting. The girl felt betrayed. Why did he keep silent? Why was she so blind that she did not attach any importance to his strange power? As if she had forgotten about it for many years. She attributed everything to the abilities of the Rinnegan, without trying to compare the facts. She came up with ridiculous excuses, but the truth was always right in front of her nose. She herself had the Rinnegan. Yes, she hadn't activated it for a long time, being content with the clan jutsu, but she remembered the sensations. Rinnegan didn't give additional chakra, on the contrary, it devoured the existing reserve at a furious speed. Why did Naruto remain silent? Didn't trust her. Didn't consider it necessary. Did he think she wouldn't understand and would push him away? Or was he dancing to the tune of his nine-tailed friend? Sasuke jumped, her foot slipped off the branch. The girl could have held on herself, but strong hands caught her, helped her keep her balance, her ear was burned by hot breath. He saved your life, Sasuke. Back then, during the eye surgery. Naruto. Uzumaki pressed her tighter. Sasuke, I don't have to listen to the nine tails. He can ask me for something, but that doesn't mean I'll fulfill every request. However, the fox has done more for me than all the people of Konoha put together. He saved your life when I put it in danger with my thoughtless actions. And he didn't ask for anything in return. The only way I can thank him now is to not reveal his secret. The Nine Tails has shown more than once that he doesn't like it if I tell anyone about him. And I fell silent. Naruto. Sasuke felt like she was about to burst into tears. Either from hurt or from relief. I'm sorry. Dry lips touched his temple. The girl froze, watching as Naruto jumped onto the next tree. They made a halt on a small clearing with a cave, when the stars had already appeared in the sky. They lit a small fire, laid out sleeping bags, and decided on the duty shift. There were 2 scrolls in the bag, one of earth and one of sky. Getting the second one turned out to be quite simple. A team from the Earth village turned up. 2 unsure of themselves, timid and already battered in a fight with some beast. They didn't even have to do anything special. The opponents were so exhausted that they gave up the scroll without a fight, for one threat. Naruto thoughtfully looked at the sky. The girls were snoring in their sleeping bags, the lights of the fireflies flickering, the fire giving off a steady, soft heat. He had long noticed that their team was different from the others, even from Konoha. Too mature, reasonable, restrained. No one rushed to take the herbalists away from Gaara, no one took pity on the exhausted Earth shinobi, no one complained of fatigue. It had always been like that. They might seem noisy and disorganized, but as soon as it came to carrying out missions, all their lightness instantly evaporated. Maybe it was the only A-rank mission on their list. Maybe it was the fact that they were personally raised by the Hokage, one of the best Anbu and a first-class Junin. Maybe it was the peculiarities of their childhood. Naruto did not know the answer. Usually, the thinking and worldview of genin were formed depending on who their mentor was. This was the calculation when forming teams. Even at the academy, Sensei identified the strengths and weaknesses of their students, guided not only by their combat performance, but also by their inner qualities. They got Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi was strange. He didn't teach them techniques, he was distant during missions and rarely started a conversation himself, but there was something else in him, something much more important. He didn't consider them children. Naruto talked a lot with his captain, listened to his reasoning about friendship, comrades, mutual support. Uzumaki understood them, accepted them, but the problem was different. There were too many strong personalities around Naruto, and Itachi's position was much closer to the boy, everything for the protection of civilians. You can sacrifice anything, as long as people who are unable to protect themselves live, cross any boundaries, compromise any moral and ethical standards. Sometimes Naruto felt disgusted with himself. Wanting to be like Kakashi, he increasingly thought about the need to be like Itachi. The Hokage was a fusion of both points of view, but Naruto could not yet comprehend him, no matter how hard he tried. A shadow fell on his face. Sasuke came over, sat down next to the fire, and pressed herself against his warm side. What are you thinking about? Naruto hugged the girl and carefully brushed away a strand of hair that had fallen onto her face. Tell me, Sasuke, if you were given a choice, to save me or a small child, who would you choose? Of course you. Fuyu didn't hesitate for a second. Naruto winced and shook his friend. Are you sure? Think again. A defenseless weak kid and an experienced trained shinobi, capable of getting caught only by his own stupidity. Are you experienced? The brunette chuckled skeptically and raised an eyebrow. Well, in the future, Uzumaki brushed off her sarcasm, continuing to tensely wait for an answer. Sasuke bit her lip and thought. She looked into the fire and stubbornly shook her head. You. Naruto sighed heavily and stared at the fire again. Sasuke had never lied to him, but now it felt like she was lying to herself. They sat there for about half an hour when they heard a strange noise from a small river that flowed near their campsite. Natto, soybeans. So that there are no questions, as after the land of waves, this is not a kakan. In this story, Isobu was never sealed in Yagura, but broke free after Rin's death. Yagura was never under Toba's control, but committed all the same actions and deeds as in the manga, due to his character. Let him be evil and cruel. Chapter 15. Sasuke and Naruto fought their way through the thorny bushes, went around the ravine and found themselves near a small lake where Sasuke had recently collected water. Tall grass and a wide tree trunk hid them from prying eyes, but the view was wide open. There were 2 people standing on the shore, a black-haired boy and a girl, very similar in appearance. It was strange to see these people in such a situation. Hyuga against Hyuga. Judging by Hinata's pitiful appearance, she managed to get separated from her team and get lost. Her clothes were torn, her hands and face were covered in fresh abrasions, and she had a bag tied to her belt with an ordinary lace. Apparently, the strap had snapped, and the girl had to resort to tricks. All this was very suspicious. Team Kurenai specialized in reconnaissance and detection of the enemy. Naruto knew them. Team Kakashi and Team Kurenai were given several joint 2- and 3-day missions to detect rare plants or animals in the surrounding forests of Konoha. After their completion, the guys could be called, if not friends, then good buddies. Uzumaki often chatted with Kiba and played with Akamaru, played cards with Shino a couple of times when the guy's thoughtful and detached state fell, and helped Hinata drag bags from the store. The point was that Naruto knew their main abilities, Byakugan, Dog Nose and Bugs. There was no way Hyuga could get lost with such initial data, which meant that she had help with this. Neither Team Guy nor the rest of Team Kurenai were anywhere to be seen. However, this was not the only thing that was strange. Sasuke remembered Neji's attitude towards Hinata from the academy. The brother and sister never really communicated, studying in different classes. Neji went to the academy 6 months earlier than the girl, had the makings of a leader and was known as a genius. The guy was sullen, silent and very persistent. Sasuke saw him training several times. Amazing speed and accuracy were combined with competent use of chakra and economy of blows. Neji emphasized the clan style of fighting and definitely achieved great success in it. Sasuke could not say the same about Hinata. Despite the girls belonging to the main branch of her clan, she was too timid, unsure of herself and clumsy. But she was the heiress, which gave her unquestionable subordination to the side branch. Sasuke did not know all the aspects of the intra-family relations of the Hyuga clan, but she repeatedly saw how Neji respectfully bowed his head to his younger sister. The heirs of the Byakugan jealously guarded their secrets, not allowing anyone outside into them. Hinata was under complete surveillance from early childhood, and it was almost impossible to meet her without bodyguards. The elder members of the family repeatedly gave instructions on how to protect the girl. Considering all of the above, it was almost impossible to believe what was happening. Neji attacked Hinata using the clan's fighting style. The girl coughed up blood, but did not give in, which further inflamed her opponent. Idiot. You're as blind as a skunk. Surrender and give me the scroll. The guy's voice was high, cold and indifferent. Mechanical. Hinata was clearly scared, but she wasn't going to back down. I can't, Neji ni. I'll let my comrades down. She trembled and swayed, trying to stay on her feet. The tankets were clearly damaged, which caused the girl great pain. Comrades, the guy snorted contemptuously. You're just a burden to them, as well as to the entire clan. It's not true. What? You can't use the Byakugan properly. You're pathetic. Weak. A disgrace to the main house. You should have been disposed of as a baby. With each word her brother spoke, Hinata cringed harder than with the blows he inflicted. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and Sasuke felt her blood begin to boil. No one, ever, has the right to say such words. To no one. The girl rushed forward, but Naruto held her back, putting a finger to her lips. Sasuke hissed like an angry cat. Let go. No. Do you hear? The approaching barking of dogs was heard. A few minutes later, screams began to be heard. Kurenai's team was looking for their lost companion. Naruto caught his breath. They were alive. He did not want to lose his comrades in this damned forest. Neji also heard the approaching pursuit, grinned evilly and disappeared into the foliage. Sasuke and Naruto silently returned to the fire, unnoticed. What the hell was that? The guys rekindled the almost extinguished fire and took out a thermos of tea from the scroll, prepared at the last stop. No one had any desire to boil water and make fresh tea. I don't know. Naruto thoughtfully stirred the branches in the fire and sat down by the flames. Maybe the local air has this effect on Neji. Maybe that bastard has been waiting for a chance to get rid of Hinata for a long time. Fuyu was literally seething with anger. Naruto looked at his friend in surprise. I didn't know you were friends. We're not friends. But. I understand. Uzumaki raised his hands in a protective gesture. For Sasuke, this whole situation was too personal for her to let go of it calmly. I don't know what to say, Sasuke. And I didn't mean to make excuses for him. Fuyu stared at the back of Uzumaki's head for a while, expecting a more detailed answer, but the boy remained silent. This infuriated her even more. Why didn't we intervene? Why did you just watch that asshole beat up Hinata? Sasuke woke up Sakura with her scream. Haruno tossed and turned in her sleeping bag and started rubbing her eyes in an attempt to get rid of the remnants of sleep. Naruto bit his lip and began to draw the FUNN barrier formula on the ground with his stick. He didn't intervene. According to all the laws of the shinobi world, he was obliged to do so. Both Neji and Hinata belonged to his village. The guy was clearly inadequate. Hinata was in danger of serious harm. This should have been prevented, ignoring the conditions of the exam and his own safety, especially since Naruto could do it. He was stronger than Neji, and his speed allowed him to resolve the conflict in a few fractions of a second. But for some reason, then, on the lake, there was a strong feeling that this should not be done. It wasn't Naruto Uzumaki who was supposed to be Hinata's savior. Of course, if the situation had gone too far, he wouldn't have wasted time, but at that moment, the awakened instinct made him freeze in place. Naruto remembered Kiba's eyes well when he looked at his teammate, and Naruto knew that look. He himself had the same look when he looked at the girl he loved. Let's go to bed, Sasuke, Fuyu snorted irritably and turned away. Sakura took over the watch, and the boys collapsed into their sleeping bags. Despite the thoughts that overwhelmed both of them, they fell asleep almost instantly. The morning greeted them with birds singing. No, the forest did not become friendlier and brighter, but it stopped inspiring yesterday's disgust and feeling of loathing. The guys had breakfast, washed themselves in the stream with ice-cold water and continued on their way, checking the map. They specifically tried to move along the highest branches. Few of the genin had mastered this skill well, which meant there was a chance not to meet new opponents. There was no point in engaging in new battles. The scroll had been obtained, now the main task was to deliver it to the designated place in a timely manner. Their key mistake was inattention. Paying special attention to the space below and in front of them, they forgot to look up. They simply did not think that someone would decide to climb even higher, and were distracted. A powerful blow of chakra came from above, right in the space between the fleeing shinobi, scattered team number 7 in different directions and smashed the tree pole to its foundation. The noise from the explosion and the crack of the collapsing tree deafened for a moment. Naruto somersaulted, jumped to his feet and looked around for the kunoichi and the attacker. Sakura was on the left, on all fours, shaking her head, a thin stream of blood oozing from her split lip. Sasuke was on the right and slightly below, the girl already in a fighting stance and looking around. The enemy was nowhere to be seen. They managed to notice the second blow of the sound wave and moved to the side, but a huge snake shot up from below. The scaly body twisted at impossible angles, long sharp fangs with shiny drops of poison flashed, huge eyes tried to subjugate its will and put into a trance. Jump, dodge, jump again. Knuckles smashed against steel scales and rough tree bark, new bruises and abrasions appeared. Realizing that it would not be possible to stay in the air, Naruto gave a signal to the girls and quickly descended to the ground. There he finally saw the attacker. He wasn't hiding at all. A tall, thin, very pale man with bright purple eyeliner and a snake-like yellow pupil stood right in the middle of the clearing and grinned carnivorously. There were no identifying marks on him, and his age was clearly too high for such an exam. What funny kids. 2 more snakes appeared from behind the trees. Naruto tensed. He was ready to swear that he had never seen this man, but he had heard about him from somewhere. And he had heard something very bad. Shall we play? 2 clones of that strange shinobi grew out of the ground. A fight began, leading the boys further and further away from each other. Naruto formed seals and created 10 clones, increasing his field of vision. Sasuke activated her Sharingan. The enemy's movements began to slow down. Sakura pressed herself against the tree trunk and held the kunai out in front of her, gathering chakra in her hands. If she managed to hit the enemy even once, she would shatter him into pieces with even the lightest touch. The cutting wind tore clothes to shreds and left deep bleeding wounds behind. The ground split underfoot. Acrid smoke clogged the lungs. The elements rapidly replaced each other. The enemy shinobi spun his sword, delivering and parrying blows. The snakes hissed, covering the ground with a dense canopy. Naruto moved in a crazy rhythm, dodging attacks and trying to deliver his own, but he could not reach the enemy. Red chakra flowed under his feet, burning the summoned snakes. The fox came to the rescue. The fight became much more intense. Raiden destroyed another earthen bomb. The wind tore the attacking snake in 2. There was only 1 scratch on the enemy's body, but it confirmed that Uzumaki was not a clone, he got the real version. At some point, Naruto realized that he had been looking at the world with the Rinnegan for a long time, and this did not give him any advantages in the battle. The man smiled wickedly. A long, unrealistically long tongue appeared, and the enemy's neck began to stretch out, as if it were made of rubber. Naruto looked at the unfolding performance with disgust. The enemy's face had noticeably changed, long sharp fangs had appeared, and only an incomprehensible hissing sound was now heard from the throat. The deformed throat could no longer pass sounds normally. The head on the 10-meter neck swayed from side to side. What an interesting boy. Naruto heard Sakura scream and took a deep breath. They couldn't handle it, not with this kind of opponent. Uzumaki finally realized who their enemy was. The boy closed his eyes and instantly moved to the pink-haired kunoichi, tearing her out of the giant snake's mouth. The girls, visibly battered, lay on the ground and breathed heavily. Uzumaki took a stance, blocking the direct line of attack, and clutched a 3-pronged kunai in his hands. He had started throwing them around during the enemy's first strike, and now the entire surrounding space was filled with his marks. It was a pity that he didn't have his father's experience, but that was okay. They were still alive, which meant they could try to sell their lives for a higher price. There was no point in hiding his abilities anymore. A good boy, high quality. The disgusting tongue hung to the ground, making the hissing even less intelligible, but many times more terrifying. Yellow eyes sparkled triumphantly, as if the enemy had already won and was now thinking about how best to dispose of the corpses. The blonde tensed, feeling cold sweat running down his back. Uzumaki, Jinchuriki, Rinnegan, and Hor. Naruto swung smoothly to the side, dodging the blow and letting the head on the long neck with the blade clenched in its teeth pass. The enemy's actions were too slow for him now, but how long could he maintain this mode of concentration? The enemy returned to his place. Who the hell are you? Sakura cleared her throat and stood up. The girl's dress was torn, her hair, which had been long until recently, hung in unevenly cut strands, her left leg was unnaturally bent and slightly swollen. Broken or just dislocated. Yellow eyes stopped on the pink-haired girl. Girl, SSSSSS is strong. And you use your chakra wisely. The enemy licked his lips. You remind me of a friend. Find her, she will teach you. I can't, I'm with another. What acquaintance? What are you talking about? Sakura was shaking with horror and disgust, but for some reason now these feelings only gave her strength, and did not drive her into a catatonic stupor. But the enemy had already lost interest in Haruno. Now he was watching Sasuke. The fire of the Sharingan in her eyes had already gone out, but the brunette was still able to continue fighting. The vertical pupils would either shrink into a narrow strip or expand, filling the entire iris, recording every movement of the thin figure. Uchiha, S's. Sasuke didn't answer. She looked narrow-eyed and gathered strength for another blow. The shinobi grinned again. Who should I choose, kids? Michika with the Rinnegan or the girl with the Sharingan? He paused for a moment, closing his eyelids. The answer is obvious. That was the signal. Sasuke jumped into the air, releasing a kaiden. Naruto moved to the mark located behind the man and prepared to strike, when suddenly Sakura screamed. A red spot began to spread on her stomach. A sword appeared from under the ground, pierced the girl through. The man smirked. Naruto's kunai cut his throat. Uzumaki stopped, stupidly watching as Sasuke jumped up to Sakura and tried to give her first aid. The enemy's dead body began to decompose into pieces of dirt. Sasuke grabbed her leg. Strange black spots were spreading on her shin, coming from a small mark just above the ankle. How? She didn't approach the enemy. The air behind her trembled and the outline of a man appeared. My name is Orochimaru, little Uchiha. Soon your boy will go so far away from you that you will no longer be able to catch up with him. The Rinnegan will lead him forward, and you will remain forever behind. The whisper screwed into the ears, burning through. The lungs filled with boiling oil. Come to me, and I will help you become stronger. Come, and I will tell you the truth about your family. Come, I will teach you to defeat enemies. Where are you from? Sasuke felt like this man was reading her soul. His hands, covered in Sakura's blood, trembled weakly. You have the Rinnegan too. Do you feel jealous of your boy? Weakness. Do you understand that he will never be yours? He hides information from you. Pities you. Are you only worthy of pity? Come to me, Sasuke Uchiha. I will help you become worthy. The entire dialogue took no more than 20 seconds and was heard only by Sasuke. Naruto finally froze and rushed forward, but it was too late, the enemy was gone. Sakura coughed up blood. Sasuke rushed to the scrolls scattered on the ground and began looking for a first aid kit. With trembling hands she unpacked the scroll, took out the healing pills Itachi had found somewhere, and made Sakura swallow 2 at once. At this time Naruto explored the surroundings and found a small cave. Returning, he picked up the unconscious girl in his arms and moved there. Sasuke ran to the nearest stream for water, filled a pot. With 4 hands they undressed Sakura, applied healing ointment and tightly bandaged the wound. In complete silence they lit a fire, took out the food and prepared broth. The mark on his leg itched slightly, but no longer caused any discomfort. The black spots had already disappeared, curled into 3 small magatama and wrapped in a thin circle of strange writing. Sasuke didn't recognize any of the symbols written on them, but they seemed familiar to Naruto. The guy carefully examined the damaged area, thoughtfully biting his lip, let a little of his chakra pass through without touching the letters, and frowned. Sasuke watched his reaction carefully, noticing the slightest changes in his facial expressions. A tight ball of doubts twisted in his chest. Naruto, what the hell is this? Do I need to see a doctor? No. The blonde carefully touched the damaged area with his fingers and stroked the mark. The girl shuddered. How to remove this? Does she bother you? Cause you pain. Uzumaki's voice sounded thoughtful and distant. No. Then don't touch it. Sasuke flushed. Naruto, what is this? Can you explain it to me? I can see you already understand. The guy shook his head and stepped back. It doesn't matter. Go to bed, Sasuke. You need to regain your strength. The girl watched him with a thoughtful look, but her weakness was making itself felt more and more. Her eyes were sticking together, she had spent too much chakra today. Sasuke climbed into her sleeping bag and squeezed her eyes shut, not noticing how angry tears were flowing. Why did he do this to her? Naruto positioned himself at the entrance of the cave, guarding the entrance, and leaned tiredly against the rock ledge. He was also quite tired. What do you think about this, Kurama? The same as you, stupid child. Senchakra. But why would Orochimaru give Sasuke an extra source of power? You know it yourself. Naruto lowered his head. His father told him about Orochimaru. One of the Leaf's greatest enemies, yet a Konoha shinobi. Not a renegade, not a missing nin, a man who hated the third Hokage with all his heart and swore to kill him. Orochimaru was an orphan who grew up in the same orphanage as Naruto and Sasuke. As a child, he dreamed of becoming a strong shinobi, and then Hokage. He had all the data for this: outstanding intelligence, composure, ambition and strength. A few years after he graduated from the academy, the Second Shinobi War broke out. Orochimaru was one of the 3 legendary Sannin, along with Naruto's future teacher, Jiraiya Sensei. They took part in the bloodiest battles, developed and carried out the most complex operations, and honestly earned the title of Heroes of the Leaf. But there is a downside to everything: the incessant battles hardened his character and destroyed his former dreams. He no longer wanted power and recognition. All of this turned out to be just ridiculous tinsel, a stupid childish fairy tale. They failed to build new ones. After the war, the Sannin scattered in different directions, trying to find their own path. Orochimaru traveled for many years to different countries, visited many amazing places, and was the first to return home. He finally found what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. Scientist, researcher, developer of unique techniques based on a mixture of ninjutsu and iryojutsu. A genius who at one time received the full support of the third Hokage and the root of Anbu. The man wanted to learn all the techniques in the world, but his body was not adapted to such loads. He had to experiment a lot with DNA cells, trying to derive a new, special code. In addition, techniques were developed that could restore a person from a single cell, experiments were conducted on animals, new compositions and formulas were developed. Orochimaru had the best laboratory in the world, a huge number of assistants, and, oddly enough, a family. The man himself did not understand how he managed to marry a quiet, modest assistant and make her a child. All his time was devoted to work. Nevertheless, the marriage turned out to be successful. Kato supported him in all his endeavors, did not burden him with any household chores or a child, calmly allowed him to work, providing for his daily life and feeding him during protracted experiments. Orochimaru did not even really see his own daughter until she was 10 years old. His wife died, having caught a rare form of fever and not having sought medical help in time. It is difficult to say whether the man experienced any worries about this, but the troubles came from another side. He had to remember about his child and take up his upbringing. Orochimaru did not want to waste time on this. He was not a family man, he was burdened by the duties of a father, and was irritated by a crying, capricious child. The girl was 10, and she was very upset by the death of her mother. A sense of duty prevented her from abandoning her, and her own interests prevented her from messing around. He had to take the girl to his laboratory. And then it turned out that his child was very similar to him. The girl's eyes lit up at the sight of retorts. She greedily devoured books and tried to understand the process of her father's work. Orochimaru did not love his daughter as a member of the family, but he could not help but admit that the girl had great potential in terms of research. It was unexpectedly pleasant to feel like a teacher. Father and daughter began working together, making plans on how they could learn all the techniques in the world, delving deeper into the world of forbidden knowledge. The child's brain sometimes gave out amazing ideas that Orochimaru had previously neglected due to moral principles. The girl had not yet had time to form these principles due to her young age. Spontaneous experiments began, often striking in their cruelty. Later, all the results were classified or destroyed. Storing such information was too dangerous. The Hokage began to doubt the advisability of continuing the immortality project, but chance decided everything. The girl learned about spontaneous summoning and tried to use it. Her body could not withstand the load, and she died of cardiac arrest. The next day, her body disappeared from the morgue. Orochimaru was upset to lose such an ally, but continued his research, although it was now much less effective. Realizing that rationalism and an adequate perception of reality were returning to his protege, Sarutobi decided not to temporarily close the project and let the man survive the grief. And 2 months after the tragedy, Orochimaru saw his daughter, alive, quite healthy, but completely immaterial. It turned out that the summoning had worked incorrectly, but the girl had managed to find a completely unique place by pure chance. It was impossible to return from there in a material form, but it didn't matter. The creatures the girl had found herself in had a bottomless supply of knowledge and techniques, and were ready to share their knowledge. The space they inhabited changed people's bodies, making them very strong and resilient, slightly increasing their life expectancy, but completely blocking the exit to the real world. Only occasionally, once every few years, the barrier would break, releasing the souls of the locked people for a walk. They were considered ghosts and were feared, but this was the only opportunity to see their relatives and convey a message to them from the other world. There was no afterlife. A trap world. There is power and knowledge that cannot be put into practice. Useless for shinobi, a paradise for explorers. One small condition: to get there, you had to die. Orochimaru had long since stopped striving for power, having outgrown that stupid hobby. He didn't aspire to the post of Hokage, not wanting to sacrifice his life on the altar of someone else's well-being. He wanted immortality only as a side effect on the way to his goal. Knowledge. That was his weakness. It was worth dying for and locking himself in a cage forever. That world didn't make you invulnerable or immortal, increasing your lifespan only to 150 years, but that was supposed to be a century of bliss. Orochimaru didn't want to share such information with anyone, hiding the fact of his meeting with his daughter from everyone except Hiruzen. For some reason, he thought that Sensei would understand him. Orochimaru had prepared thoroughly. His daughter had given him information on how to get to that world. He packed a bag with everything he needed, hoping that it would be transferred with him, wrote a will, veiledly said goodbye to his colleagues and visited memorable places for the last time. Late in the evening, he made a summoning in the pentagram in his office, folding seals, but at that very moment the third entered the office. Sarutobi did not approve of his student's aspirations, deciding that the loss of his daughter had damaged his mind. A short battle took place in the laboratory, as a result of which all the reagents, including the results of many years of research, fell upon Orochimaru. The man came to his senses a week later in the Konoha hospital, and the first thing he did was try to commit suicide. The summoning had already been done, the preparations had been made, there was only one small detail left: to die. And this is precisely where the problems arose. Having received all the reagents stored in the laboratory and developed precisely in an attempt to achieve immortality, Orochimaru could not die at all. First, Orochimaru tried to kill himself, then he turned to root for help, then, when the desired result was not achieved, he left Konoha and cursed the third Hokage, vowing to kill him someday. Lately, he was busy creating his own village, began collecting nuggets and training them in the hope that someone would still be able to kill him. Now Sasuke was on his list. Naruto closed his eyes. He would leave after the third trial, and he would leave for a long time. Sasuke would be alone. The third stage would tell the whole truth about them to the whole village, and the girl would be under a lot of pressure. It was possible, quite possible, that it would be better for Sasuke to leave the village for this time. But would she be able to handle it alone? Was he doing the right thing, pushing her to make this decision? What was the best course of action? In the morning, Team 7 woke up early, quickly got ready and set out. Sakura had recovered quite well. The wound on her stomach had almost healed, although it still caused severe pain. Her leg had swelled even more. It was a fracture after all. Naruto had to put the girl on his back. Sasuke glared at Sakura, but said nothing. They reached the base without any problems, and it turned out that they were among the first to arrive. In addition to Kakashi's team, the Sandman and Asuma's team also reached their destination. Naruto nodded affably to Gaara and Shikamaru and went to the hospital to hand Sakura over to the medics. Sasuke was left alone, climbing up to the balcony and sitting on the railing. Gradually, other exam participants began to arrive. Sasuke watched as the battered, exhausted shinobi entered the main gate, looked for familiar faces, counted. Not enough. There were too few of them, barely a quarter of the original number. Had all the others died? Or were they waiting in the forest for help to arrive? Naruto appeared unnoticed, silently settling down next to the brunette. The girl laid her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. Finally, The waiting hours were up and a screen appeared with a list of the commands that had passed. Sasuke automatically noted that Kurenai's command was not on it. The fourth Hokage took the floor. Congratulations to all those present, you have managed to prove your strength and fortitude. In total, 6 teams, 18 people, passed the second stage. The third stage of the exam will be individual sparring and will be held at the main stadium of Konoha. Now we will hold the draw for individual fights. Icons flashed on the screen. Nara Shikamaru got an opponent from the Sandman, Rock Lee got a shinobi from the Cloud Village, Sakura got Ino. Sasuke got a fight with Gaara no Sobaku, but the girl only narrowed her eyes in disdain. But when the last inscription appeared, Fuyu was literally thrown into the air. Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto. Give it back. Sasuke hissed, grabbing her friend's shoulder with all her might and shaking him so hard that he almost fell off the balcony. Naruto looked at the girl in bewilderment. Sasuke. Give me that bastard, Naruto. Take Gaara. Sasuke was almost sparkling with anger and anticipation. Naruto turned his gaze to Gaara, who was standing nearby, shrugging his shoulders in bewilderment. He chuckled and nodded indifferently in agreement. Uzumaki raised his hand up, attracting the examiner's attention. Hokage-sama, we would like to conduct an exchange. After listening to Naruto's request and consulting among themselves, the examiners allowed the lots to be swapped. Well then, gentlemen, you have exactly 1 month to prepare. Commentary on Chapter 15. Since we're not dealing with canon here, Orochimaru has other goals, and accordingly his seal is significantly different from manga's. There are no Orochimaru particles in it, he can't get out of it, and he can't be resurrected with it. Chapter 16. Naruto thoughtfully examined the small blue ball of chakra spinning on his palm. Thin lines intertwined in a bizarre pattern, moving along an unpredictable trajectory, the ball hummed quietly, sometimes increasing, sometimes decreasing in size. Kami-sama, how much effort had to be put in to repeat this technique? It seemed to the guy that he had never strained himself so much and was so tired. Rasengan, his father's signature technique, based on the Biju bomb. The fox inside menacingly waved its tails and demanded that he immediately continue training. The water in the stone dungeon twisted into whirlpools and powerlessly beat against the slimy walls. Over the past 2 weeks, the Jinchuriki and the Biju had become very close to each other. It was hard to say what exactly had triggered it. There had been no particular events that would have foreshadowed it, except that the upcoming fight with Shukaku had played a role. Kurama was so eager to beat up his little brother that he was literally saturating Naruto with his own chakra, allowing him to train almost without rest. Minato happily took advantage of this circumstance and shoved another technique from his arsenal into his son. Naruto had to just sigh and submit to the will of the two enthusiasts. He was tired more mentally than physically. He understood perfectly well why all this was being done, and the tight spring in his stomach area was getting tighter and tighter with each passing day. It wasn't for nothing that Naruto was the son of the Hokage, and it wasn't for nothing that he studied with the best of the best. Seeing and remembering barely noticeable hints, hearing the quiet whisper of the walls, finding answers in the calm faces of Minato and Itachi, all of this was gradually becoming his second nature. He didn't like what he was seeing, but there was no way out, no matter how much Naruto thought about it. Maybe the little Jinchuriki was simply not mature enough to think through such complex combinations. But he had to cope with this test. No matter what happened, there was too much at stake. Sasuke had already left for training with Kakashi-sensei on the 3rd day after the second test, and the house had become too empty. Itachi had no time to train the girl. All the Anbu forces were thrown into controlling the strangers who had flooded the village, so the copy ninja had to take up his direct duties. Naruto, who was busy learning a new jutsu at that time, did not mind, but now for the first time he felt lonely. The blue ball was spinning in his palm, which meant that his training had come to an end. Learning a new technique immediately after learning the Rasengan was strictly contraindicated. The guy sighed and hit the iron container abandoned on the training ground. There was a dull click and the container was torn into many small pieces. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? A satisfied exclamation of a friend and a joyful dog bark were heard. The blonde pushed his bangs out of his eyes and waved his hand in greeting. Uzumaki was glad that Team Kurenai was not hurt. Yes, they failed to pass the second stage because of the incident with Hinata, but the guys did not become despondent, and began to train with redoubled strength, promising that in 6 months they would test their capabilities again and gain the upper hand. Then, in the Forest of Death, seeing their teammate in such a deplorable state, the boys decided not to continue the test. It was impossible to carry the girl without special equipment, it threatened to cause her even greater damage, and leaving her alone in the forest did not even occur to them. Inuzuka and Aburame set up camp and waited for help at the same ill-fated lake, near which the memorable battle took place. Kiba still got furious when he heard Neji's name and dreamed of smashing the little bastard into the asphalt. Hinata told them about the fight, but asked them not to tell anyone else about it. The girl was afraid of what her father could do to Neji if he found out about the misdeed of a member of the junior branch. Strange. After everything that happened, she continued to protect her older brother. Hi, Kiba, I'm just practicing a new technique. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at Hinata's? The boy blushed. He had really been spending a lot of time with Hinata lately, but he always found stupid excuses. Bring medicine and fruit, as if the Hyuga couldn't provide their heiress with everything she needed, tell her about the team's new tactics theory without practice is dead, and Hinata wouldn't be able to apply this knowledge anytime soon anyway, give her the hairpin the girl supposedly forgot. Naruto was ready to bet his salary that Kiba himself had stolen this hairpin from Hinata in order to find another ridiculous reason for a visit. Uzumaki chuckled. He understood his Fang friend like no one else. The desire to see the eyes of his beloved girl, to hear her voice, to admire the gentle curves of her shoulders, to inhale the scent of her hair, to make her sensual lips smile, to lightly touch her velvety skin. And not to allow yourself more. To endure, to keep the inner beast on a leash, and now we are not talking about the biju at all. Dreaming, seeing vivid dreams at night. Waking up with the first thought of her. Reproaching yourself every day for not being able to protect her from danger. Damn. I just came from her. Inuzuka chased the telltale blush from his cheeks. The doctors say she's on the mend and will be able to sit in the stands by the third stage. Great. Naruto smiled warmly. He was genuinely happy about this news. How are you? I came back from the mountain pass yesterday. I ran there to get herbs for the hospital. I saw Sasuke and Kakashi. Are they learning a new technique? Naruto nodded. Chidori. Raiden in its purest form. Did you see? Why such long training sessions? Uzumaki shrugged. Endurance practice. Look, I can use the rasengan countless times, but I need time to form an attack. The more practice, the faster the ball will appear. Sasuke is the opposite. Chidori is formed instantly, but the number of exhausts is limited by the internal reserve. So he and Kakashi are trying to pump up this reserve. Kiba blinked. You guys are some kind of monsters. I've never heard of anyone of ours learning A-rank techniques, and you're still pumping them up. Do you think Sasuke can beat Neji? Naruto grinned evilly in response. You can be sure of it. She'll mix it with the stadium gravel. Sasuke fell to her knees, trying to stop her hands from shaking and ignore the sharp pain that was piercing the entire right side of her body like electric discharges. Damn pride. But the Hokage had offered her to stay and study the Rasengan technique with Naruto, but no, she wanted something else, but no less powerful. Sasuke spat out blood and coughed. Idiot. For the sake of special training, she had to leave the village. Breaking boulders was much more effective than hitting trees. She had to leave Uzumaki and Haruno alone, giving them the opportunity to get even closer, refused to meet with Itachi, who, although he could not teach her now, could at least support her morally, and find herself alone with Kakashi, with whom the girl had never had a particularly warm relationship. Sasuke closed her eyes, driving away angry tears with an effort of will. Sasuke, are you okay? And here comes Hitaki, speak of the devil. He left for the nearest village for provisions this morning, and returned only now, when the sun was already setting. He will lie again about the black cat, the lost grandmother and the road of life. Sasuke forced herself to her feet. It's okay, sensei. The girl straightened up and brushed her hands on her shorts. I'm just a little tired. Kakashi frowned. Judging by your condition, you've been training all day. I warned you to be more restrained and careful. Fuyu turned away and stubbornly pressed her lips together. Sasuke, if you burn out your channels, you'll never be able to catch up with Naruto. The girl shuddered. Kakashi shook his head and walked to their sleeping place, taking the food he had bought out of his bag. Their temporary camp was located in a deep gorge, surrounded on all sides by high mountains. Here and there were fragments of broken boulders. Underfoot the ground was covered with a thick layer of yellow clay and dirty sand, and only a few stunted trees grew around. The sun was merciless here, and a slight coolness could be obtained only in a small cave where an icy spring gushed. There they took water and washed themselves. Sasuke walked into the cave, taking off her t-shirt and starting to wash herself. She washed off a thick layer of dust and dirt from her face, got rid of the smell of sweat with a wet rag, washed her clothes, putting on a spare suit. When the girl went outside, the sky was already blooming with hundreds of bright stars, and rice porridge flavored with herbs was boiling in the pot. Small insects, crawling out onto the rocks after the day's heat, were chirping. Sasuke sat down on a boulder by the fire and began to dry her hair with a towel. Kakashi tore himself away from his book and stirred the porridge with a wooden spoon. Sasuke. The girl jerked irritably, causing the teacher to sigh quietly. Listen to me. Kakashi fell silent. Kami-sama, he shouldn't have had such conversations with the girl. Mother, father, brother after all. Itachi, who was known as one of the strongest and bravest shinobi of the village, showed surprising cowardice towards his own younger sister, which greatly exposed Kakashi. The man closed his eyes in resignation and forced himself to continue. Sasuke, you're too dependent on Naruto. You need to try to get him out of your head. The brunette frowned. I'm not saying that your choice is bad, but understand. You are too different. You need to learn to live your own life. Set goals that don't involve Naruto, but only you yourself, your desires and aspirations. Learn to make decisions without him. Give both him and yourself the opportunity to make their own choices. His choice is Sakura. It sounded too harsh and desperate. Sasuke knew that she would not be able to hide her emotions from the experienced shinobi, but his words were causing the girl great pain now. Kakashi shook his head. I don't know, Sasuke. I don't really think his crush on Sakura is serious, but that's completely unimportant. You two are very strong. Potentially the strongest shinobi in the leaf, which means that too much will depend on you in the future. Naruto will go to train with the Toad Hermit after the exam. He understands the importance of his development. And what will you do? How do you plan to live without him these years? Sasuke lowered her head and bit her lip until it bled. She still couldn't hold back her tears. He will grow, Sasuke. Move forward, become stronger, learn. What do you plan to do? Wait for him in place, dreaming that he will return to you. Kakashi was now saying almost the same thing as Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. It made his soul hurt and feel disgusted. What else should I do? Forget. The answer sounded harsh and clear. Throw all thoughts of Uzumaki out of your head, stop looking back at him and go your own way. You made the right choice by refusing to train with the Hokage. You and Naruto have different paths. Naruto found his. Now it's your turn. Only by understanding what your purpose is, you can go forward and truly become stronger. And only after that can you catch up with him, of course, if you still want to. The girl dropped her head into her hands and burst into tears. Kakashi stood up, threw a blanket over her shoulders and walked away towards the sleeping bags. Kami knew he didn't want to say those words to her. The stadium was buzzing with cheers. Dozens of people had gathered on the high stands, shouting in support of the participants and waving colorful flags. Vendors of souvenirs, soft drinks and light snacks were scurrying about. The last bets were being taken. A light breeze blew into their hot faces. Men and women hurriedly took their places. Future shinobi ate ice cream. The atmosphere, although tense, was filled with joy and anticipation. Few thought that today, on a large area covered with gray gravel, blood would be spilled. The second stage clearly showed that this generation of shinobi is quite strong and cruel. The Uchiha clan almost entirely occupied the second sector from the bottom, located next to the Hyuga clan. It cannot be said that the representatives of these families maintained warm friendly relations, but they still crossed paths quite often. The services of Byakugan carriers were often in demand in the military police. Fugaku Uchiha nodded in greeting to Hiyashi Hyuga and looked at the scoreboard hanging on the opposite side of the field. It was strange to see a familiar name there. Fugaku had never been interested in the life of his former daughter. Her name was not mentioned at family gatherings, her photos were not kept in family albums, her fate after being sent to the orphanage was not in the sphere of interest of the head of the Uchiha clan. He remembered the surname given to the child, and it reflected the man's attitude to his daughter better than anything else. Unnecessary. A blind girl. Fugaku had probably never in his life experienced such an overwhelming sense of shame and despair as when he learned that his child was defective. Neither the failure of the plot against the Hokage, nor the estrangement of his eldest son from the family, nor the cooling of relations with the clan elders caused him more distress than the feeling of impending disaster. The man pressed his lips together. In the Uchiha clan, blind children were born several times, and each time it ended in only one thing, the complete extinction of this branch of the clan. The descendants of such children did not have a single chance to obtain the Sharingan. Each subsequent generation was weaker than the previous one, and eventually completely left the world of shinobi, becoming ordinary artisans, merchants or farmers. What a shame. Fugaku, whose upbringing was carried out by a strict, domineering and rather despotic father, who literally hammered into him the concepts of military honor and valor, could not come to terms with such a state of affairs. Not being a shinobi is all the same that is not to be a man. A useless piece of trash, the dregs of society. The man was choked with anger at the very thought that his seed had given birth to such wretchedness. Fugaku didn't keep an eye on the kids studying at the academy. There was no point in it, the new generation hadn't grown up yet, and the old ones had already finished their training. He heard from acquaintances about a blind girl who had entered, but didn't attach any importance to it. On the other hand, even Anbu didn't keep a close eye on the students. Half of them dropped out during their studies, a third died during the Chunin exam, and only after that could these stubs be called full-fledged shinobi. And not right away, but after a couple of more or less serious missions. When a teacher from the academy came to him and tried to talk to him about the girl who was his daughter, Fugaku laughed in his face. What could a blind kunoichi do? PFF'd. He didn't bother to inquire about the successes of this brat, didn't follow her life, deliberately ignored the rumors that the girl had regained her sight. It didn't matter, born a cripple, she would never be able to earn the right to return to the clan anyway. And now her name was shining on the screen. Fugaku couldn't help but be present at this event, but he already knew the result of the duel. An ironic grin twisted his lips. Sasuke let her hair down, braided tightly, and shook her head, listening to the melodic ringing of the bells. Everything seemed to be in place, the kunai in the bag and behind the shin, the fishing line secured in the usual way, several scrolls with smoke seals scattered in the pockets. Neji was a difficult opponent, she needed to be prepared for anything. Moreover, he was a close combat fighter, and he thought that she was too. Sasuke narrowed her eyes, an unpleasant surprise awaited the little bastard. Naruto, who had approached completely silently, hugged the girl from behind. Are you worried? Sasuke thought for a moment. There was no excitement, nor any particular anger, she had managed to burn out quite a bit over the month. Rather, there was excitement and anticipation of an interesting fight. No, the brunette smiled. That's a good girl. Uzumaki kissed her somewhere behind the ear, causing a tickle. Beat that idiot. Of course. The guy unclenched his hands. Good luck. Sasuke didn't answer, silently jumping into the arena. She was the one who would open this day. Neji was already standing in his place, calmly waiting for the gong. His entire posture demonstrated a languid relaxation and self-confidence. Sasuke froze opposite, examining her opponent. Tall, well-built, he could probably even be called attractive. His violet, somewhat empty and lifeless eyes looked confident and indifferent, his lips were pressed into a thin line, his hands were in his pockets. Sasuke had never been interested in the guy, but she knew that many girls in the academy had unrequited love for him, and many boys dreamed of fighting him in a duel. Sasuke did not consider him as invincible as his sensei and classmates praised him. Before the fight begins, I wanted to ask you something. The brunette barely heard his quiet voice, reminiscent of the rustling of fallen leaves. Why did you want to fight me? Fuyu smiled crookedly, making her face look evil and predatory. My friend and I saw an interesting scene at the forest lake, about a month ago. Neji shuddered. You know, I liked your words. So much so that I have a wild desire to shove them back down your throat. Really? And how did I manage to insult you so? It seemed that Hyuga did not understand her at all, or was mocking her so subtly. The words began to resemble broken glass and pushing them out of the throat became many times more difficult. What do you know about blindness? What do you know about destiny? What do you know about losers? Sasuke felt the fire of anger that had died down flare up with renewed vigor. Why do you despise your own sister so much? She's a burden, Neji shrugged indifferently. I've had to fuss over her all my life, indulge her whims, turn a blind eye to her worthlessness. How else am I supposed to treat her? Why not try to help? Since you are stronger and older than her. Sasuke really didn't understand what was going on in the heads of these clan imbeciles if they so easily broke family ties. Sasuke would kill anyone for the only member of her family. She's a stupid loser. Neji was starting to get angry. It was obvious that he found the conversation extremely unpleasant, and he already regretted starting it. Helping her is just a waste of time. You're just an idiot, the girl grimaced in disgust. I was born blind. Most of my life I was called a worthless burden. My own parents threw me out of the house, considering me unworthy. But there was one person who helped me get up and change my fate. This person was also called a loser by everyone. Fate cannot be changed. Hyuga calmed down, having found some answer to his thoughts. A loser born will always be one. I heard you were called a genius, but if I believe your words, then you are a genius only against the background of even greater losers. Apparently, your class consisted of weaklings. The beautifully outlined lips curved. Well, that means an easy victory awaits you. The examiner's voice pulled them out of their absurd dialogue and announced the start of the duel. Blue eyes lit up with the fire of the Sharingan, and the girl scattered like a flock of black crows. Neji jerked and activated the Byakugan. Unique capabilities, almost absolute control over the surrounding space, she simply would not be able to hide from him. What the? The Byakugan showed chakra, but the problem was that the girl's chakra was everywhere. In every crow circling above the stadium, in every uneven shadow on the surface of the court, in dozens of stones scattered around the stadium. Although here the concentration seemed stronger. Perhaps. The guy grinned, this Sasuke is not as smart as she thinks. Hyuga lunged forward, holding out his open palm. The girl materialized and jumped to the side, he only managed to catch her tangentially. She hissed and grabbed the damaged area just above her elbow, but quickly got her bearings and made seals, releasing the Kaden. The stream of flame passed a little higher, but Neji felt the heat start to boil the blood under his skin. Shit. A long-range attack, and such a strong one at that. He couldn't get caught. Neji jumped to the other side of the stadium and looked closely at his opponent. She was breathing heavily, the air was coming out with a whistle. Considering the amount of chakra put into the technique, this is not surprising. Well, it's not worth the risk, you just have to wait a little, she will run out of steam in about 20 minutes, no more. The guy grinned, the game has begun. The stone was burning and melting, turning into sand, dozens of kunai were scattered all over the space, the clothes on the participants of the battle were covered with soot and burnt spots. Shinobi jumped around the field, performing unthinkable somersaults, spun in a crazy dance of fire and pain, exchanged accessible ninjutsu and genjutsu techniques, but so far no one came closer to victory. Neji parried another kunai and decided to end this farce, his head was already starting to hurt from the constant ringing of bells. 2 steps back, put your right leg aside, getting ready to dash. The fishing line tightened, wrapping around his legs and arms. He got him. He thought he was chasing her, but in reality she was weaving her web like a spider. No matter, a soft palm would cut through this barrier. Several blows of her water whip hit the target, but he managed, reflecting 2 and dodging the third. He still had absolute protection, although he had taken damage. Genjutsu again, the outlines of the stadium walls began to float. Dispelled. Too badly cast. Nervous. She has many techniques and excellent chakra control. What's next? The girl soared into the air, dozens of blades pierced the space, flying towards the target. Neji spun around his axis, reflecting the flying death, instantly reorganized, jumping after the prey and in an unthinkable bend still reached her on the leg. Sasuke fell to the ground, losing her balance, the spectators in the stands buzzed with redoubled force, understanding what was about to happen. Neji slightly raised the corners of his lips, indicating a victorious grin. 128 blows of heaven. Fast. Too fast. The small, thin figure bent from each touch, piercing her with endless pain. The screams rang in her ears, the wind scattered her hair, and the terrible beating did not end. The chakra channels were damaged one after another, ceasing to pass through themselves the energy that was so necessary now. The moment stretched into eternity, and the girl collapsed at the feet of her tormentor on the sharp stones, gradually turning scarlet. Her eyes were covered with a cloudy film, the Sharingan went out, leaving not even a hint of its presence. Neji walked up to his fallen opponent and lightly kicked the unresisting body. He had won. It seems your family did the right thing by getting rid of the burden. You are a real. A sharp pain shot through my side and blood started flowing out of my throat. The blow came from behind and pierced right through, seemingly not touching vital organs, but completely immobilizing and depriving him of the possibility of further resistance. The body under his feet began to dissipate. How? The power of the Sharingan is not at all in the ability to copy techniques, now her voice resembled the rustling of autumn leaves. Sasuke pushed a wet strand of hair from her face, dispelling the 3-layered world of illusions. She didn't run around the field, didn't dodge attacks, and didn't get hit, but maintaining such a complex genjutsu was still not easy. And the Chidori for the end. Not that it was necessary, but she wanted to show off the new technique to Naruto, who was watching the fight from the balcony. I advise you to apologize to your sister, and it would be better to take up her training. Even someone who initially seems weak to you can present many surprises. Fugaku, who was sitting in the stands, couldn't believe his eyes. This girl, his daughter. Yes, Now no one will be ashamed to admit this child as their own. First, the bells rang. A quiet ringing echoed throughout the stadium, playing a quiet, previously unknown melody that was sleep-inducing. Fugaku brushed off the faint impulse like an annoying mosquito, but then the situation ceased to be so predictable. Crows. Itachi. Fugaku simply couldn't help but recognize his son's technique. He had found his sister after all, even though he hadn't told his family about it. In order to understand where the girl was, he had to activate his Sharingan himself. He had watched the entire fight as if enchanted, but it turned out that he had been looking in the wrong direction, just like the entire stadium. The technique, the execution, the power of the chakra, the thoughtfulness of each action. Incredible. Of course, she wouldn't be able to join the clan as a full member, but if you think about it, it would be quite possible to make her a junior, non-hereditary branch. Try to cross her with someone from the older generation, one of those who already had children, but no wife. There were plenty of them. After all, shinobi often die on missions. Perhaps something worthwhile would come of this. The girl jumped onto the balcony and started hugging the little demon. Fugaku grimaced. He needed to talk to her. She shouldn't communicate with the demon. Even if the Hokage was training him, hoping to tame him, it was still an undesirable acquaintance for someone who could become a member of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 17. Sasuke stood on the balcony and carefully watched what was happening at the stadium, mentally replaying the past fight and frowning from time to time. Still, she made a couple of serious mistakes. It was possible to finish much faster and spend less chakra. XO, Itachi will peck out all the brains when he conducts a debriefing. On the other hand, she still managed to achieve her goal. Her so-called relatives were probably somewhere in the stands and saw everything. And appreciated it. According to the same Itachi, 3-layer illusions are available to only a few from the Uchiha clan and are a kind of sign of mastery and strength. Sasuke chuckled. Deep down, she wanted the proud bearers of the Sharingan to recognize her as an equal, ever since she realized she was part of their clan. She had replayed the possible meeting with her father and mother in her head many times, wondered if she had brothers or sisters, mentally selected words, gestures, and intonation. No, she was not going to forgive them and return to the bosom of the family. She had no idea that she would ever be able to recognize anyone other than Naruto as her family, but to see the admiration, regret, and awareness of loss in their eyes. It was definitely worth giving it her all for. Itachi said that a sense of pride is inherent in all Uchihas, and there is not a single representative of this clan who could tolerate a dismissive attitude towards their person. Personality traits. Naruto, standing nearby, let out a victorious cry and began shouting congratulations to the next winner of the test. Rock Lee easily defeated his opponent from the Cloud Village. It was funny after all. Naked taijutsu and willpower, and such an impressive result. Shikamaru, standing to the left, yawned and commented on the past fight in his usual manner, for which he immediately received a punch in the stomach from Ino. The blonde still could not recover from his impressive defeat against the girl from Suna. To actually win the fight and so spectacularly let the victory slip out of his hands. Sasuke significantly expanded her vocabulary when she listened to the meeting of Ino's Shika-cho teammates. Ino herself easily defeated Sakura, now resting in the hospital wing, so she had the right to reproach. Fuyu gritted her teeth. She felt sorry for Sakura. It was completely irrational. It was so pitiful that it made my teeth gnash. She looked so weak, lost and defenseless that an inexplicable feeling of shame and awkwardness settled in her chest. And it seemed clear that the pink-haired girl was to blame for her weakness, and Sasuke was not obliged to constantly cover for her, but there you go. Two opponents from the Grass Village and the Sound Village entered the arena. A gong sounded. Sasuke narrowed her eyes. The herbalist was armed with a long chain, the sound man with a strange construction on his hand, apparently capable of attacking with auditory genjutsu. Weaklings. As practice has shown, in 90% of fights, the winner is not the one who relies on blades or special devices. Weapons can be lost or broken, but the innate, carefully polished and nurtured abilities of your body. There is little that can be opposed to them, although everything has its weaknesses. Sasuke looked away from the arena and at Naruto standing next to her. He was nervous. Now his nervousness was especially strong. Tense as a string, his facial features sharpened, his eyes glowed red. The demonic chakra inside was woven into a tight spiral, ready to straighten out and strike at any second. Was he worried about the upcoming fight? Strange. Sasuke did not think that Gaara was such a serious opponent for Naruto. For all the other participants in the fights, including herself, yes, but not for Uzumaki. Sasuke could not explain it, she just felt it. Naruto was stronger than Gaara, more confident, which meant that her conclusions were initially incorrect. Naruto was nervous for another reason. For what reason? While she was deciding whether to ask him directly or leave him alone, the signal sounded to begin a new fight. Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara no Sobaku. The blonde smiled, touched her hand as if saying goodbye, easily jumped over the fence and headed towards the center with a springy gait. Sasuke bit her lip. Something was wrong. The Hokage watched intently as Naruto and Gaara covered the distance to the designated point. The gravel crunched underfoot, the wind blew through his hair, the seconds stretched out in agonizing anticipation. Even after the opponents' names were announced, a deafening silence fell over the stadium. They were the same, despite the infinite number of differences. Now it was felt especially strongly, in their gait, gestures, facial expressions. The Jinchuriki of the tailed demons looked like brothers, and such similarity frightened everyone without exception. Deceptive fragility and childish faces, short stature, easy smiles, and inside they were deadly dangerous, cruel predators, seething with rage and hatred, not feigned and artificially caused, but true, which is their basis and essence. Viscous, dark chakra spread throughout the stadium, tension hit the nerves, blissful emptiness and anticipation of battle spread in the head. It seemed that the world froze at the extreme point of catastrophe and only one step remained to fall into the abyss. The opponents froze opposite each other. It's time. Minato exhaled and gave a signal that only one person could understand. Naruto didn't wait for the gong. He made hand seals, lightning fast pulled a three-pronged kunai from his sleeve and threw it at Gaara. A flash of light, and the arena was empty. The silence lasted for a few more moments, and then exploded into hundreds of screams. Surprised, indignant, and furious, but the most distinct in this hubbub was the quiet, satisfied laughter of the cage. People jumped up from their seats, the sandmen began to draw their weapons, the Anbu hastily built barriers around the leadership of the hidden villages. Minato leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, not paying attention to what was happening around him. The cage threw off his hat and cloak, revealing his true form, and winked cheerfully at the Hokage. You're not a fool, Minato. I didn't expect you'd be able to figure me out so quickly. A shadow of a smile touched her beautiful lips. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. I knew you would appreciate it. But you understand that this won't stop me. Minato opened his eyes and bowed his head, acknowledging his opponent's rightness. A snap of long pale fingers and the Anbu guarding the box fell to the ground, struck down by an unknown technique. Another sharp movement and Sarutobi, along with Orochimaru, disappeared from the main box somewhere in the direction of the observation deck. Hiruzen himself decided to accept the fight. He understands everything and does not require any explanations, what is happening, including his mistake. Danzo flinched, but felt a razor-sharp blade touch his throat. One wrong move could end a life in the blink of an eye. The Hokage's voice was unusually hoarse and mocking. Did you really hope that I wouldn't find out anything? Danzo swallowed the viscous saliva and tried to pull himself together. The whole plan was going to hell, but he hadn't lost yet. He needed to buy himself some time. It doesn't change anything, Hokage. Your pet Uchiha will be too busy evacuating the villagers. I have trained my fighters well. Orochimaru will defeat the third. You can kill me, but even you won't be able to deal with me too quickly. Gaara will grind the fox's Jinchuriki into dust and destroy the village. Or you will have to leave me alone and deal with the Biju. You did a good job last time. There is no need for that. The blue eyes flashed steel. My son will handle the one-tailed one just fine. I trained him well, too. So this fosterling is your son after all. Funny, isn't it? I've been monitoring the village's security for so many years, but I never knew about this fact. White feathers began to fall onto the stadium. This had been planned for a long time, perhaps a decade. Plans were made and collapsed, allies and executors changed hundreds of times, dozens of scenarios were thought out, but the main goal was always the same. Danzo dreamed of power. Minato never understood this irrepressible desire of Shimura to gain absolute control over the village. For what? What did the post of Hokage give, for which it was worth killing his own, living in streams of constant lies, depriving himself of his family, friends and comrades? Namikaze did not know the answer. But the worst thing was that Danzo did not know it either. His vision of the path for the land of fire was not much different from Minato's course of rule. He was guided by the same concepts of justice and balance. He was not such an unprincipled, greedy and indifferent person, which he tried to seem to people. And nevertheless, he was not freed from a sucking feeling in his chest, pushing him to what even in his own head he could not call anything other than betrayal. The desire to feel the most important and significant, the knowledge that the lives of hundreds of people depend on one of your words, the ability to control other people's thoughts and desires. His hands shook and his knees buckled from anticipation, and his head became light and clear. Once, having crossed the line, he could no longer stop himself. 3 times Danzo, despite the ban, tried to organize a new route, and 3 times Minato's people destroyed the secret bases to the ground. The blue-eyed bastard carefully avoided assassination attempts, got out of the traps at the last moment, fully justifying his nickname, and did not demonstrate in any way that he knew who was at the head of the conspiracy. Who so diligently fueled the hatred of the Uchiha, who was eliminating his loyal supporters, who was destroying long-standing ties of loyalty and friendship with other countries. The illusion of peace was still preserved between the village leadership. Minato could treat Danzo however he liked, but he understood that he still had no better candidate for the post of head of Anbu. Danzo was an experienced warrior and an excellent strategist. He knew how to see danger, distinguish the slightest hints in the voices of ambassadors from other countries. He always knew from which side a blow might come. He was needed like air exactly as long as he was devoted to the village. But that time had passed. The news of the impending attack was brought by the Yamanaka, who had captured one of Danzo's minor fighters. Naruto, who helped remove the seal from his tongue, and Itachi were also involved in the interrogation. It was on these two that Minato built a counterattack plan. He thought it through to the smallest detail, calculated thousands of options and once again put everything he had on the line. Yes, the prisoner only knew the basics of the attack plan, but that was enough to calculate the rest of the actions. At least, Minato hoped so. Now the time for reflection was over, the time for action had come. A strong gusty wind bent the trees, stones turned into small crumbs under the feet of 2 monsters flying at each other, mouths with long sharp fangs tore the enemy to shreds. Hatred against hatred, faith against faith, 2 people who grew up in emptiness and alienation met. Each had their own truth, and each tried to convey it to their fellow sufferer, to win him over to their side or destroy him. People were rapidly leaving the village, led by a special Anbu unit, headed by a gloomy fighter in a raven mask. Explosions and death cries thundered behind them, the ground shook under their feet, children cried and huddled close to their parents. Quickly, precisely, organized, with absolute trust and hope for salvation. Minutes were running out, and flocks of black crows circled overhead, reporting the surrounding situation to their commander. White feathers covered the empty shops, the backs of sleeping people, the awnings and planks like a strange blanket of snow. Blade met blade, the fire of the Sharingan burned in the eyes, those in whose blood pure illusion flows, could not be fooled by such a cheap trick. Silent black shadows destroyed one target after another, covering their sleeping comrades. No killing. Fugaku did not know why the Hokage gave such an order, but he obeyed without question, simply putting his opponents to sleep. After all, Minato rarely made mistakes. Thick thickets of strange plants, emitting a slightly sweet smell of rot, blocked his view. Sarutobi breathed heavily, trying to restore his pulse and gather strength for a new attack. Orochimaru had really prepared well this time. Snake stumps moved under his feet, the roof tiles were covered with potholes, his faithful assistant Enma froze behind, covering his back. A few more moments, he had to hold out and give time to the new generation. He was guilty before them and before his enemy, the time had come to atone for his sins. Hashirama's cells provided enormous opportunities. They increased strength and regeneration speed, allowed one to implant unique genomes of other people, and gave access to Mokuden. Experience and constant practice allowed one to predict where the enemy would appear and repel his attack, helped to avoid a deadly mark on one's body and dodge a flying kunai. Rhetorical abilities drew the enemy into a dialogue, buying time in anticipation of help or a mistake on the part of a younger opponent. It was impossible to predict the outcome of a duel. The Rinnegan was burning in the black-haired girl's eyes, and the hospital wing of the stadium was covered by a huge, completely impenetrable for intruders dome, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. The same domes covered the Konoha Hospital and all the small shops, on whose doors the sign of the Guild of Healers and Herbalists was displayed. The protection calmly led in all the villagers who had not managed to evacuate and reflected all the attacks flying at it, from cold weapons and explosive seals to the most sophisticated ninjutsu techniques. Sasuke stood on the roof of the hospital wing, raising her hands to the sky, and silently prayed to the gods for only one thing, to hold out. Her strength was rapidly leaking away. The hem of his scarlet cloak fluttered behind him in the gusts of wind, his heart was on fire, and his blood was boiling in his veins. Naruto screamed, trying to reach his younger brother's consciousness. Wake up. You are not alone. You will never be alone again. Turquoise eyes opened wide in silent surprise, desperate hope rose from the heart. For some reason, the sound of a dropped ball and the creak of an old swing were heard, like a greeting from the distant past. They fell to the ground at the same time, battered and tired, but with a feeling of deep satisfaction. Never before had Gaara experienced such pleasure from a fight, when the opponent was equal to him in strength, when he could give it his all, when there was no disgusting smell of fear and disgust. His muscles ached pleasantly, small scratches had already healed, bones crunched into place. You're good, Naruto smiled and ruffled his wet hair. Only my father or Sasuke can drive me like that. Gaara chuckled. Your girlfriend? My family. Good for you. Gaara fell on his back and spread his arms out to the sides. Father, Sasuke, how? I won't be wrong if I assume that we grew up in equal conditions, will I? The same as you. Naruto waved towards the fallen trees where two shinobi from the sand village were hiding. The fact that you don't accept them is only your problem. They think I'm a demon. Gaara frowned and closed his eyes. They consider you a brother. Trust my instincts, they wouldn't stick around here for a demon. Naruto stood up and began to stretch his arms, concentrating chakra in his hands. Gaara looked at the blonde with envy. He himself was completely empty and would hardly be able to fight off the ant now, and Uzumaki was clearly preparing to continue the fight. Sandman landed between the Jinchuriki, warily looking at the nine-tailed, but, nevertheless, ready to engage in combat with an obviously stronger opponent. Naruto chuckled. Do you understand what I mean, little brother? You should talk to your relatives. The kunai spun in his palm, and Uzumaki disappeared from the clearing. Gaara turned his thoughtful gaze to Temari and Kankuro. He made it just in time for Sasuke to lose consciousness. The glowing domes were still holding on, but were about to go out, but they had fulfilled their purpose, reinforcements had arrived. Silent shadows of Anbu scattered across the village, 3 experienced Jonin entered the battle, and pre-prepared caches were activated. The streets were filled with people who knew exactly what they were doing and were calmly doing their job. The Hyuga and Aburame, Yamanaka and Naru, Inuzuka and Uchiha clans stood as a united front, clearing their native village. Sasuke breathed hoarsely, pressing her hot cheek to the cool tiles. Waves of trembling caused by nervous tension ran through her body. Naruto easily picked up the girl in his arms and moved to the hospital, handing over the medic nin from hand to hand. He could not help her in any other way anyway. The next step was not thought out. According to the plan, his fight should have ended last, but Gaara gave up much earlier. Where to now? To help his father or the defenders of the village? Intuition was silent, as was Kurama. He had already quenched his thirst for activity, and he had no desire to save stupid people. Uzumaki bit his lip. Konoha was burning, but he did not feel any danger. His heart itself made its choice. A flash and the guy found himself right in the path of a kunai flying at him. Minato watched in disbelief as the kunai reached his child's heart and pierced it. Naruto staggered, staring in disbelief at the hilt sticking out of his chest. Danzo's lips stretched into an icy grin. Cap. The first drop of blood fell to the ground, accelerating consciousness to the speed of lightning. Cap. Shimura didn't even have time to understand at what moment the Hokage appeared behind him. Neither experience nor intuition helped. Cap. The former Anbu leader's body lost its head and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Naruto knelt down and pulled out the blade. Kurama froze in one position, wary. He was too late to help. The boy should already be dead. His regeneration would not cope with such a wound. Cap. A ghostly cloak on his back, 6 black maggots on his neck, circles of the Rinnegan and a quiet whisper in his head that did not belong to a living person. It's too early. Minato picked up his son in his arms, watching in amazement as the wound on his chest healed. What the hell happened? It was scary and, perhaps, mesmerizingly beautiful. Red flashes in the sky, black smoke, the gray edges of the approaching evening and slanting streams of rain. Sarutobi lay on the wet leaves and looked at the sky, hoping to see the first stars, but heavy leaden clouds blocked his view. The third Hokage's head rested on the lap of his killer, and bitter, hopeless tears rolled from his yellow eyes. Sometimes the fulfillment of a dream brings neither relief nor peace. Orochimaru whispered something with dry lips, but Hiruzen could no longer understand the meaning. He was rocking on waves of calm and detached satisfaction. They had won. A messenger falcon circled above the village, transmitting the latest news with signals. Danzo was dead, the one-tailed one was pacified, the sand attack was repelled. The death toll was negligible, there were no civilian casualties. Everything was correct. Everything was as it should be. He has done his duty and can leave in peace. Commentary on Chapter 17. In this reality, Konohamaru does not exist.